A perfectly good plate of takoyaki is ruined by a single cigarette butt, and a voice demands. At a nearby table, a wannabe gangster loudly complains about the discovery, his date playing along in disgust. He shoves his chair back, making a scene for the entire restaurant to see, demanding compensation. But not everyone is fooled. 2 other customers suspect he's just a low-life yakuza trying to pull a scam. The thug and his girlfriend just smirk, almost daring them to wonder if they're part of the notorious Ishinkai gang. The thought is so terrifying that one of the customers immediately smacks his friend for even thinking it out loud. Getting impatient, the thug starts yelling for the part-timer, demanding to know where the manager is. And from the back, a man with cold, piercing eyes finally makes his move. He walks over calmly, and without a hint of fear, asks them what the hell their problem is. The gangster is completely stunned. He can't believe this part-timer has the nerve to talk back to him. The gangster sneers, repeating his ridiculous claim about finding a cigarette butt in his food. But the part-timer just lets out a quiet sigh, completely unimpressed by the cheap theatrics. He calmly points out the obvious flaw in this little scam. No one on staff even smokes. He then turns his back, warning the thug that he'll be the one paying for obstruction of business. Enraged, the gangster reaches for him only to be met with a death glare, asking if he has anything else to say. And before the thug can even react, the part-timer's hand clamps down hard over his mouth. He leans in close, his voice dripping with menace, telling the thug to learn his place. Desperate now, the gangster tries to play his trump card, name-dropping his big bro from the notorious Ishinkai. He grins, a twisted, ugly thing, threatening that the part-timer's entire family will disappear. The part-timer's response? A simple question about the manager, right before a fist crashes into the thug's face. He doesn't even flinch at the mention of the Ishinkai, instead delivering a brutal right hook. It's a clean, vicious strike, fueled by something much deeper than a simple workplace dispute, and he follows it with another, sending the thug flying. These guys, they're the ones he despises above all else. A threat to his family? The very idea makes his blood boil. He grabs the thug, his voice low and shaking with fury. His parents? They already took them. His mother was murdered. This all traces back to the Ishinkai, Japan's largest crime syndicate, born from a bloody union 10 years ago. All the criminal organizations across the country were forcibly unified into a single powerhouse. But this so-called unification was nothing more than a series of savage turf wars. Soon, knives weren't enough, and the streets turned into war zones where even civilians weren't safe. Civilians like his mother, who paid the ultimate price for their ambition. His mother was one of their victims, caught in the crossfire. She had raised him on her own. She was his entire world. And the Ishinkai took her from him, a memory that fuels every single blow. He unleashes a savage kick, the sheer force of it echoing through the bar. All that big talk, and now the thug is just a bloody mess on the floor. The other customers can only watch, frozen in absolute terror. He grabs the thug by the hair, his voice dripping with pure disgust. He despises scum like this, and he's ready to end him right here and now. But just as he's about to deliver the final strike, his senses scream at him. A massive figure appears out of nowhere and smashes him with a devastating punch. The blow sends him crashing to the floor, stunned and confused by the sudden attack. A familiar voice calls out his name, Yoichi, and it's definitely not one he expected to hear. The tone is utterly furious, a lecture he's clearly heard many times before. And the source of all this rage is his manager, in a ridiculous octopus hat, demanding to know why he's making a scene. He reminds Yoichi that he didn't teach him how to fight just so he could go around causing trouble. But Yoichi isn't backing down, defiantly arguing that scum like that don't deserve to live. That earns him a sharp, stinging slap right across the face, a clear order to stop talking back. The manager has had enough, coldly telling him not to come back to the store ever again. Yoichi can only stand there in stunned silence, the reality of being fired sinking in. The whole bar is a mess, with the original troublemakers knocked out cold and the customers just trying to process this bizarre turn of events. But as the chaos inside settles, a man in a sharp suit steps out, muttering about how pathetic this whole scene is. He dials a number, his voice low and professional, reporting to his chairman that he's made the confirmation. Back inside, the manager sighs, finally taking off that ridiculous hat, completely unaware he's the target. His face is a mask of irritation, still simmering from his argument with Yoichi. A sinister grin spreads across the scout's face as he promises his boss he'll take care of the manager tonight. The little takoyaki shop sits peacefully under the full moon, a silent stage for the violence to come. Inside, hours later, Yoichi and his manager clean up the trashed restaurant in tense silence. The manager finally breaks it, calling out Yoichi's name, his tone heavy. He looks his former employee in the eye, telling him he wasn't joking, he really is fired. He should go to school, he says. But Yoichi just turns away, coldly stating he's not interested. The manager's frustration boils over. This kid just doesn't listen. But Yoichi is unbothered if he's not interested. He's not interested. The older man pleads with him, exasperated, telling Yoichi that he's being a stubborn fool. He begs Yoichi to think about his future, shouting that living like this won't bring the dead back. He needs to live a good life, for his mother's sake. It's time, he says, for the boy to finally start moving forward. But Yoichi's response is quiet and chilling. It's scary. The manager can only stare, completely lost. Going to school, Yoichi clarifies, his grip tightening on the mop handle. That's what's scary. He turns his head, his eyes shadowed with a terrible memory, and asks if the manager has forgotten the day his mom died. The revelation hits the manager like a punch to the gut. It was Yoichi's first day of elementary school. A memory surfaces of a much younger Yoichi, laughing and running with new friends, completely innocent and unaware. While he was playing, his mother was shot, left to die alone in agony. He remembers getting the call, rushing to the hospital, his small frame dwarfed by the grim reality. But it was too late by the time he arrived. His mother was already cold beneath a bloodstained sheet. The memory is so potent it makes him physically sick, a wave of nausea crashing over him. Seeing him collapse, the manager rushes to his side, calling out his name in alarm. He grabs Yoichi, begging him to stop, but the boy finally breaks, admitting he knows he should move on, but he can't. The manager stares, utterly shocked, as Yoichi confesses the truth is scared. He's terrified that if he goes to school again, if he tries to be normal, his uncle will disappear too. All the manager can do is kneel with him, his heart aching, pleading that he just wants Yoichi to be happy. But Yoichi's gaze turns hard as steel. Hez sorry, but that's something he just can't do. Not until this world, a world where syndicates like the Ishinkai have become corporate giants, finally changes. He explains they merged every criminal organization, rebranding as the corporate New One Group. They're now one of Japan's 5 great powers, so influential the nation is forced to look away. Their thugs patrol the streets with impunity, a constant and looming presence. And with cold determination, Yoichi makes his vow. Either the Ishinkai disappears. Just then, the manager notices a group of men quietly entering the restaurant. His expression twists from concern to sudden, dawning horror. Or he does. But it seems the choice has been made, as masked enforcers draw their bloody knives. Without a word, the assassins lunge forward in a blur of deadly motion. The manager screams for Yoichi to run, instinctively shielding the boy with his own body. He blocks the first attacker's path, but a blade plunges deep into his side for his trouble. With his last bit of strength, the manager shoves Yoichi, screaming at him to escape. But another blade finds its mark, sinking deep into his back as he collapses in pain. The other assassins watch with cold indifference, their mission clear. They immediately swarm their real target, a whirlwind of blades meant to end Yoichi's life. Yoichi can only stare in horror, yelling at his protector for sacrificing himself. His shock leaves him completely vulnerable as an enforcer closes in from behind, but a sudden chill runs down his spine. He feels the killing intent just in time. A knife comes plunging down, aimed to split his head wide open. In a blur of motion, Yoichi deflects the blade, his expression turning ice cold. And with brutal efficiency, he redirects the weapon straight into another attacker's back. One of the masked enforcers barks at his men to stop messing around and just grab the kid. The manager staggers to his feet, his back a canvas of fresh wounds, as Yoichi watches in horror. He calls out, asking if his uncle is okay, his voice trembling with a mix of fear and concern. But something about the scene freezes him, a sudden, horrifying clarity dawning in his eyes. He stumbles back as a thought hits him, a realization so absurd he almost dismisses it. In all the years he's known this man, he's never once seen his back. Not even once. The thought sends a shiver down his spine. The manager turns his head slightly, his expression grim and unreadable. And for the first time, Yoichi sees a massive, faded tattoo covering his entire back. The truth hits him like a freight train. His uncle was a member of the Ishinkai. Yoichi's mind flashes back to that day, sitting alone at his mother's funeral. He remembers a man appearing out of nowhere in the empty hall, asking if he was Yoichi. The stranger remarked on how much he'd grown since he last saw him. Squatting down, the man asked if Yoichi knew who he was, but the boy had no idea. He introduced himself as Shigeru Yamada, an old friend of his father's, a man he'd never seen before in his life. And it was a strange claim, considering Yoichi never had a father to begin with. Looking back, he realizes he should have been more suspicious of this sudden kindness. He was just a kid. Yes, but he felt old enough to know better than to trust so easily. But perhaps, deep down, he was just so desperate to believe he wasn't completely alone. And so the boy clung to this man, this stranger who offered him a lifeline. The man grunted, caught off guard by the sheer desperation in the kid's grip. All the pain and loneliness Yoichi had held in for so long finally came pouring out. Yamada tried to laugh it off, joking that the kid was so strong he couldn't breathe. But he held him close, promising to protect him, and just like that, became his family. He raised him like a true son, with all the warmth and stern scolding that came with it. As the years passed, they grew into the spitting image of a father and his boy. He was his one and only, his irreplaceable family. Or so he had thought. For all those years, looking back, Yoichi admits he knew nothing about the man's bloody past. Yamada stands with his back to him, his body a canvas of fresh wounds and old scars. His voice is low and urgent. He tells Yoichi to pack his things immediately. They can't stay here, but Yoichi refuses, demanding an explanation for all of this first. Yamada dismisses his questions, insisting there's simply no time to talk right now. But Yoichi's composure finally shatters as he screams for an answer. His eyes widen in horror as he takes in the carnage around them. The restaurant is filled with bodies. The chilling question finally escapes his lips. Was his uncle a part of Ishinkai? He gestures to the fallen men, his voice breaking as he asks what the past decade even meant. Why would someone from the group that murdered his mother get close to him and become his family? Yamada's expression is unreadable as he prepares to give his answer, stating that it's simple. With a heavy gaze, Yamada finally reveals the simple reason behind the last decade of his life. But before the words can even sink in, a new figure steps into the room, pulling a weapon from his coat. The answer was to protect Yoichi. It was always to protect him. But that protection has just run out, as a man named Kaji announces he's here to kill them both. He then looks past Yamada, addressing the boy with a chillingly familiar title, Young Master Yoichi. Yoichi is completely stunned. Young Master? As Yamada tries to silence him, he demands to know how this stranger knows his name. Kaji smirks, a flicker of amusement in his eyes, as he realizes the boy is truly clueless. Enraged, Yamada roars at the assassin, a desperate attempt to stop the truth from coming out. But Kaji pays him no mind, confirming that the boy has indeed been kept in the dark about everything. He then reveals the name that changes it all. Yoichi's father is Tomoya Shindo, and Kaji continues, revealing that this Tomoya Shindo was the founder of Ishinkai. Yoichi's mind goes completely blank. His father, the man behind all of this? Enraged, Yamada charges forward, roaring that he'll make the assassin shut up for good. But his wild punch is met with a sharp, piercing pain as a blade sinks into his arm. Kaji effortlessly holds him in place, continuing his history lesson about the man protecting Yoichi. He reveals Yamada was one of Ishinkai's own founding members, their legendary number 3. With a condescending smirk, he notes how disappointing it is to see the old legend has gone soft. He then gives a mockingly polite smile, saying it's an honor to finally meet him. But Yamada has had enough of the talk, his head snapping back with raw power. He unleashes a vicious kick that sends the smug assassin flying across the room. But the battle pauses as Yoichi's trembling voice cuts through the tension, asking why his uncle won't deny the claims. His world is spinning as he processes the bombshell. His own father, the founder of the Ishinkai. The question then becomes painfully obvious if that's true. Why was his mother murdered? Yamada avoids his gaze, the unspoken guilt hanging heavy in the air. As the assassin watches from the floor, Yoichi asks why he's being targeted now. Shouldn't he be considered family? Yamada finally turns, his tattooed back exposed, pleading that he'll explain later, but right now, they have to run. But Yoichi's patience snaps. He screams at him to stop dodging the questions, and not to even think about staying behind. He grabs onto the collapsing giant, insisting with everything he has that Yamada is coming with him. His uncle can only roar his name in a desperate, last-ditch plea for him to just listen. But in that moment of distraction, a flash of steel erupts as Kaji skewers Yamada from behind. Blood splatters across Yoichi's face as he stares in utter disbelief. In that frozen moment, his mind can't process the blade buried in his uncle's back. Through gritted teeth, Yamada reveals he made a promise to Yoichi's father. He swore he would protect him, no matter what, even using his own body as a shield. But Keiji is completely unfazed, mocking the heartfelt promise to a dead man. He coldly asks Yamada to step aside, twisting the knife deeper into his flesh. Yet even with a blade in his back, Yamada swings a desperate, bone-shattering blow. He roars that he is the one Kaji should be fighting, not the boy. The assassin smirks, impressed that the director can still move, but promises he won't go down easily. Trapping Kaji in a bear hug, Yamada screams for Yoichi to run, telling him he's just a burden here. Yoichi stands frozen as Yamada begs him to just run and not worry. The director roars with everything he has left, swearing that he won't die. He pleads, asking if he's ever broken a promise, and Yoichi remembers wanting so badly to believe him. But with Kaji's blade still buried in his back, Yamada gives one last desperate scream for the boy to get moving. All Yoichi could see was the assassin's twisted, victorious grin, enjoying the entire spectacle. He couldn't tell if it was trust or just the raw fear of death that finally made his legs move. In that moment of pure, blinding panic, his survival instincts kicked in. He turned and ran out of the store without a second thought. He just kept running, with no idea how far he went or where he was even going. His mind simply shut it all out, choosing to forget what he was leaving behind. He admits it to himself, his memory of that day ends right there. A black void where the truth should be. But he can't stay in this nightmare any longer. Has had enough. The traumatic flashback dissolves, leaving him adrift in unconsciousness. Slowly, sensation begins to return to him from the darkness. His eyes snap open with a jolt, reality flooding back in. He finds himself on the cold floor of a dusty warehouse, scrambling to sit up. His mind races, trying to connect the dots from fleeing the store to this. Looking up, he realizes he's surrounded by 3 men, their shadows looming over him. The leader, a man with a nasty scar, smirks, noting that the boy finally decided to wake up. But Yoichi's confusion instantly hardens into pure rage because he doesn't need to ask who they are. The leader introduces himself with a chillingly polite smile, as if this is a business meeting. But Yoichi knows exactly who these men are. They're Ishinkai. He sneers back, finding it hilarious they'd be so courteous to the person they're about to kill. One of the thugs just laughs, completely unfazed by his so-called scary attitude. But this isn't just bravado. He clenches his fists, thinking he absolutely cannot die yet. Not until he gets the truth from his father, a memory of the hulking man flashing in his mind. The real story behind his mother's death and his father's connection to this very group. He remembers his father's promise, a vow to protect him no matter what. With too many questions left unanswered, a fire ignites in his eyes. And with a furious scream, he explodes into motion, launching a vicious kick at the leader's face. But his desperate attack is stopped cold, the leader barely even flinching. Suddenly, the man drops to his knees, but not from the blow, leaving our hero stunned. A new voice cuts through the silence, announcing they've come on an emergency summons from Yamada. And just like that, 3 suited men are bowing, declaring they are now his protection. The original thugs are furious, one of them getting his head shoved down, forced to bow to a brat. Completely bewildered by this insane turn of events, he can only ask who in the world are they. The man introduces himself with an air of absolute authority. Yushin Sato, Ishinkai's number 4. He calls him young master, making it clear that not everyone in Ishinkai wants him dead. But why? Why would a high-ranking director suddenly appear to side with him? Sato's answer is cryptic and heavy with unspoken history. It was simply how things were meant to be. Sato's story begins 10 years in the past, a pivotal moment for all of Ishinkai. Just one day before their final victory, Chairman Shido fell fighting on the front lines. In his wake, he left a testament containing 2 final, shocking commands. The first was to see the unification through, and the second was to leave everything to his secret wife and child. The revelation was a bombshell. No one had any idea the chairman even had a family. He must have hidden them away from the world, a desperate attempt to keep them safe. But that final wish was all for nothing, because the will fell into the wrong hands. It was seized by the man who coveted the chairman's throne, Ishinkai's number 2, a man now known as Mikado, the absolute ruler of the newly formed group. And with a heavy finality, Sato reveals that Mikado is the one who took his mother's life. And now, Sato confirms his worst fears. Mikado is coming for him next. The name alone sends a jolt of pure rage through him, and he tries to force himself up. But Sato holds him down, warning him to stay still before he tears his wounds open again. Crushed by the weight of it all, he clutches his head, his world completely unraveling. He demands to know why. Why did they let him live if they were just going to kill his mother? Sato's gaze is steady as he delivers another truth. They didn't let him live. They simply failed to kill him. The part-timer looks up in shock. Their original plan was far more gruesome than he'd ever imagined. He learns that he owes his life to one man, Executive Director Yamada. A memory flashes back to Yamada, standing alone amidst a bloodbath at a funeral hall. He was the secret guardian, the one who had been protecting him from the shadows all along. Sato continues, explaining that the only reason he survived this long is because Executive Director Yamada was always there, watching his back. The revelation hangs heavy in the air, a truth he can barely comprehend. He stands silently for a moment, processing everything he's just learned. Turning back, he desperately asks where Yamada is now, only for Sato to admit they don't know. They've lost all contact with him. The part-timer's eyes widen in disbelief and panic. He explodes, demanding they go find him, but Sato calmly states that Yamada ordered them not to. As he protests, fearing the worst, the orange-haired thug just laughs at his concern. He can't understand their calm demeanor in a situation this dire. But Sato's gaze is firm. Yamada isn't someone who would die so easily. If he had, they would have attacked the store yesterday. Sato's words cut through his panic, a simple, unwavering statement. They believe in him. The part-timer is taken aback. The idea of just trusting his uncle, seeming so foreign right now. A memory flashes through his mind, a battered Yamada screaming that he would never die, a promise made in blood. He remembers another promise, made before his mother's memorial, when his uncle swore to protect him. And he knows, deep down, that Yamada has kept that promise every single day since. Back in the present, the tension finally leaves his body, replaced by a quiet understanding. Sato sees his moment, stepping forward and telling him it's time to come with them. But the part-timer's eyes flash open, a familiar red glint of defiance returning with a vengeance. He looks at Sato and his men, a cold smirk playing on his lips as he asks if they're here to protect him. If that's the case, he scoffs. Then he has absolutely no need for their help, leaving Sato stunned. He finally understands that he can't keep relying on others, or hiding forever. Even if his uncle survives, the fact remains that his life will always be a target for that man Chairman Mikado. His hand clenches, blood seeping through his fingers as a new resolve hardens within him. In that case, there's only one thing to do: he will fight. He's going after Mikado, the man who murdered his mother and stole his entire life from him. With his own 2 hands, he vows to kill the chairman and take back everything he's lost. But Sato rises, warning him that this path is madness, a battle that could easily end in a meaningless death. The part-timer looks back, his red eyes burning with conviction, asking if this isn't simply what's meant to be. He challenges Sato directly. Make me into someone you'd actually want to follow. Someone truly powerful. A flicker of a smile plays on Sato's lips, clearly intrigued by this unexpected demand. Sato doesn't mince words, calling him reckless and pointing out he has no particular talents. He can barely even protect himself. A truth the part-timer silently admits he can't deny. But Sato reveals there is one good way forward, a method to gain both strength and influence. The part-timer's eyes widen with hope. He'll do whatever it takes. And with that fateful choice made, 2 years flash by in an instant. The scene changes to the bustling, unforgiving streets of Tokyo's Shinjuku district. Down a back alley, a couple of thugs are seen shaking down a terrified man for their money. The old man pleads with them, his face already bruised. Paying double the original amount is impossible. But his desperate pleas fall on deaf ears as a fist comes flying toward his face. The thug lands a vicious punch, sneering that of course borrowed money comes with interest. A crowd watches on, whispering nervously about these thugs from the New One group. They wonder why the government lets them run wild, lamenting that the country is finished. But one man's complaints are a little too loud, and his hushed words are suddenly cut short. The massive thug with the ponytail looms over him, demanding to know what he was just whispering about. With a cold, predatory gaze, he preaches a simple philosophy. This world is rotten, and only the strong survive. He stomps the ground with a thunderous crack, taunting the man to just get stronger if he dislikes the way things are. The civilian's courage evaporates instantly, his face pale with a cold, paralyzing fear. The thug scoffs that a loser like him could never manage it anyway, as his fist flies forward to deliver the punishment. But just before impact, his bald-headed partner looks over, his expression one of utter disbelief. His eyes widen in shock. Something, or someone, has just interfered. The punch never lands. Instead, the ponytail thug is already face, down on the concrete, out cold. His partner spins around, fury in his eyes, demanding to know if this new kid was responsible. But the boy simply stares back, his expression utterly cold and unimpressed by the empty threat. He doesn't even bother with a response, instead launching a fist that blurs through the air. The impact is brutal, a sickening crack as bone meets knuckle, and blood sprays from the thug's mouth. A second merciless blow sends the bald goon crashing to the pavement, completely unconscious. The crowd of onlookers can only stare, their minds struggling to process the sudden, violent display. They can't believe it, a high schooler just single-handedly took down 2 thugs from the New One group. But 2 men in the crowd recognize something the others don't, that very specific school uniform. There's no mistaking it. He's from the high school known as the New One group's personal breeding ground. This is Ishin High School, a place in Tokyo run by the New One group. One of the men, Yushin Sato, recalls explaining its purpose to a much younger, battered Kaji. He told the boy that this school, a breeding ground for thugs, was where he needed to go. Kaji's response was pure defiance. He would never become a dog for Ishinkai. But Sato clarified the mission with a smirk. He wasn't being sent to follow, but to conquer. The school gathers the most promising and dangerous talents from all over the country. These brutes are the future of the organization, its greatest assets. However, if they were to turn against the group, they would also become its greatest threat. Kaji's objective was simple: take absolute control of every single one of them. And so, he steps onto the campus, ready to seize control of everything in that school. He arrives under a new name, Shindo Yoichi, with one simple goal: to use this place as his personal stepping stone. With cold, crimson eyes, he takes in the new battlefield he's been sent here to conquer. Welcome to Ishin High School, a private training ground established by the powerful New One group. The school is divided into departments, but only one of them truly carries any weight: the Business Management Department, the true successor to the brutal legacy of Ishinkai. Here, the primary teaching method is, and has always been, raw violence. The entrance ceremony begins, and a teacher immediately challenges the new students on this controversial policy. But his question is met with nothing but tense, unbroken silence from the crowd. A sharp-tongued girl in the ranks scoffs, disappointed by this term's crop of weaklings. The teacher just grins, his gaze finally landing on one specific student as he calls him out. The student confidently explains that it's all for the sake of consolidation. The teacher then launches into a history lesson, reminding them that New One is a corporation, one that was forged by Ishinkai, uniting every major organization under a single banner. He clarifies that to run New One is to rule by force, and this department exists solely to train Ishinkai's future elite. The top students listen, their smug expressions showing they understand this brutal philosophy all too well. The teacher, surprised by the student's insight, asks who he is. and the boy introduces himself as Iwabuchi Takaru. A murmur spreads through the crowd. Iwabuchi Takeru? As in, the legendary Strike Takeru? But from the back of the hall, one student thinks to himself that this year's batch is utterly pathetic. A small, contemptuous smile plays on his lips. He finds this whole tough guy act hilarious. His friend beside him laughs out loud, openly mocking the so-called legend, while our part-timer just watches, unimpressed. The blonde delinquent leans in, taunting Kaji that even he must be afraid of someone like Takeru. With eyes colder than ice, Kaji simply asks if he's joking. Suddenly, a hand smacks the blonde upside the head, as another student tells him to keep his voice down. This newcomer scoffs, calling the long-haired delinquent the real joke for acting tough. The blonde lets out a theatrical sigh, completely unfazed by the blow. He smirks, admitting things were getting interesting, but that comeback was just pathetic. Kaji clarifies with a deadpan expression that he wasn't trying to be funny. Enraged, the new guy grabs the blonde's hoodie, offering to give him the entertainment he's looking for. But before a punch can be thrown, a deep voice cuts through the tension, demanding to know who's causing a scene. The aggressive student freezes instantly, his face draining of all color as he recognizes the voice of authority. It's the teacher, and with a single command, he orders the troublemaker to come forward. His gaze is like ice, a silent promise of punishment that needs no further explanation. The student practically trips over himself, stammering an apology as he scurries to the front. The blonde delinquent smirks, ready for the show, but the teacher cuts him off, demanding an answer to his original question. His focus lands on Kaji, asking who he is to be acting so casually in this chaos. But before Kaji can speak, the blonde chimes in with a playful, toothy grin. He says they haven't met. He just started talking to Kaji because he was there. Kaji's eyes narrow slightly, asking him why. With a confident point, the blonde says he just found Kaji interesting. He claims he's seen all kinds of people, making Kaji wonder just who this strange kid really is. The blonde student claims he can tell everything just by looking into someone's eyes, and with a piercing gaze, he tells Kaji that he's the real deal. A comment Kaji notes is spoken with unnerving certainty. With a confident wink, he says any fun they might have will have to wait. The main event is starting. Kaji and the blonde turn as a new student named Shinsuke Tashiro announces his arrival. He bows deeply before the teacher, shocking him by calling him Sai-sensei. The teacher, Sai, is visibly flustered, as Tashiro reveres him as the legend of Ishinkai. But his demeanor shifts in an instant, grabbing Tashiro's head as he asks why he's here, and the kid proudly declares he wants to be Ishinkai's loyal dog. Sai scoffs at the answer, coldly stating that they aren't looking for mutts, they need actual human beings. As Tashiro hangs his head in stunned silence, a heavy hand lands on his shoulder. A senior figure stands over him, lamenting that young people these days are all talk with no real substance. The man sneers, introducing the bruiser behind Tashiro as a guy who just retired from Ishinkai last week. He coldly questions if this new generation truly has what it takes to carry on the legacy. Talk is cheap though, and the only way to prove his worth is with a sudden, bone-rattling punch. The ex-Yakuza takes over, hammering his fists into the stunned student without a shred of mercy. Tashiro's face is slammed into the ground, his desperate pleas completely ignored. Standing over the broken boy, the enforcer lays down the simple rule of this academy. Those who can't prove their strength will be unceremoniously expelled. The other students are paralyzed with fear, as they're ordered to step forward, one by one. Panic finally breaks out. They were never told about this, and fighting a real Yakuza is impossible. The ex-Yakuza cracks his neck, the perfect image of a monster, though his thoughts betray that it's all just a bluff. He knows they won't actually be expelled. This is all just a performance as he calls for the next lamb to the slaughter. A brutal demonstration meant to break their spirits and show them how vicious the world can be. The teacher, Sai, watches on, thinking there's no better way to manage delinquents than with a healthy dose of fear. He figures any smart kid would just read the room and submit, but then he notices something. A single student has broken away from the terrified crowd, walking with cold purpose towards the ring. Kaji's eyes burn with resolve. If he wants to take over Ishinkai, he can't just let them walk all over him. The enforcer's face splits into a wide, impressed grin. A volunteer with some guts? Now this is interesting. Even Sai acknowledges the kid's fighting spirit, a rare sight these days. But the enforcer's amusement quickly fades. He warns Kaji that he's picked the wrong opponent, then throws a heavy fist. This isn't just any thug. He's a top-tier fighter, infamous for showing no mercy, and Kaji is right in his path. But the punch never lands. Kaji catches the massive fist with one hand, stunning the enforcer. Even the legendary Sai, watching coolly from the side, can't hide his utter shock. The other students are speechless. He stopped that monster's punch like it was nothing. Only the blonde kid seems to be enjoying the show, a smug look plastered on his face. Kaji flashes a sharp, confident grin, as if to say, "See? I told you so." Then with a sharp twist, he snaps the enforcer's arm back, drawing a pained scream. Absolutely livid, the man pulls back his other fist, roaring about how he's going to kill this brat. He swings with all his might, a wild haymaker meant to end the fight for good. But Kaji simply sidesteps, driving a brutal open palm strike right under his chin. The impact sends the massive man flying backwards, crashing hard against the floor. Kaji clenches his fist, the raw power still humming through his veins. With a chilling calm and glowing red eyes, he declares that he'll be in their care from now on. He stands over the broken body of the enforcer, addressing the man in charge. Sai can't wrap his head around it. A freshman just took out a recently retired Yakuza with his bare hands. But that shock quickly twists into a hungry, predatory grin. This is exactly what he's been waiting for. For years, all he's seen are mediocre nobodies, and he wasn't expecting much this time either. But this new batch has been entertaining, the first real excitement since that one legendary fighter. Looking at the boy, he recognizes it instantly. This one is a rare talent. He steps forward, finally asking the kid for his name. A slow, confident smirk spreads across Kaji's face. Before Kaji can answer, a blonde-haired student with a shark-like grin introduces himself as Ogami. But our guy pays him no mind, standing firm as he gives his own name, Ogami Yoichi. The scene then cuts away, jumping back 1 month into the past to an isolated warehouse. We see Kaji in the middle of an intense workout, as a voice advises him to use a fake name. That voice belongs to Yushin Sato, an executive director for the powerful New One Group. He coldly explains that using his real name, Shindo Yoichi, the chairman's son, is far too obvious. Sato warns him that as things stand, he already draws way too much attention for a freshman. A smirk plays on Kaji's lips. Was Sato just admitting that he was that much stronger than everyone else? But Sato's expression is ice, completely unmoved by the boy's arrogant posturing. Fed up, Kaji grabs a strange collar around his neck, demanding to know what this is for. Then, Sato reminds him that he's already explained the rules of this little game. The collar only comes off when he's recognized as human, and for now, Kaji is nothing more than a dog. With a flick, Sato extends a baton, explaining that if he doesn't like his current status, there's a simple solution. He just needs to get stronger, strong enough to stop being a dog and maybe, just maybe, become a wolf. The path from prey to predator, from a collared pet to a true wolf, is entirely up to him. The flashback ends, and we see Kaji sitting in class, the humiliating collar still a part of his uniform. His brooding is interrupted by a bubbly, blue-haired girl who pops up at his desk, asking what he wants. She introduces herself as Aomi, but Kaji couldn't care less, bluntly repeating his question. Undeterred, she beams, telling him that since he's so strong, they should be friends. But his rejection is immediate and ice-cold. He has no intention of making friends. Aomi can't believe it, asking why he wouldn't want friends. Kaji's reply is blunt, he doesn't need them. In fact, he declares that to him, weaklings are nothing more than trash, and the whole class turns in disbelief. A couple of outraged students get to their feet, demanding to know what he meant by that comment. But Kaji's deadpan expression doesn't change, as he confirms their worst fears. They're all just pathetic nobodies. His eyes glint with menace as he tells them weaklings should know their place and prepare to crawl at his feet. This isn't just an outburst, it's part of a plan. Yoichi specifically chose this department to seize power quickly. To stand at the top of his year, he knows he first needs to take absolute control of his own class. He recalls that the other strong-looking students were all sent to Class B, so he needs to make his move now. A smirk forms on his face as he decides to end this little power struggle in one fell swoop, and the unsuspecting girl in front of him will be the perfect trigger to ignite the flames. The blue-haired girl wastes no time, noting his confidence in picking a fight with the entire class on day one. But Kaji just rises from his seat, thinking to himself that this actually saves him the trouble. She stands up too, and behind her, 3 of the toughest-looking guys in class rise in silent support. With everyone on their feet, Kaji throws down the gauntlet, telling them to come at him all at once. A wicked smirk spreads across his face as he wonders aloud who will be crawling on the ground. One of the burly students cracks his knuckles, ready to make Kaji eat his own words. But just as fists are about to fly, the girl suddenly appears beside Kaji, cheerfully announcing she'll crawl at his feet. She explains her philosophy with a grin. If you can't win, you sell yourself. It's a rare opportunity. Her crew is left dumbfounded, sputtering about how she started this fight only to switch sides in an instant. She just shrugs off their cries to have some shame, declaring that who she flirts with is her own business. She then turns on her own crew, asking why she should listen to a bunch of dependents. With a wild glint in her eyes, she calls them all hypocrites for wanting to ride as Shinkai's coattails. Kaji is taken aback, a spark of amusement crossing his face. This woman is certainly interesting. He can't quite decide if she's just shameless or if she's got some serious guts. But there's no denying the real confidence radiating from her, so different from the rest. His analysis is cut short when she suddenly tells him to stop staring so intensely. She then declares that his face is so perfectly her type it's making her heart race, leaving Kaji completely baffled. The other students can only watch, their faces twisting in rage at this absurd display. Their leader decides he's had enough and will just crush both of them. but a new voice cuts in from the doorway. A man in sunglasses mocks their tough act, reminding them how they were shaking at the entrance ceremony. The man is none other than Sai, a legend from Ishinkai, and he's their new homeroom teacher. He tells the class to sit down, then immediately glares at the delinquents, clarifying that his order wasn't for them. With a smirk, he tells them to keep going, leaving the thugs utterly bewildered. He then slaps a register on the desk, announcing their first official task, electing a class representative. Looking over the room full of brutes, he mentions that this position comes with its own special benefits. And how will they choose? A no-holds-barred brawl until only one person is left standing. One of the thugs quietly whispers a bit of strategy to his friend, figuring it's smartest to take out the strongest one in the room first. Just as he predicted, Kaji watches as every single student turns to face him. But the blue-haired girl isn't worried, promising she'll stick by his side till the very end. She casually stretches against Kaji, telling him to remember her when he wins, but he coolly states this doesn't make them friends. In fact, he never even agreed to her sticking by his side in the first place. Unfazed, she just grins, telling him to watch closely because she's a genius at this kind of game. She begins to explain her philosophy. They say skill can overcome raw physical differences, but that's a fairy tale that only applies when you're fighting a total amateur. Against someone with real experience, technique alone is almost meaningless. The smaller, more technical fighter simply gets shattered by overwhelming force. With that principle established, she poses a question to the entire class. Can a small woman truly defeat a man who towers over her in both height and weight? She lays out the harsh biological truth in a contest of pure power. The physical gap is just too wide to ignore. It's a well-documented statistic, she says, as the hulking student brings his fist down. Logically, there's no way a woman can win against a physically superior man. But as Kaji watches, he sees that the woman standing before them, Natsumeomi, is an entirely different beast, already having her opponent on the floor. She casually holds his arm, telling him he's too stiff and needs to relax on her count. He dares her to try it, seething in pain as she calmly begins to count. 1, 2, on 3, a sickening crack echoes through the room as she shatters his arm at the joint. His friends lose their minds, screaming at the damn amateur who just crippled their buddy. They both charge forward, vowing to kill her for this humiliation. But Natsume just looks up with a grin, wondering who's really about to get killed here. To her, this isn't even a real fight. She sidesteps the first attacker with contemptuous ease. It's just practice, and the first lesson is a sharp jab to the face. She moves with blinding speed, driving a vicious strike into his core. A precise pressure point attack, and just like that, he's out of the fight. His blonde friend screams, charging in with a wild, desperate punch. But Natsume meets his clumsy attack with a brutal palm strike right under the nose. Before he can even register the pain, she sends him flying with a kick to the chin. The finishing blow is a devastating elbow to the top of his skull, the Baihui point. With both of them down, she stands over them, not even breaking a sweat. She calmly informs them that she went easy because if she'd been serious, they'd be dead. The remaining students are furious, shouting that her use of pressure points is cowardly. But she stands unfazed amidst the bodies, telling them to say what they want. The victory is hers. She scoffs at their childish complaints, reminding them that in a real fight, there's no such thing as cowardly. Just then, Kaji speaks up, his cold gaze silencing them as he calls it a complete and undeniable win. Natsume mockingly agrees, telling the losers that if they think her style is cheap, they're just blind to the bigger picture. She explains the truth of it, starting with a flashback to the bald brawler's attack. He threw a wild punch meant to crush her, but she read his clumsy move perfectly. In a single, fluid motion, she didn't just dodge, she swept his leg from under him. With his balance shattered, she instantly locked him into a textbook flying armbar. And as for the others, she hit multiple pressure points with precision, all while holding back her lethal force. She lays it out plain and simple. This wasn't about being underhanded. It was just an overwhelming difference in skill, a concept Kaji seems to appreciate. He agrees wholeheartedly, just as Shinsuke Toshiro lunges from the shadows, swinging a chair. Toshiro sneers that the first to strike is the one who wins, and for a moment, the blue-haired girl is frozen. But in a blur of motion, Kaji intercepts, kicking her to safety as the chair smashes harmlessly. He wastes no time, following through with a brutal punch straight to Toshiro's jaw. The force of the blow sends the attacker tumbling across the room, slamming into the ground. Staring at Keiji's back, the girl is completely stunned, realizing she's already fallen for him. Toshiro, however, gets back up with a manic grin, ecstatic that Ogami is finally fighting him. This is the fight he's been dying for, and Kaji silently prepares to give it to him. But Toshiro's logic is painfully simple. Kaji looks the strongest, so beating him is the fastest way to become class rep. He explains that the position has perks, and more importantly, it's a stepping stone to joining the Ishinkai. Kaji calmly asks why he'd ever want to do that, and Toshiro scoffs, as if the answer is obvious. Because in this world, he preaches, power is the only thing that matters. He fantasizes about the life of an Ishinkai gangster, endless money, women, and the ability to take whatever he wants. Watching from the sidelines, the blue-haired girl can't hide her disgust at his pathetic, shallow dream. Unaware, Toshiro gets even more hyped, yelling that he'll crush Kaji to get noticed by the Yakuza executives. He assumes Kaji must be after the same glory, but our boy's response is a cold, simple, "That's stupid." Toshiro is completely floored, unable to process being told his grand ambition is just a worthless, childish goal. But a dangerous glint appears in Kaji's eyes. If that's what he wants to fight for, then fine. Kaji declares that he'll be the one taking the class rep seat, and he has his own ambitions. He scoffs at Toshiro, telling him not to even think about lumping them together. At the front of the room, their teacher, Sai, admits his goal is to join Ishinkai, but his true plan is to stand at the very top, a reveal that leaves Toshiro and the blue-haired girl utterly speechless. Kaji, however, looks on with cold resolve, ready to explain his goals in terms even a simpleton can understand. Forget Ishinkai, he's going to take over the entire new one group. The blue-haired girl smirks, telling the others to follow her to a place higher than they can imagine. Kaji tells Toshiro to open his eyes and listen carefully to the promise he's about to make. He grabs his own uniform, knowing that for this crowd, words alone will never earn their trust. So if they can't believe him, they'll have to come at him, and he'll engrave the truth into their minds by force. With an aura of absolute dominance, Kaji states that he will show them who he is and who they should be following. Toshiro is completely floored, his mind struggling to comprehend what he's just heard. The whole class stands in a tense circle as he asks if Kaji is truly aiming for the top of Ishinkai. Kaji's reply is a simple yeah. He looks down on them, almost bored, wondering why they're so surprised. For him, the path is simple. Keep rising, and the top is the only destination. The other students are visibly agitated as Kaji declares his first step. He's going to take over this very class. Hez dead serious, and Hez about to make that crystal clear for everyone present. Toshiro hangs his head, overwhelmed, as Kaji throws down the gauntlet, inviting anyone who's ready to come at him. The challenge is met with a wild burst of laughter from the blonde student, who proclaims they have a real lunatic in their midst. But Kaji remains completely unfazed by the mockery, his expression cold and utterly unimpressed. The blonde's laughter finally dies down, replaced by a furious roar as he screams, "All right, fine, ready to take the bait." His fury suddenly morphs into manic joy, declaring that he loves Kaji's ambition and will follow him. He introduces himself Ikari Tenma, and from this day forward, he will be Kaji's loyal hound. But Kaji's eyes narrow as Ikari leans in, delivering a chilling warning with his pledge. If Kaji ever proves to be an unworthy master, Ikari promises to tear out his throat without mercy. The other students are frozen in shock, recognizing the infamous name that Ikari Tenma. They whisper about his reputation as a mad dog, a rabid fighter who serves anyone for the right price. They can't believe he's here, speculating that only the powerful new one group could have gotten him out of trouble. But Kaji remains completely unfazed, telling Ikari that if he wants to follow, he needs to prove it with his actions. A twisted grin spreads across Ikari's face. He understands perfectly, because a mutt instinctively knows its master, and right now, Kaji is the one in charge. Suddenly, their homeroom teacher appears, having clearly acknowledged Kaji's display of power. With a menacing grin, he addresses the new top dog directly. He makes a surprising announcement. Kaji is now the class representative for Class A. But Kaji's cold stare shows he's not impressed in the slightest. The teacher slowly removes his sunglasses, reminding Kaji about all that big talk from just a moment ago. He asks if Kaji has forgotten his place, warning that as his teacher, he can't just ignore such insolence. His eyes burn with a chilling intensity as he orders Kaji to follow him for a private meeting. As the two head out, the blue-haired girl from before watches them go. A curious smirk plays on her lips. She seems to suspect exactly what's about to happen. Their destination is none other than the faculty office, where this little chat is about to get serious. But instead of the expected lecture, the teacher hands him a cup of coffee. Kaji takes it, cautiously trying to understand why he was really brought here. The teacher just grins, waving off his own act from the classroom as a simple formality. In fact, Hez thrilled, saying it's been ages since they've had such a lively new student. He confesses he's been waiting for someone with Kaji's burning ambition to finally appear. Sure, the kid's declaration to take over Ishinkai and New One was incredibly cocky. But to Kaji's complete shock, the teacher admits he highly appreciates that very attitude. Most new students just want to dabble in shady business. True ambition is a rarity. He laments that both Ishinkai and New One have gone soft, filled with lazy thugs. Then he drops a name that stops Kaji cold, wondering what President Shindo would say. Kaji remains silent for a moment, processing this unexpected revelation. He finally asks, was the old Ishinkai really any different from how it is now? The teacher, Sai, scoffs, explaining Ishinkai has always been a world where violence equals power. With a piercing glare, Kaji retorts that he doesn't see any difference at all. Sai finds this amusing, noting that for a kid aiming for the top, he sounds awfully skeptical. But Kaji clarifies his true goal, to stay true to Ishinkai's original essence. The word essence seems to strike a chord with the veteran gangster. As a test, he casually raises his left hand, revealing it's a prosthetic. He poses a question. What did he trade his real hand for? The survival of Ishinkai, perhaps? Wrong, says a new voice from the doorway. Another man chimes in, also declaring that guess incorrect. Kaji listens silently as the correct answer is given. Sai wasn't after anything at all. The teacher then tells the story himself, revealing he lost his hand and eye protesting against President Shindo, Kaji's father. That single act of defiance earned him recognition and a comfortable life. But his eyes burn with conviction. He didn't risk everything for something so cheap. In a flash of memory, a younger Sai throws himself in front of a blade, his body moving on instinct to protect his leader. Kaji finally starts to understand. His father was the kind of man who inspired that unwavering loyalty, a bond that held the organization together. That, Sai explains, is the difference between a pack of punks and a real family. It's the true essence of Ishinkai. He gives the boy one final piece of advice. To achieve his goal, he must be a leader, not a ruler. The weight of this revelation crashes down on Kaji, who can only wonder what kind of man his father truly was. What kind of life must he have lived to still command such fierce loyalty from his men, even from beyond the grave? With the lesson on leadership over, Sai declares their meeting finished and turns to Kaji's duties as class representative. Kaji, still processing everything, barely registers it, recalling how he skipped middle school entirely. But just as he's about to leave, Sai stops him with one last, important piece of advice. His voice drops, delivering a chilling warning. Never mess with the students from Class B, because a single slip-up could get him killed. Death? Kaji is stunned. What could possibly make them so different from the brutes in his own class? Sai's answer is simple and ominous. They are fundamentally different. The scene shifts, landing on the door to classroom 1B. These students, Sai's voiceover explains, are special cases recommended directly by Ishinkai executives, as we see Ikari Tenma yawning amongst a pile of bodies. He looks over the carnage he's caused, utterly bored that even these supposed elites were so pathetically weak. With a predatory grin, he muses about finding a real fight, but then a new, more interesting thought seems to cross his mind. And with that thought, the scene shifts to the mundane reality of Class 1A, where the teacher chides a student for dozing off. A few days have passed since the entrance ceremony, and Kaji is already bored out of his mind by this surprisingly normal high school life. They're actually studying regular subjects, with strict rules against fighting outside of designated times. He'd expected all-out war, but because grades can affect admission into Ishinkai, everyone is actually trying. Of course, for someone like Kaji who couldn't care less about joining the Yakuza, this is all just a huge waste of time. Still, he admits, this school does have its own unique quirks. For example, the guy sitting right in front of him, currently chowing down on a very peculiar snack. That's right, it's dog food, a bizarre but apparently effective bulking method used by aspiring Yakuza. This strange trend has caught on, and now Kaji feels like he's sitting in the middle of a damn dog kennel. Even the blue-haired girl seems disgusted, wondering how anyone could possibly eat that stuff. Kaji lets out a sigh, reconsidering his initial goal of taking over Class B. That night, he's on the phone, deciding that the plan is officially on hold for now. His contact on the other end sounds surprised, asking if the new variables are really that dangerous. The voice belongs to Yushin Sato, who confirms from his high-rise office that the risk is far too great. He explains that certain students were personally recommended by senior Ishinkai members, their spies. The implication hits Kaji hard. One wrong move, and his entire identity could be exposed. If anyone runs a background check, it's game over. And he sighs, frustrated that his quick conquest is delayed. But Sato warns him there are other, even more serious reasons to be careful. Kaji listens, a flicker of unease in his eyes as Sato admits he can't even imagine their true power level. Just who are these mysterious figures, and what kind of hellish training has forged them into such threats? These aren't just delinquents. They're monsters who have overcome the danger of death time and time again. We see a glimpse of Ikari Tenma, a feral beast being calmly patted on the head by an unseen figure. Back in the present, a tall, silver-haired student approaches Kaji, remarking on how quickly he's made friends. Kaji's eyes flash red, unimpressed by the newcomer's arrogant and challenging gaze. Seeing the group, the student decides to leave for now, not wanting anyone getting in his way. He flashes a sinister grin, promising himself that he'll be back for Kaji later. Night falls over the school, and the day's tense encounters come to a close. But just as Kaji settles in at his apartment, a sudden noise from the door startles him. An insistent knocking echoes through the room, making him wonder who could possibly be there so late. With a sigh of annoyance, he gets up to answer, telling the unexpected visitor to hold on. He cautiously cracks open the door, asking who could possibly be there. The door clicks open, and his eyes widen in utter disbelief. A cold sweat breaks out as he demands to know what on earth they're doing here. But his visitor just smirks, clearly impressed by his recent and very violent exploits. Taking down an Ishinkai member and becoming class rep, well, they couldn't just ignore that. So, it's time to celebrate, and the reveal is none other than Natsume Ami from his class. She strikes a dramatic pose, announcing herself as his loyal retainer, here with gifts in hand. Apparently, she'd meant to come sooner but got held up by a long trip to the convenience store. And Kaji's immediate response? He starts slamming the door right in her face. He leaves her pounding on the door, screaming that she'll be expelled if she gets caught. But her desperate cries are swallowed by the night, echoing across the massive campus of Ishin High. The school's business management department is a full residential program, a place to supposedly foster unity. But the real purpose, the dark secret beneath the surface, has always been absolute control. This place is a pressure cooker, filled with violent delinquents who've already dabbled in serious crime. To protect the corporate image, Ishinkai keeps them on a tight leash, with constant surveillance disguised as supervision. And Kaji is currently having a panic attack, because two of the strictest rules are no curfew violations and no visiting other rooms. He's just broken both, or so he thinks, until Natsume calmly tells him to relax, because this is her room. With a wild look in her eye, she insists that this is what youth is all about, a little rule-breaking. But Kaji can't relax. He's sweating bullets, telling her she has to worry at least a little bit. She just shrugs, saying she'd only get expelled if caught, a response that leaves him completely stunned. She admits she feels for the idiots who look up to her, but honestly, getting expelled isn't the end of the world. And that cavalier attitude is the last straw for Kaji, whose eyes burn with a sudden fury. He's had enough, turning away and telling her to get out before he completely loses his temper. He wasn't sent to this school to play games with people like her, and he makes that painfully clear. For the first time, Natsume seems to understand she's crossed a line, her playful expression faltering. Kaji lays it all out. He can't afford to leave, and the burden he carries is nothing she could possibly comprehend. Realizing her mistake, she quickly bows an apology, admitting she was just messing around and doesn't want to quit either. In fact, she has her own reasons to stay, a promise not to disappoint the very people she just called idiots. So, she figures, she'll have to follow the class rep's lead, holding out an envelope to seal their new pact. She'll cooperate, but he has to have her back. Kaji just looks down at her offering, completely baffled. She casually mentions that since Class B is next, this little gift might come in handy. Kaji takes the envelope, his eyes widening in disbelief as he reads the contents. It's a full dossier, detailed profiles on every single student in Class B. She confirms it with a cheerful salute, explaining it has everything: their sponsors, their specialties, their entire history. His eyes flare red with intensity. This is classified information. He demands to know who she really is and how she got this. But Natsume just plays coy, suggesting they should get a little closer before she reveals all her secrets. Kaji, though suspicious, knows this is a game changer. This intel is a major find. He immediately starts planning, ready to analyze their weaknesses and launch an attack, but she quickly stops him. Stomping her foot down, she reminds him that he looks like the type to rush in without thinking, and fighting outside designated times is forbidden. She tells him not to rush, but to wait patiently for that to happen, leaving him utterly bewildered. The event she was talking about is the official school exchange meeting, a brutal showdown between classes. Natsume clarifies this is the sanctioned battle they should wait for, all while fanning herself dramatically in the heat. She complains about the temperature in his room, cheekily asking if she can just use his shower. For a guy who grew up a shut-in with no friends, this is a level of social interaction he was not prepared for. Kaji's face flushes crimson, his composure shattering as he chokes out a single command: leave. The scene shifts to a classroom lecture, where a teacher explains this very event to the class. He calls it a simple sports festival for brainless organisms, nothing more than pure hand-to-hand combat. Traditionally, it's a series of one-on-one matches, but that's only when the classes are considered equals. And as the teacher explains, with Natsume smirking knowingly, this year's Class B is packed with elite scholarship students. Kaji listens, stone-faced, as it's announced that because of this power imbalance, they're changing the rules. This year, each class will select a team, the president, and 2 others. It's a brutal tree-on-tree match. The teacher puts the pressure squarely on Ogami, their class president, to choose his partners wisely. The other students are already getting cocky, volunteering to crush the scholarship kids. But the teacher cuts through their enthusiasm with a stern warning. This exchange is designed to push everyone to their limits, and weapons are now allowed. The students pale as he clarifies the school will provide non-lethal gear, so no one will actually die. But his predatory gaze promises that permanent injury is very much on the table. He tells them to take a hard look at themselves, because knowing your limits is the only way to survive. Ogami glances back, his disdain clear. Acting tough without the skill to back it up just makes you dead weight. The teacher checks his phone, casually dropping the date for the exchange. They have exactly 20 days to prepare. His gaze then falls upon their class president, Ogami. The order is direct. Choose 2 members for the team and report back within the week. Ogami accepts without question. As an incentive, the teacher reveals he will personally train the chosen representatives. A menacing glint reflects in his sunglasses as he promises a training regimen so brutal it'll make them sick. And with that charming thought left hanging in the air, he waves a hand and declares class dismissed. The students sit in stunned silence, unable to process what just happened. Their teacher, meanwhile, is already skipping gleefully down the hall, ready to check out the new machines at the arcade. In another part of the school, Kaji cuts right to the chase, demanding answers. Natsume Aomi leans in with a playful grin, asking for his thoughts on the intel she provided, calling him as sharp as ever. She mercilessly teases him about how flustered he got earlier, but Kaji just grunts for her to shut up. Getting down to business, Natsume asks if anyone stood out, and Kaji confirms he has 3 people in mind. She smirks, confident she can guess exactly who he's thinking of. The top picks are all monsters. Hoyo Jin from the Kyushu faction, and Shirotani Ayo from the Hokkaido faction. And of course, rounding out the trio is the top pick from Ishinkai, Iwabuchi Takaru. With a cold glint in his eye, Kaji confirms her guesses are correct. Natsume scoffs, saying that was an obvious lineup even a child could have predicted. Since the exchange meet requires 3 reps, she assumes Class B's team is already set, but Kaji stops her cold with a single word. No. He explains that her information is incomplete. There's one more person he saw at the entrance ceremony whose file is missing. Natsume recognizes the description instantly. Blonde hair, casual clothes, she saw him too. She wonders how Kaji even noticed one missing file. Was this guy really that memorable? Kaji admits that at first, he just looked like another flashy delinquent, but something was different. It's hard to explain, but he recalls the moment. The guy was just oddly calm. Natsume points out that Ogami was perfectly composed as well. So what's the big deal? She excitedly concludes this mystery student must be as strong as Ogami, earning a light flick from Kaji. He tells her that's not the only thing. There was something more to his attitude. It was his composure, his posture. He seemed completely familiar with that kind of situation. Kaji's fist tightens on the desk as the realization finally hits him. How did he not see it before? The memory floods back. The moment the main event of the entrance ceremony began. Sure, the scholarship students might have been warned, but that wasn't it. The blonde's calmness wasn't just confidence, it was something else entirely. It was the unnerving composure of someone who had already experienced it all before. Natsume's voice pulls him back, but Kaji's mind is already connecting the dots. He asks if they can get information on students from other grades. She's confused, why would they need to know about upperclassmen? And then it hits her. Her eyes widen as she starts to understand his terrifying implication. That blonde delinquent, he might not even be a first year. But if that's true, she asks, why was he at the entrance ceremony? Kaji simply tells her that's what he's going to find out, ditching class to start his investigation. Natsume warns him not to just barge into an upperclassman's room, but he calmly reassures her he's not that reckless. His real plan is far more subtle. He's already sent the student profiles to his contact, Yushin Sato, but as he walks the halls, an unsettling thought emerges. Sato usually replies instantly. Something's not right. Suddenly, a voice calls out his real name, Ogami, and Kaji turns, his guard immediately up. Hanging from a window with a manic grin is Akari Tenma, the very delinquent he was investigating. The blonde's eyes gleam with predatory delight, eager for a private chat now that Kaji is finally alone. Kaji remains silent, a cold sweat breaking out as he assesses the dangerous energy rolling off this guy. So, instead of answering, he simply turns his back and walks away, completely ignoring the taunt. It was a trap, he realizes. Responding would have meant getting pulled into the psycho's pace. Ikari drops down with a frustrated smirk, deciding that if Kaji won't play nice, he has other ways to get his attention. But Ikari has one last gambit, casually dropping the one name Kaji never wanted to hear. Shindo Yoichi. The world stops. Kaji slowly turns, his eyes burning red with a single, dangerous question. Ikari just smirks, amused by the raw reaction, and asks if he should say the name again. He revels in the chaos has created, realizing his little jab worked even better than Head hoped. That's it. Kaji's calculated calm shatters, and he explodes forward, fueled by pure rage. A sharp, predatory grin splits across Ikari's face. This is exactly what he wanted. With a gleeful ready, go, he leaps backward, right out of the third-story window. If Kaji wants answers, he's going to have to catch him first. Mid-air, Ikari flashes a wild grin, declaring that their little game of tag has officially begun. He plummets towards the ground with Kaji diving right out of the window in hot pursuit. As he falls, Ikari's eyes lock onto his landing zone with practiced ease. He twists through the air, using the schoolyard trees like his personal playground. A quick swing off a branch, and he lands perfectly, cracking the pavement with a confident flourish. Heh, he can't help but think to himself that was a pretty cool entrance. Turning with a smug grin, he sarcastically tells Yoichi to be careful on his way down, but a massive shadow suddenly blots out the sun, and Ikari looks up in confusion. Kaji lands not with grace, but with the force of a freight train, shattering the ground beneath him. Ikari watches him rise, wondering why he's coming at him with such brute force. But when Kaji turns around, his eyes are glowing with a terrifying, demonic red light. The blonde's smugness evaporates, shocked that Kaji would unleash this killing intent for a simple game of tag. Ikari scrambles back, all his bravado gone in an instant. This wasn't tag, this was a hunt. Dropping to all fours like a beast, Kaji warns him it's no fun if he ends it too quickly. Elsewhere, a nervous man stutters before his boss, asking if something is wrong. The man turns, revealing the scarred face of Chairman Mikado, his eyes glowing with that same crimson light. The chairman's gaze is unblinking as he repeats his simple, chilling command to just go ahead. Back at the school, Kaji bolts forward, intent on confirming something for himself. He blitzes past another fleeing student, who can only cry out as he's left in the dust. Ikari glances back, a sly grin returning. He mockingly compliments Kaji's stamina, adding, "Like father, like son, huh?" That one line stops Kaji cold. He roars in fury, demanding to know what Ikari means by that. His mind races with shock and anger. Just how much could this random punk possibly know? A dark memory flashes through his mind, an enforcer from his past. Was this all a setup to get rid of him? As he runs, his mind descends into a spiral of doubt. Why now? Is this a trap? Can he even handle this alone? But he forces the panic down, his expression hardening. No. He has to stay calm. Freaking out won't change a thing. He knows there's only one clear path forward. Ikari glances back with a smug grin, thinking Kaji has already gassed out. He needs to capture him, right here, with everything he's got. And Kaji explodes with a sudden burst of speed. He lunges, his hand outstretched, his eyes screaming that this is the end. But Ikari reacts, twisting his body into a desperate counterpunch, refusing to go down so easily. The blow is stopped cold, blocked perfectly, as Kaji's crimson-tinged eye stares back, completely unfazed. But Ikari's powerful kick slams into an unbreakable wall as Kaji holds his ground. The blonde's cocky expression melts into pure shock, baffled by Kaji's impossible reflexes. Kaji calmly straightens his uniform, the red patterns on his cuffs pulsing with a faint energy. He can still feel the ache in his arm. A direct hit would have definitely broken a bone. Annoyed, Ikari can't believe his special move was just shrugged off like it was nothing. His frustration suddenly twists into a wide, unsettling grin as he finally acknowledges Kaji's talent. Changing tactics completely, he offers Kaji a reward. 3 questions, answered honestly. He even promises to stop using his real name, Shindo Yoichi. But Kaji's eyes narrow with suspicion. Weighing his options, he decides to play along for now, cutting straight to the heart of it. Who are you? The blonde mocks the question but casually introduces himself as Nanto, a second-year student. Kaji's suspicion deepens. How does this guy know him, and what does he mean by returned? Nanto explains that a certain old man he knows wouldn't shut up about Kaji. With a wild grin, he reveals this man is his company's president, a powerful figure called Higuma. And just like that, he snaps the conversation shut, declaring the 3 questions have been used up. Kaji tenses, understanding immediately that the friendly facade is over. Nanto's playful demeanor vanishes as he clenches his fist, his aura turning deadly serious. He issues a challenge. He's going to use one technique, and Kaji's only job is to endure it. His eyes burn with intensity. As he lays out the stakes, the outcome will decide if Kaji lives or dies. Tenma warns Kaji that in this arena, there are no safety measures. Kaji is stunned, sweat beading on his face as he wonders what just happened. Just a moment ago, Tenma was a different person, but now an intense aura explodes from him. Before Kaji can process it, Tenma is already in his face, collar in hand. This guy is no joke. A fist blurs towards him, and Kaji's mind goes blank, unable to comprehend the situation. But the punch never lands, intercepted by a third party as Kaji realizes the attack's name, Higuma Ryu. The teacher effortlessly catches Tenma's wrist, stopping the ferocious attack cold. With a single, fluid motion, he unleashes a devastating kick that sends Tenma flying. Now, holding both boys by the collar, the teacher scolds them for having the guts to skip class just to fight. The teacher grips Kaji's collar, reminding him that school is for learning, not fighting. But Kaji isn't listening. His attention is fixed on a figure rising in the background, a cold dread washing over him. It's Yushin Sato, an executive director, and he does not look pleased with this little interruption. He glares down, his tone dripping with menace as he asks the teacher if he has any idea who he's messing with. But Sato's authority vanishes as a new figure steps in, and suddenly the executive is on his knees in submission. The newcomer calmly tells Sato to relax, remarking that these students are the future. A jolt of pure horror runs through Kaji as his eye flares red with recognition it couldn't be. The man with a face covered in scars introduces himself as the head of the new one group. He's also the master of this very school and the sworn enemy who took everything from Kaji. And just like that, Kaji is thrown back into a memory, a voice from his past echoing in his mind. It was his teacher, his mentor, instructing a younger Kaji to pretend they were strangers in public. The boy had been frustrated, asking why he had to hide. wondering if he was really that weak. His teacher had smirked, admitting that wasn't entirely wrong, much to the boy's annoyance. But he explained that there was a far more important reason for their secrecy. A chilling reason. He was an executive director for the New One Group, and more than that, he was the right-hand man to Chairman Mikado himself. Back in the present, the teacher's cold gaze fixes on Kaji, noting how the color has drained from his face. He reminds the boy that the chairman is speaking to him, a subtle but urgent warning to snap out of it. Chairman Mikado looms over him, his voice low and threatening, telling Kaji that now is not the time to bare his fangs. With a heavy step, Kaji plants his feet, refusing to back down. The chairman's voice is a silken threat, almost a plea, but Kaji is trembling, not with fear, but with something far more dangerous. He wants him to keep his composure, to know his place. He feigns concern, asking why Kaji has such a defiant attitude, admitting it's starting to annoy him. But in Kaji's mind, a storm is brewing. From the moment he learned the truth, he's been waiting for this exact day. As the chairman smugly asks for his name, his fist tightens, knuckles white. The day the man above everyone else would finally be within his grasp. Just as the chairman snaps, asking if he's even listening, a flash of crimson erupts from Kaji's eyes, and for the first time, a flicker of genuine shock crosses the chairman's face. But in a stunning reversal, Kaji bows deeply, deciding that for now, this is enough. He declares it an honor, promising the chairman he knows his place and won't get ahead of himself. Yet his inner voice seethes with purpose. He is Ukami, and he's building himself for the ultimate revenge. He'll bow as many times as it takes, looking up with glowing eyes to declare that his true goal is the chairman. Surrounded by the chairman's top enforcers, Kaji maintains his perfect, subservient posture. A smirk plays on the chairman's lips, intrigued by this kid's audacity. His goal is him? Kaji confirms it, claiming he wants to be just like him, to stand at the very top of the organization. This is too much for Sato, who tries to silence Kaji for his presumptuous classroom speech. But the chairman stops him, finding such ambition to be a good thing, and orders the boy to look up. Kaji raises his head, his expression now a mask of calm, but his eyes they burn with cold, unwavering resolve. The chairman squints, acknowledging the sharp, defiant look in the young man's eyes. But their standoff is cut short by an assistant, announcing that the board meeting is about to begin. He scoffs in annoyance, wondering aloud if they can't handle a single meeting without him. With a final command for Sato to follow, the chairman turns to leave. Kaji remains perfectly still, now under the silent, calculating gaze of his supposed teacher. The man addresses him by his new moniker, Ukami, letting the name hang in the air. But before he's gone, the chairman glances back, promising he'll remember that name. Beside Kaji, Tenma is completely starstruck, his hands flying to his head in shock. He can hardly believe it that was the chairman Mikado, a man whose presence is utterly overwhelming. Kaji looks over with a wry smile, observing that Tenma doesn't seem to view him as an enemy. Kaji calmly probes, pointing out that Tenma didn't move against him in front of the chairman. Tenma just laughs it off, saying Kaji should be grateful his real identity wasn't exposed right then and there. So what is he after? Kaji asks, but Tenma just shrugs, claiming he hasn't even decided yet. He then reminds Kaji of their brief clash, sneering that if the chairman hadn't stepped in, Kaji would already be dead. A bead of sweat trickles down Kaji's face. He knows Tenma is right, he couldn't even react. Tenma calls him a mere baby wolf, revealing that his attack was just a basic technique from his dokugi. He explains that dokugi are original combat techniques, a fighter's unique signature style. Most of Class B's special students have one, drilled into them by the New One executives. And with a chilling look, Tenma declares that at Kaji's current level, he wouldn't stand a chance against them. The exchange meet is coming up, and while he won't die, Tenma makes one thing clear: he better win, no matter what. Tenma continues his warning, saying if Kaji gets crushed by Class B and proves to be a weakling, he'll personally kill him, a knife appearing in his hand to show his dead serious. As Tenma turns to leave, he tells Kaji he'll see him again after the exchange meet. He offers one last piece of advice: just get stronger, because even then his chances are 50-50 at best. As the blonde waves goodbye, Kaji asks if it's impossible for him to beat Class B without a dokugi. Tenma glances back, admitting it would be tough, especially since Kaji lacks any size advantage. The reality of his situation hits Kaji, his eyes glowing red with intensity. He needs every edge he can find. This is bad. He only has 20 days until the exchange, and he's at a complete disadvantage. He doesn't know anyone who can teach him, but then a thought strikes him. There might be one person in this school. Tenma smirks, having read him like an open book, and mocks him for being terrible at hiding his thoughts. Kaji grits his teeth, demanding to know who this mysterious person is that Tenma's talking about. The blonde just scoffs, mocking Kaji for being too dense to see what's right in front of him. And speak of the devil, back in the classroom, Natsume Ayomi's eyes widen in absolute shock. The air grows heavy as we're told about a man who left a permanent scar on his Shinkai's history. A living legend, known only as Itsuki Chino, their very own teacher. He looms over a terrified Natsume, lifting his shades to pin her with an ice-cold stare, asking for Ogami's whereabouts. She can only stammer, praying her class president comes back soon to save her from this monster. The whole classroom is a war zone, students piled up like firewood as the teacher roars at them not to move. A sadistic grin spreads across his face. He's been going easy on them, but that's about to change. At that exact moment, Ogami freezes in the hallway, a cold sweat breaking out as he senses the danger. He steps inside, his eyes scanning the carnage as the teacher mockingly welcomes the problem child home. Natsume can barely hold back her relief. Her president is finally here, even as the teacher lays into him. The man's hand tightens around a heavy wooden pole, his intentions crystal clear. With a menacing red aura, he snaps it in two, promising to make Ogami regret his tardiness. A twisted, sadistic grin spreads across Chino's face. A class representative needs to be taught a lesson, after all. But Ogami just stares back, completely unfazed, as he's told he'll be staying after school. He doesn't even bother to hide his annoyance, letting out a sharp click of his tongue. The sun sets, casting long shadows as the school day finally comes to a close. Chino leans in close, gloating that the price for skipping his class is a steep one. And we see Ogami's punishment, cleaning the entire classroom all by himself. As he cleans, Ogami thinks to himself that this punishment is actually pretty light. He even calls out to Chino, wondering if just cleaning the classroom is all there is to it. Chino smirks, offering to add the gym to his duties if this isn't enough for him. Wiping sweat from his brow, Ogami quickly backtracks, feeling like he dodged a bullet. But his relief fades as a flicker of red crosses his eyes. There's something he needs from this man. Watching from his desk, Chino misreads the situation, thinking the boy is just sulking. Ogami's mind races. He has to learn Chino's special technique, but he can't just ask for it now. He sighs, wondering if he has to wait until the teacher is in a better mood. But Chino's voice cuts through the silence, telling him to spit out whatever is on his mind. Ogami freezes, shocked that his inner turmoil was so painfully obvious. Chino smirks, claiming it's second nature for a teacher to see through immature brats. And according to him, Ogami is especially easy to read. The teacher continues his psychoanalysis, noting the invisible wall Ogami always keeps up. He can tell the boy is always on guard, keeping everyone at a distance. But right now, that wall is gone, and he just looks like a high schooler struggling with a problem. With his arms crossed, Chino tells him it's all written on his face, so he should just ask. He even mocks the boy, telling him to quit looking like a scared puppy. Taking a deep breath, Ogami finally makes up his mind. He blurts out his request. He wants Chino to teach him the dokugi technique for the exchange meet. The teacher's smug expression vanishes, replaced by pure shock as he asks, how does he even know that name? Ogami explains he almost got hit by an upperclassman's dokugi, and that's how he heard the teacher had one too. Chino mutters to himself, annoyed someone leaked his secret, before gripping the mop handle with deadly intent. Suddenly, he addresses Keiji, telling him to watch carefully. He warns that this could get dangerous, and then explodes into motion, a blur swinging the mop right at Ogami. Kaji's eyes widen in sheer disbelief at the teacher's impossible speed. It triggers a memory. It's just like the technique Tenma used, the Ishin-style sword drawing art. Chino unleashes the first style, blade sharpening, a technique meant to cut down anything in its path. He stops abruptly, sighing that he must be getting old. Ogami stands there completely frozen, holding what's left of the mop handle, now cleanly sliced in two. He looks down in shock. Not only is the handle broken, but his shirt is shredded as if by a real sword. Kaji is completely stunned, his mind reeling from the impossible feat he just saw. With the splintered wood in hand, Chino remarks that it's been a while since he felt a blade like this. He then turns to his student, asking what he thought of his signature technique, the dokugi. The teacher throws down a challenge, asking if Kaji really thinks he can copy it. Kaji is utterly speechless, the sheer gap in their power hanging heavy in the air. Chino smirks, knowing the answer. Of course, not any fool could see that's impossible. He begins to explain that his dokugi is a technique meant only for yappa users. It's a skill born from swinging a blade tens of thousands of times, until it becomes part of you. To learn it before the exchange meet? Chino says he'd have to die, and be reborn for that to happen. But then, he grips the handle tightly, ready to reveal the true starting point of their training. With a swift motion, Chino declares that from what he's observed, his signature technique just doesn't suit Kaji. He explains that a yappa is incredibly sharp, but it's also extremely fragile, breaking easily and becoming useless. Therefore, it's a weapon best wielded by fighters who use precise, calculated movements, waiting for the perfect opening. And that, he says directly to the stunned Kaji, is why he would never be able to master it. Chino reminds him that his entire style is built on reckless, head-on assaults. A brutal fighting method backed by raw physical power and overwhelming aggression. A yappa is simply too fragile for someone like him. He'd be better off with blunt weapons or hand-to-hand combat. And unfortunately, the teacher admits, those particular skills are not his area of expertise. Kaji is left speechless, a cold sweat running down his cheek as the reality sinks in. He knew it would be difficult, but to be told he couldn't even start, the thought is absolutely crushing. Kaji's hand trembles as he clenches it into a fist, his mind racing with the strong opponent's hell inevitably face. How can he be hitting a wall already, especially when B-class is surging ahead with their dokugi techniques? Lost in his frustration, he doesn't notice his teacher, Chino, standing right in front of him. A small, knowing smirk plays on Chino's lips. He asks Kaji why the supposed ace of A-class has such a panicked look on his face. Still, he admits that Kaji's burning frustration is a powerful motivator. With that, Chino announces it's time to test his resolve with a special method he hasn't used in a while. Kaji can only watch, confused, as his teacher walks away, wondering what he could possibly mean. Chino explains that B-class's flashy techniques are nothing more than kids playing with toys. He reveals that with a strong foundation, Kaji can win without a dokugi, and he knows the perfect training to build it. Kaji, desperate for a new path, follows his teacher's lead. But this is the special menu he was promised? A bizarre-looking training dummy. He peeks into the room, a wave of confusion washing over him. He can't help but ask what this thing is. Chino just smirks, telling him this is his new training partner. And as Kaji soon discovers, he's going to be stuck with them for a very, very long time. To demonstrate, Chino's entire aura shifts as he winds up a devastating punch. He unleashes it with blinding speed, a blur of raw power. The impact is immense, a shockwave exploding from his fist. But instead of breaking, the dummy just hisses, letting off a puff of steam. Chino turns to Kaji, casually asking what he thought of the display. Kaji admits the power was incredible, but he doesn't really get what's so special about it. To him, it just looked like a normal punch. Chino smirks and says, "Next." He throws another punch, but this time, the impact is utterly different. The dummy's head is completely blown off its stand, sent flying across the room. Kaji can only stare in disbelief as it smashes headfirst into the far wall. Chino calmly asks if Kaji noticed the difference that time. Kaji is stunned. The motion was the same, but the damage was on another level entirely. This, Chino explains, is the technique he's here to learn, the precision strike. He reveals the first punch was full force, while the second, devastating blow had barely any strength behind it at all. Chino holds up his fist, emphasizing that the second, weaker-feeling strike was paradoxically the stronger one. The entire difference, he reveals, comes down to distance and applying force at the precise impact point. Kaji, utterly lost, can only repeat the term, trying to understand this new concept. Chino explains that maximum damage is only dealt when a limb is fully extended at the moment of contact. Hitting the target before reaching that point is a common, amateurish mistake. All it does is push the opponent away, bleeding off the kinetic energy of the blow. Not only is it ineffective, but it's also a complete waste of stamina, leaving the attacker vulnerable. But a true precision strike, landing perfectly, focuses all that power into a single, shattering point. With the lesson laid bare, Chino tells Kaji to master this one technique before they move on. And to aid his training, a specially crafted dummy is presented, designed for this exact purpose. Chino explains that it's all about matching the distance to the target at the precise moment of impact. And to demonstrate, he unleashes a devastatingly fast punch, right into the dummy's head. The strike lands with a sickening crack, blowing the target's faceplate clean off. He smirks, pointing out how the dummy is designed so only the part he struck was destroyed. Then, he reveals the real challenge. A gym filled with these dummies, a timer set for 1 minute. He mocks Kaji slightly, saying even clearing half would be impressive, which gets a rise out of the kid. But Chino quickly shuts him down, revealing that even at his peak, he couldn't clear this test. The goal was set impossibly high for a reason. The test was never designed to be completed. Kaji's eyes widen as he processes this, asking if that means no one has ever succeeded. With a confident grin, Chino holds up a single finger, revealing there was one person, the man who designed this very training. Chino answers the unspoken question with a confident smirk, claiming no one he knows could ever surpass him. The name he drops is a shocker. Shindu, the former chairman. Kaji is left speechless. Chino explains the man was simply born different, blessed with overwhelming strength from the very start. With a new fire in his eyes, Kaji sincerely thanks his sensei, catching the teacher a bit off guard. In his mind, Kaji realizes this is the very first time he's ever heard that name, the name of the father he never met. And this revelation fills him with an ecstatic, burning motivation. The next morning at school, Natsume Aomi bursts into the classroom with her usual bright energy. With finger guns blazing, she playfully calls out to someone, asking if the teacher gave them a hard time. But as she continues her teasing, her cheerful expression suddenly freezes in place. She points in horror at Kaji's hands, which are now wrapped in blood-soaked bandages. She points out that despite the blood, his body seems completely unharmed. Her mind races in disbelief. Did he actually fight their teacher? Is that Chino's blood? No way. Kaji just brushes it off, claiming the training menu he was given was just a little intense. Just then, a cheerful greeting announces the arrival of the silver-haired Ikari Tenma. Kaji's eyes lock onto them both. Perfect timing. He tells them to come with him to the exchange meeting. Has already gotten the teacher's approval, he says, and their joint training starts today. Ikari is absolutely thrilled, but Kaji simply welcomes him to the team, completely ignoring Natsume. She snaps, turning away and declaring she has no interest in a pointless fight like that. But Kaji coldly states they have no choice, since he can't exactly pick the losers they already beat down. He twists the knife, reminding her of her big talk about crawling at his feet, calling it a disappointment. With a theatrical sigh, Kaji muses that he'll just have to find someone else, hitting Natsume right where it hurts. And just like that, she caves, shouting that she'll go. He gives a knowing smirk. He had her figured out from the start. Natsume slumps in defeat, already dreading the ordeal, as Kaji offers a simple, almost dismissive thanks for her cooperation. But a simple thank you isn't going to cut it. She snaps, getting right in his face, questioning if that's really all he has to say. She leans in closer, voice rising as she reminds him of all the times she's helped him out, leaving Kaji completely flustered. Grabbing him by the collar, she demands a proper reward, some actual sincerity. Panicked, he blurts out that he'll grant her one request. A dangerous glint appears in her eyes. This was the opening she was waiting for. Then she drops the bombshell, demanding he go on a date with her. Kaji is frozen in pure, unadulterated shock. With a terrifyingly intense smile, she holds him firmly, making it clear this is not a negotiation. She spells it out for the whole class to hear. This weekend, he's taking her on a date. The entire class watches, frozen, as Natsume has Kaji completely cornered against his desk. But elsewhere, a different kind of lesson is taking place over the phone. Kaji is being told about the precision strike training he's apparently started. It's a high-level technique, one that could allow him to break through even the toughest defenses. Hez impressed with Itsuka's methods, but his admiration quickly turns to irritation. He dials up Sato, demanding to know why he was never taught these personal techniques himself. Sato's answer is brutally honest. Kaji simply hadn't reached that level yet. He explains that trying to master advanced skills without a solid foundation is just reckless. And then, with a hint of mockery, he asks if Kaji plans on learning while still wearing that collar. Kaji argues he could at least learn this one skill, but Sato shuts him down, saying there just wasn't time. Sato lays it out cold. Kaji's body was so weak, they barely had time to get him to a baseline. He reminds him that there's an order to everything, a process Kaji just hadn't earned the right to skip. Changing the subject, Sato asks where Kaji is, who tells him he's in Shinjuku for an appointment. He clarifies that he was basically forced into it by a classmate, so he reluctantly agreed to meet. Sato immediately starts teasing him, pointing out that his long-winded excuse makes it sound suspiciously like a date. Kaji insists it's not, explaining that this girl is just unstoppable once she's made up her mind. He mentions that the person he's meeting is a tricky one named Natsume, and suddenly Sato's teasing demeanor vanishes. He asks a very specific question. Does this Natsume happen to have blue hair? Kaji is stunned. How could he possibly know? Without waiting, Sato stands up, demanding her full name, his voice now laced with urgency. The moment Kaji says Natsume Umi, Sato's entire expression freezes in shock and disbelief. Over the phone, Kaji waits in stunned silence, trying to understand Sato's sudden alarm. Sato's voice comes back, low and serious, warning him to stay away from that girl if at all possible. Before he can explain further, his voice cuts out, replaced by a new speaker with a critical intelligence drop. It seems someone else is on the line now, giving Kaji the intel he desperately needs on Natsume Umi. She was once the head of Tokyo's capital society, a fact that already sends a chill down his spine. But it gets worse. She's the daughter of Natsume Kaito, the current boss of the New One Group. Just as this sinks in, a cheerful voice appears behind him. It's Natsume Umi herself. The voice on the phone continues its grim report. Her father is also Chairman Mikado's right-hand man. Completely unaware of the bombshells being dropped, she thanks him for coming and wishes for a fun day. Kaji just stands there, sweating, utterly baffled as to why a high-risk individual of her caliber would ever approach him. And instead of an ambush, Kaji is met with a surprisingly impressive Italian feast. Natsume gets ridiculously excited, needing a picture because dorm life is usually so bland. She eagerly brandishes her knife and fork, ready to dig in, while Kaji just stares, completely lost. With a happy sigh, she starts eating, utterly unaware of the storm brewing in his mind. She even comments on how good it tastes compared to the high-protein dog food she usually eats. Kaji was on high alert after Sato's call, but this entire day has been shockingly normal. They went shopping, hit the game arcade, all painfully mundane date activities. They wandered through town, even stopping to watch a couple of drunks have a go at each other. And after their day out, the meal that started it all is now just a collection of empty plates. Kaji's barely touched his salad when Natsume, having devoured everything else, asks where the pasta went. But for Natsume, the meal isn't over. With a dead serious look, She declares the real deal is just starting, and that real deal is dessert. She enthusiastically waves down a waitress, ready for round 2. Kaji just stares blankly as she fawns over the tablet, completely unable to decide on a cake. And as he watches her, it all starts to click. He thinks, this girl is the daughter of the chairman? There's just no way. But then, his eyes glow red with realization. No, wait, if that's true, it would explain absolutely everything. He flashes back to the moment she gave him the crucial information on Class B. The source was her all along. With her father being Chairman Mikado, she'd have unlimited access. And while Kaji connects the dots, she's just taking pictures of her parfait. She even offers him a bite. But he's too lost in thought, muttering that he's not into sweets. Natsume jokingly warns him not to beg for a taste later, and all he can manage is a distracted yeah. As their strange day together comes to a close, the sun sets over the city. As they walk, Natsume decides to get a little more personal, asking Kaji about his family. She figures if they're going to get closer, they should know more about each other. But Keiji's answer is blunt and brutal. He doesn't have a family. They're all dead, completely shattering her cheerful mood. From the shadows, a stranger with a cigarette steps out, apologizing for his insensitive timing. Kaji dismisses the apology, but the man's next words catch him completely off guard. He casually asks Natsume if she's from the Capital Society, a name that makes both of them freeze. Kaji's eyes narrow, demanding to know who this guy is and what he's doing here. The man introduces himself and his partner as top candidates for the Class B mixer, Ukyo Jin and Shirotani Ayo. Jin recognizes Kaji as Ukami, the Class A rep, but Kaji is still reeling from that one phrase, Capital Society? Sizing Kaji up, Jin smirks, wondering aloud why girls always fall for these unimpressive herbivore types. Jin then turns his attention to Natsume, asking if a guy like Kaji can really satisfy her. He leans in with a smug look, clarifying he means physically and sexually, because he is obviously way better. His partner, Shirotani, chimes in, agreeing that a carnivore is always better than a herbivore. But instead of reacting, Natsume and Kaji just turn and walk away, completely ignoring them. Jin's face twists in fury, warning them he'll use force if they keep messing with him. He then catches himself, a nasty little smirk spreading across his face as he comes to a conclusion. He muses that growing up around defective guys must have given her terrible taste in men. What a pathetic girl, he thinks, born under an unlucky star and destined to suffer. But that's the last straw, as Natsume spins on her heel and smashes her elbow right into his jaw. She glares back with pure disgust, clicking her tongue as if he's just trash she had to take out. Jin grabs her arm, a twisted smile on his face, finding her frustrated expression hot. He tells her not to get too pessimistic. A Class A like her could never beat a Class B like him. But just as he tells her to accept reality, a blur of motion cuts through the air. Before anyone can react, Keiji is suddenly between them, arms raised to stop the fight. Jin is completely stunned, demanding to know what the hell Kaji thinks he's doing. Kaji calmly begins to explain his actions from a simple, objective point of view. He's not just a fellow classmate, but also the class rep for Class A, a fact that shocks Natsume. Then his eyes flare a dangerous red as he makes it clear. He just doesn't like Ukyo Jin. Jin's own eyes glow with a menacing green light, his aura erupting with fury. The three of them are frozen in a standoff, the air crackling with unspoken violence. Jin stares in utter disbelief, wondering if he's hearing things correctly. But Kaji just smirks back, confirming that yes, Jin's ears are working perfectly fine. Perhaps, Kaji muses with a glint in his crimson eye. His initial explanation was just too complex for a simple-minded monkey who only knows how to chase after girls. The insult hits its mark, and Jin's face darkens with rage. Before he can lunge, his companion Shirotani steps in, calmly telling him to stand down. He reminds Jin that causing trouble off campus is a one-way ticket to expulsion. Jin grits his teeth, the sound echoing his barely contained fury. Taking a deep breath, he reluctantly turns away, admitting that Shirotani has a point. He's not about to get kicked out of school over some weakling. Kaji simply watches him retreat, his expression cold and utterly unimpressed by the display. But just as Jin's crew walks away, he spins around for a cheap shot from behind. Kaji's reflexes are insane, and he catches the fist mid-swing, his grip like steel. With a dangerous glint in his red eyes, he reminds Jin of a crucial detail. They're not near school anymore, and out here in Shinjuku, no one cares what happens in the dark. In a flash, a vortex of pure wind energy seems to erupt around Kaji. He unleashes a devastating series of strikes, a whirlwind of fists and feet. Jin is completely overwhelmed, unable to defend against the sheer speed and pressure. A brutal spinning kick connects, sending the brawler flying through the air. Even Kaji seems surprised, sweat beading on his face as he wonders what that power was. Jin can only stare in disbelief, realizing every single attack was generating wind with a spinning technique. But Jin isn't out of the fight yet, twisting through the air to launch a counter of his own. Kaji coolly observes the flurry, recognizing the technique as one worthy of the South Wind Society. His training, however, has changed him. His eyes now perceive battles on a whole new level. The attacks are fast, yes, but for Kaji, he can now see the exact point where each strike is headed. His strategy is simple. Create just enough distance to evade the initial impact, then strike the point of origin with a perfectly timed counterattack. He puts his theory to the test, landing a clean, precise blow right on Jin's jaw. A flicker of satisfaction crosses Kaji's face. His training is already paying off. He prepares for the next move, his red eyes glowing with newfound confidence. But Jin just stands there, completely unfazed, wondering what the hell that weak punch was supposed to be. Jin's face twists in sheer disgust. This wasn't a fight, it was a half-hearted tap. He scoffs, asking if Kaji is trying to make a fool of him, but Kaji is dead serious. He just hasn't perfected the technique yet. And that casual admission is the final straw. From the sidelines, Shirotani groans. There's nothing in this world Jin hates more than being underestimated. The sheer audacity of it all, a nobody from Class A, daring to use him, a Class B elite, as a simple training dummy. A furious green aura explodes from Jin's body. The time for games is over. No one has ever disrespected him this badly, and he clenches his fist, ready to make Kaji pay. He lunges, vowing to kill him with the South Wind's signature technique. Dokugi! Natsume screams in horror, realizing he's going for a lethal blow, but Kaji just watches him come. Natsume desperately tries to pull Kaji away, pleading for them to just leave, but he just tells her not to worry, a chilling calmness in his eyes that only makes her more afraid. As Jin rushes in, Kaji simply crosses his arms, a motion he's practiced 1,000 times. He knows that when an enemy charges recklessly like this, it's actually an advantage for him, and in that split second, his mind flashes back to his grueling training days, kneeling on the floor, exhausted. Back then, his mentor, the legendary Sai, stood over him, admitting his growth was slow but steady. The young Kaji had a question for his sensei, a problem he couldn't solve on his own. He asked how to handle a real opponent who moves wildly, not like a predictable training dummy. Sai was impressed, telling him to think ahead by visualizing something simple. Baseball. A batter doesn't just swing. He reads the trajectory of the ball, predicting its path long before it arrives. Sai's voice echoes in his mind. Fighting is all the same. And in the present, Kaji unleashes his own style, the Southwind combat art's first form. A vortex of power swirls around his fist as he prepares the namikaze. An opponent like Jin is the unpredictable curveball. And in this game, Kaji is the batter, his eyes glowing with deadly focus. The lesson was simple. Stay poised, read the trajectory, and then swing. But if your opponent comes at you like a fastball, charging straight ahead, well, you don't need a complicated plan for that. You just swing with everything you've got. And when you land that one clean, perfect hit, the collision is absolute, leaving only one man standing. The dust settles, revealing the silent, stunning outcome of their clash. His companions are speechless. The Southwind Society's secret art was defeated just like that. To Kaji, it was a simple equation. One punch, one decisive result. But as Jin comes to, his face contorts not with pain, but with pure, unadulterated rage. He struggles back to his feet, spitting that this isn't over yet. Kaji just stares back, his expression ice cold, utterly unimpressed by the display. Losing all composure, Jin screams for a knife, but Shirotani grabs him, trying to stop the madness. He smacks his partner on the head, desperately trying to get him to listen to reason for once. Kaji looks down on the pathetic scene, telling him to stop disgracing himself. Shirotani drags his friend away, apologizing for the temper tantrum and chalking it up to hype for their joint training. With a deep bow, Shirotani apologizes for his partner's rudeness, a surprisingly reasonable end to the chaos. But as he hauls the still fuming Jin away, Kaji silently mocks him, thinking Shirotani's the one who finished him off. Just as they're about to leave the alley for good, Kaji calls out, stopping them in their tracks. He had almost forgotten to say something important. With a completely straight face, he thanks Shirotani, using his real name, Ogami. Shirotani turns back, confused, asking what he's being thanked for. He admits he'd been looking down on Class A, thinking the joint training would be a total waste of time. But after witnessing Kaji's power firsthand, he's now genuinely looking forward to it. They part ways with a new understanding, a promise to meet again at the training event. The tension finally broken, Kaji turns to Natsume, who's been stunned silent this whole time, and asks if she's alright. She quickly turns his concern back on him, insisting he's the one who should be worried after that fight. But her mind is elsewhere, replaying the unbelievable power he just displayed. To think he beat a monster like Jin Ukyo without even breaking a sweat or using a special technique. She looks down at her own arm, remembering the moment he grabbed it. With just a simple grip, he had held her completely still, and she couldn't even budge. Shaking off the awe, she clenches her fist, a new resolve hardening her expression. She suddenly remembers the time, pointing out they're about to miss their curfew. With that, the two of them finally begin their quiet walk back down the empty street. They soon arrive back at the school dorms under the dark night sky. Before they part ways, she turns to him, offering a genuine thank you for everything he did. She apologizes for dragging him into her problems, but he coolly dismisses her concerns. However, there's something else on his mind, a detail from earlier that doesn't quite add up. He brings up the profile she gave him on Jin Ukyo, remembering it clearly stated he was a bladed weapon specialist. So why, he asks, did the guy come at him with a martial arts technique? Natsume instantly identifies it as the Minamikaze Kai style. A flicker of red in Shindo's eyes reveals a dawning, dangerous realization as he connects the dots. She explains their brutal training method. Learn every single technique first, then pick a specialty. It's inefficient, but possible. Shindo processes this grimly, realizing the Ukyo he faced today might be holding back his true, bladed potential for the joint training. Seeing his intensity, Natsume gets curious, asking if something happened between him and Ukyo in the past. He denies any major incident, chalking it up to the simple fact that he's a known quantity in their world. She smirks, understanding completely. Her father was the chairman of the Capital Association, a title that still invites trouble. She confesses that because so many people hated the Capital Authority, she learned to hide who she was. It was a quiet, painful burden she carried, forcing her to walk away from her own identity. But the real twist, she admits, is that no one in the world hates the authority more than she does. She immediately catches herself, flustered, realizing she's just revealed far too much. With a forced laugh, she tries to wave it off, telling him to just forget she said anything. But Shindo's gaze is sharp, his red-tinged eyes seeing right through her flimsy act. Natsume turns and walks on, trying to escape the heavy atmosphere she just created. He watches her go, thinking to himself that there's no way he can just ignore that confession. He realizes that just like earlier, and even now, she's putting up a front. He finally says it plainly. She doesn't look okay at all, and her pained expression says it all. He stops her right there, demanding to know what's truly hurting her. His tone is dead serious, cutting through her act with genuine concern. Natsume is so taken aback by this uncharacteristic kindness that she blurts out he must be an angel, because the Ogami she knows is practically a demon. She tries to deflect with a joke, pulling out a yellow card for him sounding like a real friend. Shindo coolly replies that he still doesn't believe he needs friends. He knows getting involved with her is dangerous, a risk he probably shouldn't take. But even so, he can't just pretend he didn't see her suffering. He tells her plainly that he won't ignore her pain, not after she's helped him out. And then he declares he wants to be someone she can rely on, leaving Natsume utterly speechless. The silence hangs heavy between them after his shocking declaration, but instead of a reply, Natsume can't help but let out a snort of laughter. Shindo is completely baffled, demanding to know what's so funny. She beams, telling him his awkward attempt at friendship is hilarious. With a playful jab, she calls him a total weirdo, leaving him slightly flustered. She points out he sounds like someone who's never had friends, and he bluntly agrees. Feeling much better, Natsume gives him a thumbs up, and he just tells her to hurry home, but she stops him, asking if he doesn't want to hear her story after all that. He grits his teeth, telling her to stop the weird nicknames as she prepares to talk. Shindo waits in silence, now committed to hearing everything she has to say. Her smile fades as she prepares to tell him everything, starting from the very beginning of her past. The story begins when she was only 5 years old, a time of shocking, sudden tragedy. In a single night, her father's entire world came crashing down around him in a storm of violence. The Shudokai, an organization that had been Japan's strongest for 3 generations, was utterly crushed by the Ishinkai. Her father, the once proud chairman, was captured and forced to serve them as a puppet boss until his death. He was tormented by the guilt of losing a legacy that had been passed down for generations. This was compounded by a soul-crushing helplessness, a total inability to fight back. Over time, these emotions curdled into a dark, simmering obsession and a terrible anger, and unfortunately, he directed all of that festering rage at the only people he could, his own children. She explains there were 3 of them, herself, and 2 brothers more than 10 years older, Hiroto and Minato. Her father tried to raise his sons to become the top of the new one group. He clung to the desperate hope that if they took control, they could one day rebuild the Shudokai. However, his sons simply couldn't live up to his crushing expectations. The first brother, Hiroto, finally broke down, begging his father to stop the endless, brutal training. Terrified of violence, he tearfully declared he would walk a different path entirely. To their father, this wasn't a choice. It was the ultimate act of cowardly betrayal. And so, the timid brother who couldn't stomach fighting was violently cast out. Then there was her second brother, Minato, whose fate was sealed from the very beginning. At a hospital, a doctor delivered the grim results of his examination. His heart was exceptionally weak, functioning at only a third of a normal person's capacity. In her father's cold words, both of her brothers were nothing more than defects. And just like that, they were kicked out of the house, leaving a young Natsume all alone. After driving out his 2 sons, only one person was left to carry his legacy, his 7-year-old daughter, who now became the sole target of his brutal training. Her pleas for rest were met with pure contempt. He told her not to be so soft. She trembled in pain, forced to accept that this was her fate as the eldest daughter of Shutokai. With tear-filled eyes, she was ordered to get up, because the defective sons were now gone. He would beat that naive thinking out of her. The entire reconstruction of Shutokai rested on her shoulders now, but she was just a child, far too young to bear the weight of her father's obsession, and in the face of his monstrous cruelty, she was simply too weak. She hated this life, crumbling alone in the biting cold after another brutal training session. But just as she felt herself breaking, a familiar voice called out, cutting through her despair. Peeking around the corner, she saw them, a beacon of warmth in her frozen world. It was her disowned older brothers, the only ones who ever showed her a shred of kindness. They'd snuck back just for her, revealing a small bag filled with colorful sweets. She remembered how they always did this, bringing her a small moment of joy with homemade cookies. One of her brothers had even promised to open a cake shop, a place where she could be happy and safe. But that sweet dream was a stark contrast to her reality, a fact her brother saw in her eyes. With a trembling voice, she admitted their father only gave her disgusting food and hit her every single day. He never stopped, even when she cried that it hurt, leaving her to whisper how much she truly hated him. Hearing this, her other brother, Minato, tells her he has a dream now too. He's going to become a doctor, so he can be the one to heal her whenever their father hurts her. Overwhelmed with emotion, she hugs them tightly as they both promise to make her happy. All they ask is for her to endure just a little bit longer until they can get her out of there. But looking back, she realizes the cruel reality they were hiding from her. Disowned and left with nothing, they were barely surviving day to day. And even though they were suffering immensely, they never let it show. They always just kept apologizing to her, acting like they were the ones at fault. She thinks to herself what a pair of idiots her brothers are, always putting her first. Even now, she muses, they still apologize every time they meet, saying she had it rough because of them. She insists it was never their fault. The real ones to blame are Shutokai and their own father. Trying to lighten the mood, she says she chose this school on her own to make use of her talent. She tells him to stop apologizing and just be jealous, but he simply notes how close she is to her brothers. Her cheerful act shatters. Yeah, she says, fists clenching. And that's exactly why I'm pissed. She glares, recalling how Ukyojin insulted her brothers, calling them defective trash. And she couldn't even say a word back. She wants to shut him up at the exchange match, but when Shindo asks if she's confident, she deflates with a sigh. The truth is, she's not. She felt a huge power gap, and now understands why she failed the recommendation exam. He looks at her, quietly asking if she still plans on fighting him anyway. A fire returns to her eyes. Yeah, she is. Doing something lame like running away is not an option. Shindo smiles, telling her not to worry. Hez here, Ikari is here, and they'll accept her feelings and fight alongside her. But Natsume furiously rejects his offer. This isn't about relying on anyone else. Shindo simply watches her, taking in her passionate declaration. She has to be the one to defeat Ukyo, and he calmly accepts, nodding. That's how it should be. She then shifts gears, telling him that as the future president's helper, he should easily handle the other non-Pukai fighters. Her fiery resolve melts away, revealing her true wish, to give her brothers, who've always sacrificed for her, an easier life. And to do that, she must first cut ties with her father and the Shutokai, abandoning any thought of rebuilding it. With their new pact formed, she playfully demands a high salary for her support, saying she's investing her life in him now. He simply tells her they can discuss her payment when the time comes. For now, Shindo stands, reminding her they must first focus on the challenge right in front of them. She smiles, feeling they've truly connected, and suggests that at this rate, she can finally call him a friend. Shindo smirks, telling her not to get ahead of herself, but admits they might just be comrades now. Natsume bursts into laughter, finding his serious attempt at camaraderie hilarious. But she clenches her fist, truly happy that after crawling on the ground for so long, she finally has an ally. She bumps his fist, calling their new pact a great nightmare. As Shindo reflects on this sudden trust, he found her presence strangely reassuring, and for a moment, he thought they could truly become friends. But he admits to himself that back then, he was still completely unaware. He couldn't have known what their meeting would set in motion from this day on. The memory fades, replaced by the intensity of his relentless training. His fists fly in a blur, striking down rows of coffin-like dummies with brutal efficiency. Each blow is a testament to his focus, preparing for the war to come. And with every thunderous impact, another training dummy splinters into pieces. He smashes through them one by one, each carrying the face of a future enemy. With eyes burning red, Shindo moves like a phantom, his fists a blur of destruction. A devastating kick sends the last target flying across the gymnasium floor. He even took the time to draw Sai's face on one, a promise of payback to come. But as he gasps for air, a voice cuts through the silence, noting this was his 5th attempt today. Shindo sweats, exhausted but unbroken, listening to the critique of his performance. His trainer reads out the score, 13 successful hits out of 20, a solid result. The man admits he's shocked, never expecting Shindo to master this so quickly. Shindo humbly credits his teacher's guidance, but the man just laughs, wondering where Natsume is. His trainer looks over, a thoughtful expression on his face as he asks if something happened with those two. Apparently, Natsume and that white-haired punk Shirotani decided they'd be training independently today. Shindo finds this odd, and his trainer agrees, explaining they both asked at the exact same time, almost as if it were planned. He even does a spot-on, infuriating impression of the bastard's face, saying he was so smug about it he just let them go. As for Natsume, he admits he gave her permission without asking a single question. He recalls the look on her face when she left, a silent determination that spoke volumes. She clearly had her reasons, and the trainer trusts that neither of them are the type to do something reckless. With a small, knowing smile, Shindo agrees, his red eyes calm and steady. The trainer is completely thrown off by his response, questioning what's gotten into him to be acting so mature. Shaking his head, he calls it a day, telling Shindo to hit the weights while he cleans up the gym. With his course of action decided, Shindo heads out. He walks with purpose through the halls of Ishin High. Arriving at the gym, he pushes the door open, his eyes locking onto a figure inside. He stops dead in his tracks, a flicker of recognition on his face. A monster of a man is bench pressing a ridiculous amount of weight, the bar straining under the load. Shindo watches for a moment, his expression unreadable. The man's name is Iwabuchi Takeru, another one of the school's top dogs. As the weight comes to a rest, Iwabuchi's intense gaze snaps over to Shindo. He stares him down, a question in his eyes as he studies the newcomer. He recognizes him immediately, calling him Ogami, leaving Shindo to wonder what he's just stumbled into. Shindo does the math in his head, his eyes glued to the insane amount of weight. A 170-kilogram bench press. He saw it with his own eyes but can barely process it. This man isn't just muscular. He's built like a tank, with muscles like solid armor. Iwabuchi smirks, noting the timing is perfect. He'd been wanting to meet him before the exchange meeting. A bead of sweat rolls down Shindo's face. He cautiously asks what the guy wants, but Iwabuchi simply extends a hand, saying he just wanted to talk. He introduces himself as Iwabuchi Takeru, the class representative for Class B. Shindo returns the handshake, introducing himself as Class A's rep, thinking the guy seems surprisingly approachable. But as their hands meet, a strange sensation shoots through him, and his eyes flare a dangerous red. The friendly act fades as Iwabuchi reveals the real reason he's here. He knows what happened in Shinjuku. To Shindo's surprise, Iwabuchi suddenly apologizes for all the trouble caused. He even offers to pass an apology to Natsume, taking full responsibility as Class B's rep. Shindo is thrown off, thinking this guy is unexpectedly mature and conscientious. But Iwabuchi clarifies that he's not apologizing for himself. He sees both classes as proper groups. As the group leader, he insists the responsibility for his members' mistakes falls squarely on him. He does agree with Shindo's point, though, and promises to make Ukyo apologize personally too. Shindo looks on, genuinely impressed. This guy has the true weight of a leader. He reflects on how he's surrounded by weirdos, so meeting someone so normal is almost refreshing. But just as he relaxes, a fist comes flying out of nowhere, aimed right for his face. The punch stops just short, but Shindo feels a sharp sting. He's been cut by the wind pressure alone. With a fresh cut on his lip, Shindo warily asks what this is really about. Iwabuchi's tone turns deadly serious as he explains that Class B is officially recognized by the new one group. Because of that, they have something far more important to protect: their honor. He suddenly grabs Shindo by the shirt, spitting that a member's defeat is the entire group's defeat. Ukyo, losing to an unarmed opponent, has brought immense shame upon them, and Shindo just scoffs, asking if this is just an excuse to fight. But Iwabuchi lets him go, clarifying that a cheap shot would only tarnish their name further. No, this is a formal declaration of war. To reclaim their honor, he announces, Class B will fight Ogami and Class A with all of their might. A dangerous glint appears in Shindo's eyes as they glow red. He promises not to hold back, as that would be disrespectful. In fact, he's going to crush them completely and achieve an overwhelming victory. The challenge is accepted. As the Ishinkai's nominee, Iwabuchi Takeru swears on his name to see this war through to the end. But Shindo cuts him off, tired of all the talk about honor and grand reasons. He boils it down to the simple truth. Iwabuchi is challenging him seriously, isn't he? A wide, savage grin spreads across Iwabuchi's face. That's exactly what he wants to hear. With a shared, deadly focus, they agree to settle this once and for all. And so the stage is set. Class A versus Class B, a war to be waged at the exchange meeting. The recap then introduces us properly to Class B's champion, Iwabuchi Takeru, a man whose raw power earned him the alias Strike Takeru. We flash back to 1 year ago, when he first started making a name for himself. A devastating earthquake had struck a village, causing a public hall to collapse on its people. As the rescue was delayed for hours, Iwabuchi was on the scene, shielding a terrified child from the rubble. And in that moment of despair, trapped beneath the tons of rubble, The little girl felt the world shaking again. It wasn't another tremor, something was different, a strange energy cutting through the darkness. Her eyes shot wide with disbelief at the impossible sound. A hole blasted open in the concrete wall, light flooding into their tomb. And there he was, Iwabuchi Takeru himself, a literal force of nature. Back in the present, Shindo's trainer confirms the story, noting that this kind of power is exactly why the Ishinkai had their eyes on him. Shindo's friends are floored, listening in with a mix of awe and dread at this description of their new rival. The trainer calls him a cheat character, a prodigy who was at the top of his class even as a kid. The legends don't stop there. Rumor has it that during a mock battle, he single-handedly took on 3 active Ishinkai members. Natsume can't believe it, a middle schooler actually defeated 3 hardened gangsters all by himself? The trainer's voice drops, his gaze fixed on Shindo, demanding to know what he's thinking. He bluntly states that this is the kind of monster Iwabuchi is, and honestly, he's not sure Shindo can win. He tries to bring him back to reality, reminding him that this is just a school event, not a life-or-death war. He's seen countless others get broken and expelled for pushing too hard, their regrets coming far too late. So he offers him one last chance to walk away if he's going to back down. Now is the time. Because once Shindo and his friends step through that door, there will be no turning back from the path to the arena. The trainer's story isn't over. He reveals he met with Class B's teacher. Iwabuchi isn't the only threat. Other fighters give off that same dangerous vibe, particularly the notorious guys from Nanpukai. With them, it's not just pressure you feel, it's a chilling, killing intent that hangs heavy in the air. Natsume listens stoically, her gaze unwavering as the gravity of the situation settles in. The trainer isn't just trying to scare them, he gives Shindo one last out. If he's going to forfeit, now is the time. Because once the fight begins, he warns, he's powerless to intervene until a victor is declared. He tells them to think it over carefully, but the silence from the group speaks volumes. But Shindo cuts him off, there's absolutely no need to think about it. He cracks his knuckles, a confident fire in his eyes. Opponents like this just make him want to fight even more. To reach the top of Ishin High, he knows this is a battle he must win. If he backed down now, he'd never be able to face those who've put their trust in him. Natsume agrees, she can't back down either, especially with their leader showing such resolve. Besides, she has a personal debt to settle with one of the Nanpukai bastards, and running away would bring nothing but regret. Ukyo is also fired up, eager to show off the results of his own grueling training. But before they can all agree, a new challenger steps in, the white-haired Shirotani Io. He strikes a ridiculous pose, smugly telling them this will be his one-man slaughter show. Their trainer, Sai, can only sigh at this group of loose screws, but Natsume wants no part of that label. Sai can't help but smirk, because this chaotic energy is exactly what you'd expect from Ishin High's representatives. With the team more or less assembled, Shindo's eyes glint with focus, it's time to go. The representatives of Class A walk out onto the massive stage, an underground arena roaring with cheers. But in the stands, the crowd is buzzing, and all their bets are confidently placed on Class B. And one look at their lineup, a hulking monster and a stone-cold killer, shows exactly why. A few students in the crowd aren't convinced, dismissing the rumors that Class A's ace already beat Ukyo-jin. But down in the ring, the announcer's voice booms, the first match is set. Class A's rabid dog, Ikari Tenma, versus Class B's Ukyo-jin. The referee, their own health teacher Uma Rinka, lays down the law. This is a death match, and the last team standing wins. With a stern look, she tells both fighters there are no rules, and she'll only step in if things get truly dangerous. The fighters take their places in the cage, and the announcer begins the countdown for the first bout. As the number 5 flashes, Sai is already screaming from the sidelines, telling Ikari to stay focused and not let his guard down. Shindo watches with a grim intensity, realizing this is the first time he's ever seen their rabid dog in a truly serious fight. But Ikari is just grinning like a madman, mocking Ukyo and telling him not to be too sad when he inevitably loses. Ukyo, however, remains completely unfazed, calmly preparing to unleash his Nanpukai-style dagger technique. To honor his opponent's courage, Hell show him everything, shifting his stance as the countdown ticks to 2. The countdown hits 1, and Ikari explodes forward, his face a twisted grin, promising to gracefully scatter his opponent. But in a flash of movement, Ukyo sidesteps the lunge, and his hand becomes a blur, instantly disabling Ikari's arm. From the stands, Iwabuchi Takeru's eyes burn with rage, vowing to slice that man apart. Shindo realizes Ukyo is on a completely different level now and considers stepping in, but Natsume blocks his path. She stops him cold, insisting that this victory is hers to claim. It's pointless unless she makes him suffer herself. He can only stare, stunned by her sheer intensity, as she tells him to just watch carefully this time. With unwavering confidence, Natsume declares that a genius like her will make him crawl at her feet. Back in the ring, Ikari just cackles through the pain, claiming this is just the start of his one-man massacre. A moment later, he's being hauled away on a stretcher, still muttering threats as the first match ends in an instant defeat. Sai scoffs from the sidelines, calling their mad dog nothing more than a chihuahua, reminding Shindo he told him not to be careless. Shindo's trainer confirms his suspicion. Only non-lethal weapons are allowed in the exchange. The realization hits Shindo hard. Ukyo generated that much destructive power with a mere rubber blade. He stares down at his target, the name Ukyo-jin echoing in his mind as a serious threat. A masked Ukyo emerges, his aura dark and menacing, questioning why Natsume has come to face him. She fires back that he was the one who called for a fight, and now she's here to return past humiliations twofold. With a manic grin, she taunts him, wondering aloud if he's actually worried about her. Ukyo isn't impressed, finding her feigned concern disgusting and demanding she act like her true self. Her expression snaps, the fake kindness vanishing as she seethes that his act is nauseating. But he turns it back on her, declaring that this fight is about washing away his own shame. That's the last straw. Natsume takes her stance, vowing to make him regret ever insulting her brother. Ukyo calmly accepts her challenge, understanding exactly what this fight means. From the sidelines, Iwabuchi notes his opponent's composure, but Shirotani knows this is Ukyo's true nature, with a blade. He explains that Ukyo's mind is a fortress, immune to taunts and emotional tricks, and it's that ice-cold rationality, that lack of rage, that makes him truly terrifying. Shindo watches with dread, realizing this fight is on another level, and hoping no one actually dies. The referee raises her hand, officially announcing the match. Natsume Ayomi versus Ukyo-jin. As the countdown starts, Natsume's gaze is fixed, her resolve hardened into steel. Ukyo's grip on his weapon tightens, a silent promise of the violence to come. A blur of motion as his hand snaps into position. The second the signal is given, they launch at each other, blades meeting in a furious, instantaneous clash. The students of Ishinhai recoil in shock at the sheer speed of the opening exchange. But Shindo, watching intently from the sidelines, remains silent, his eyes wide. He can't believe what he's seeing. Something is wrapped around her hands. In the midst of their struggle, he realizes she's using a thin, almost invisible string to control her blade. Ukyo's eyes flare with manic excitement. He promises her this will be entertaining. Natsume smirks back, telling him she's prepared something special just for this occasion. Her technique is revealed. Cat's Cradle, a deadly art form born from a childhood game. We learn that due to her brutal training, this simple string game was her only escape. For years, she obsessed over it, her fingers moving with impossible speed. Now, that childhood obsession has merged with her sharp reflexes, turning a simple thread into a lethal weapon. With this string, she can instantly halt an opponent's attack, sealing their movements completely. Natsume stares him down, her threads wrapped tight around Ukyo's now useless knife hand. Watching from the sidelines, Shindo's trainer remarks that her use of restraints is an interesting development. Shindo realizes this is what all her independent practice was for, as his trainer admits that was a close call. He's amazed she could bind an attack that quick, a testament to her incredible reflexes. The strings pull taut, glowing with tension as they completely neutralize the force of the blow. Shindo watches, a bead of sweat on his face, asking the one question on his mind, can she actually win? His trainer explains that he can't be sure, but her strategy is clear. She's using the restraints to compensate for her lack of arm strength, creating an opening to strike. And theoretically, the trainer is right with his arm bound. Natsume immediately lands a brutal kick to his ribs. She flows into her next move, coiling her strings for another strike. A sharp, precise chop connects squarely with his face, a technique she calls gakan. She continues her relentless assault, striking at all his vital points: kensei, tanden, koketsu. Ukyo can only take the hits, his anger building as he calls her technique nothing more than an irritation. He scoffs at the very idea that he could be beaten by a girl with some flimsy strings. Enraged, he swings with everything he has, roaring for her to just die already. But his knife hand stops dead in its tracks, the threads glowing as they completely halt his momentum. With his killing blow neutralized, Natsume has him perfectly trapped, his own weapon turned against him. She coolly asks if he needs help killing himself, mocking the so-called strength of his society. A brutal kick sends him flying back, creating the distance she needs. Landing perfectly, she scoffs at him, a pretender who never even inherited the core of the Shudokai. Her eyes glow with deadly intent. She declares that playtime is officially over. But Ukyo isn't just a brawler. His hand tightens around a concealed short blade. His aura explodes as he reveals his true power, the Nanpu Rai, short blade technique. He lunges across the ring, unleashing the devastating first form, a technique known as single-point whirlwind, aimed directly at her throat. But her strings meet his blade head-on, stopping the deadly assault in a shower of sparks. She mocks him, wondering if he's arrogant or just stupid for using the same move again. But Ukyo calmly tells her not to be so quick to underestimate him. His Nanpu Ryu style moves with the wind. But what if he used it in the opposite direction? Instead of gathering wind, his blade now unleashes a violent, scattering gust. Natsume's confident smirk vanishes, replaced with pure disbelief. The wind just blew her strings completely out of the way. Before she can even react, the reverse technique tears right through her defenses. Watching from the sidelines, Shindo's face contorts in absolute horror. A spray of blood paints the arena floor as he screams out her name. Blood flies as the enforcer swings his blade, his eyes wide with lethal intent. He growls in frustration, calling her a troublesome witch for dodging his attacks. From the sidelines, a smug boss watches on, admitting her reflexes are impressive. She'd managed to guard her neck at the last second, but her arm paid the price for it. He taunts her, wondering just how long she can possibly keep running from the inevitable. But his man gives her no time to breathe, unleashing the Nanpu Ryu short blade technique. He calls out the next form, Sanbu. A vicious arc of shimmering steel. The attack becomes a frenzied wind dance, a storm of cuts that finally lands. Yet somehow, she flips away in a desperate tumble, earning a disgusted comparison to a cockroach. The attacker simply smirks, holding his knife, reminding her that there is no escape. He reminds her they're still on his stage, and there's nowhere left to run. He calls her out by her full name, Natsume Aomi, his voice dripping with condescension. From the moment she stepped into this ring, he claims her fate was already sealed. It was as if she had walked straight into the heart of a raging typhoon. He tells her she should be honored to feel the Nanpukai wind across her entire body, a technique she, and her brothers, were all too defective to ever master. Those words, defective and failure, trigger a painful memory of her own father. They were the very words he used to describe her brothers, treating them like objects. The words she hates most in this world, yet she can't find the strength to refute them. Because in her heart, she believes it's true, just as his blade strikes her down once more. Her mind flashes back to a legendary weapon, the great sword Cherry Blade. A massive yet impossibly light sword, wielded by the ultimate swordmasters who founded Shudokai. This was the symbol of her family, the Natsume clan, and though she despised her father and everything Shudokai stood for, she had admired that sword her entire life. She dreamed that one day, she would be the one to wield it, and forge a new history for them all. But even as a child, she knew the harsh reality of her own limits. The blade was simply too long and too heavy for her small frame. No matter how much she willed it, her body refused to obey, her wrists shaking under the strain. Then, her father's voice echoes in her memory, telling her to stop this foolishness. He declared that a defective body like hers could never wield it, that she would only break herself trying. He never expected anything from her, he said, because she was born a woman. With a chilling calm, he branded her a failure, not even worth getting worked up over. Then he simply walked away, leaving her to tremble in the shadow of his disappointment. It wasn't just the sword she lost that day. It was the words that tormented her. Defective and failure, two labels she hated, but felt she had no choice but to accept. But in the present, her opponent dodges, twisting that old pain into a fresh new weapon. He sneers, saying he almost pities her father. If even one child could wield the cherry blade, but with two cowardly sons and a useless daughter, her father can only grovel to stay in power. Stumbling back from another blow, Aomi realizes Shudokai has truly fallen. And for the Nanpukai to be stuck serving such failures, it's an unbearable humiliation. The insults finally push her over the edge, and Aomi explodes with a furious kick. But her opponent is on another level, effortlessly deflecting her attack with his own power. She stumbles to her feet, bruised and broken, but a new resolve burns in her eyes. From the sidelines, one of her juniors panics, sure that she's finished, and begging to forfeit. His sensei, however, remains perfectly calm, telling him to simply watch the fight. The Nanpukai leader steps forward, assuming from her silence that Aomi has finally reached her limit. He announces he'll end it quickly, but she looks up, her spirit far from broken. Her opponent can only stare, caught off guard by the sudden shift in her demeanor. She thinks to herself, so what if she can't use a sword? There are other ways to win, revealing a bloody, spiked knuckle duster hidden in her hand. She roars that they can keep talking, but she will deny them over and over again. Her opponent is momentarily stunned by her absolute refusal to surrender. But he recovers, deciding to strike her down right here and now. He vows to end this with his most precise technique as she launches herself forward. He unleashes the third form of his Nanpu Ryu short blade technique, the blue sky rending wind, a devastating vortex that rips through the air. But what this man doesn't realize is that Aomi possesses unmatched dynamic vision. It's backed by explosive power and reflexes she has mastered over a lifetime of fighting. A flashback reveals her past, effortlessly dismantling multiple opponents at once. She's always known exactly where an attack is headed, and precisely how to move. It's a perfect calculation of distance and impact, honed to an impossible degree. A student watching from the sidelines has a shocking realization. He turns to his teacher, stammering, asking if that could possibly be the technique. The man just smirks, confirming that yes, this is exactly what he's been training for. How ironic, he muses, that the princess of Shudokai has mastered the key of Ishinkai. He orders his student to watch her movements carefully, to witness her true power. This is Indo, the legendary technique of the cherry blade that once silenced all of Tokyo. In her mind's eye, a perfect target lock forms, guaranteeing a precision strike. From above, other fighters can only watch in absolute shock. Even her own allies clench their fists, stunned by the level she's just revealed. With a final, crushing strike, Natsume Ami slams her fist into the ground. The bodyguard, Ukyo, lies defeated, his sunglasses askew and his consciousness fading. She struggles to her feet, panting, the immense strain of the legendary technique catching up to her. Every muscle in her body is screaming, but she has done it. And with the announcer declaring her the winner, she lets out a raw, triumphant roar. The victory is so overwhelming that tears of pure joy and relief stream down her face, but her celebration is cut short as her expression shifts to one of utter disbelief. From the stands, Ukyo's classmates are in an uproar, refusing to accept the outcome. As their champion is helped from the ring, they can't believe he lost to a girl from Class A. Their shock quickly turns to rage as they turn on their own fighter, screaming at him for embarrassing them. But the crowd of sore losers erupts, claiming she must have cheated. Aomi just scoffs, completely unbothered by their pathetic whining. Her casual dismissal sends the Shutokai members into a full-blown tantrum. They scream for the referee, refusing to accept that their champion lost fairly. Suddenly, a loud crack silences them as an unknown student smashes his fist into a concrete wall. He turns and coldly orders his fellow students to stop insulting the two fighters. He declares that the fight was fair and square, and this time, Natsume was simply stronger. Aomi looks on, stunned, as he lectures them on accepting the results with dignity. Facing his teacher, he proclaims that this is the proper courtesy owed to both winner and loser. He then bows and apologizes for the damage, but his teacher is simply proud of his student's integrity. The Shutokai student thanks his teacher, confirming that everything went just as Ishinkai predicted. But his mind is elsewhere, a single name echoing in his thoughts: Natsume. The cost of her victory is written all over her arm in deep, bloody cuts. She pants, battered but unbowed, as the announcer calls her up for the third match. Her opponent is revealed: Class B's very own Shirotani Ryo. He strolls into the ring, casting his jacket aside with a simple, almost insulting suggestion that she should forfeit. He explains his chivalrous code. He doesn't raise his hand against women, and he certainly doesn't fight the injured. And since she's both, he doesn't want to hurt her a sentiment so sweet it makes her teeth ache. With a defiant smirk, she turns and raises her bloodied fists, ready for another round. She tells him to mind his own business, insisting she's in perfect shape to continue. Her last words of defiance hang in the air, a final boast she can't back up. And just like that, her body gives out, and she collapses to the cold floor. Panic erupts from the sidelines as the staff screams for the medical team. Ogami can only watch from a distance, his face a mask of pure shock and fury. Natsume lies unconscious, the true cost of her earlier victories finally catching up. The fight is over before it began, and the ring is cleared in a somber pause. The teacher calls out to Ogami, who is still frozen in place watching her go. He asks about Natsume's condition, his voice tight with worry for his classmate. She just collapsed from extreme fatigue and blood loss. He's told not to worry and to go ahead. With Natsume safe for now, the tournament resumes, and the next participant is called to the stage. But just as Ogami is about to enter the ring, the teacher stops him, saying he has a message from Natsume. He relays her words directly to the future president. From her bed, battered but defiant, Natsume had a simple command. She showed everyone her strength, so he better show them his. If he dares to lose, she'll never forgive him. A small smile touches Ogami's lips. That sounds exactly like her. He turns to face his opponent, Shirotani Ryo, knowing that losing is no longer an option. Ryo's first concern, surprisingly, is for Natsume's well-being. Ogami confirms she's okay. Hearing that, Ryo stretches his neck, relieved. Now he can focus completely on the fight he's been waiting for. The countdown begins, and Ryo wastes no time. His entire demeanor shifts, his eyes glowing with a predatory, almost inhuman intensity. The bell rings, and in a flash, he explodes forward, launching the first attack of the match. Ogami meets the charge head-on, ready to feel his opponent's strength firsthand. He immediately drops into the Byakuya-style hunting stance to brace himself. But Ryo is already unleashing his own art, his hand forming a vicious bear claw. He closes the distance in an instant with a fox dash, his footwork a blur. An eagle talon kick crashes into Ogami's side before he can even register the movement. The speed is absolutely overwhelming, and every single attack lands with crushing force. A sharp elbow, the deer antler, smashes directly into Ogami's face. Yet Ryo is the one who seems surprised, feeling the sheer toughness of his opponent's guard. He doesn't hesitate, swinging another bear claw to try and tear right through him. And as he takes the hit, Ogami realizes all these unique techniques are coming from his hands alone. And in that moment, Ryo's eyes flare with a predatory, golden light. He's no longer just a fighter. He's a beast. And Ogami knows dodging this onslaught is impossible. He can only desperately parry the storm of blows raining down on him. If he can't evade, then he'll have to break through head-on. Ogami formulates a plan, deciding to deflect each attack with precise strikes. Heir used the recoil of Ryo's own attacks to throw off his balance, and then land a single perfect precision blow to end it. The counter is launched, a flawless strike aimed right at Ryo's head, but the fist stops dead, caught effortlessly in Ryo's palm, and Ogami's face twists in shock. The sheer force of the block sends Ogami staggering back, his ultimate plan completely dismantled. Ogami is stunned, his mind reeling. That movement wasn't humanly possible. The realization hits him hard, he can't read Ryo's movements at all anymore. As he stares at his own hand, a single thought consumes him. What am I supposed to do? But before he can even make a move, Ryo casually raises a hand and forfeits the match. Ogami can only stare, completely lost for words. The spectators are just as baffled, murmuring amongst themselves in disbelief. Ryo himself just looks completely unbothered by the sudden turn of events. A collective shout of confusion echoes through the arena. Snapping out of his stupor, Ogami glares at his opponent, demanding an answer. But Ryo simply slips on his jacket, telling him it's exactly what it sounds like. Ogami's pride is stung, demanding to know if Ryo thinks he isn't even worth the fight. But Ryo turns back, his expression serious, telling him it's quite the opposite. Ogami can't believe it, scoffing at the idea. But Ryo clarifies that he forfeited because he recognized Ogami's strength. He tells the fuming fighter that he can believe it or not, but he already saw the fight's conclusion. Tapping his temple, his eye glints with a golden light as he calls it a hunter's instinct. His mind flashes back to a brutal exchange, a vision of what would have happened. That instinct had screamed a warning at him. If the fight had continued, he realized with chilling certainty, he would have been the one hunted down. Of course, he admits, Ogami wouldn't have gotten away unscathed either. As they walk off, Ryo adds that leaving him half-injured would just create problems with the class rep anyway. Another fighter, Takeru, internally agrees with the decision. Forcing a fight against an injured opponent would be disrespectful. For Ryo, it's simple logic. It is a subordinate's duty to protect the leader's image. He calls out to Ogami one last time, telling him not to take it personally, he's simply the stronger man. With the winner declared by forfeit, Ogami just sighs, vowing to hunt Ryo down when the time is right. He then walks over to Takeru, effectively tagging him in for the next round. Takeru is surprised, asking if his opponent was really strong enough for Ogami to concede. Ogami's confirmation only brings a confident smirk to Takeru's face. He acknowledges the challenge. From the sidelines, Ryo announces the next match will begin immediately, promising it'll be a good one. A flicker of anticipation crosses his face. This is the moment he's been waiting for. Stepping into the light is the intimidating powerhouse of Class B, Iwabuchi Takeru. The final match of the first-year exchange event is finally here. Stepping into the arena is Class A's representative, Ogami Yoichi, looking almost thrilled to be here. His opponent, Takeru, plants his feet with a ground-shaking thud, a silent show of force. The official countdown begins 5-4, as the two titans prepare to collide. Ryo watches from the side, recalling how neither fighter even bothered with a pre-fight greeting. But as the timer hits 3, we flash back to see what really happened. Takeru had, in fact, approached his opponent and offered a hand with a confident grin. He proposed they go all out, a battle with no room for future regrets. Ryo's cold, calculating gaze takes in the whole scene. 1. The handshake is accepted, a mutual promise of a legendary fight. 0 is called, and the fight officially begins. Onlookers immediately start to murmur, wondering if Ogami has any real chance of winning. His entire victory, they figure, hinges on whether he can dodge a single punch from Takeru the striker. Other students question the nickname, but are quickly told to shut up and watch what's about to happen. In the ring, the two opponents circle each other, stances locked and ready. Takeru, barefoot and grounded, advances slowly on Ogami. The two titans stand face to face, a silent, tense standoff. Suddenly, Takeru throws the first punch, a red flash of pure power aimed right at Ogami's head. But with eyes glowing a menacing red, Ogami leans back, the fist grazing past his hair. And in that same fluid motion, he counters with a devastating blow that connects squarely with Takeru's face. Takeru stumbles back in utter shock, but Ogami had seen this coming. The hit lands with brutal force, a counter Ogami had already prepared. He knew something was off from the moment they first met. Back then, when they shook hands, a strange feeling washed over him. He couldn't quite place it at first, but the texture of Takeru's hand was all wrong. It was far too clean, too smooth for a man who supposedly lived by his fists. The calluses and scars of a true striker simply weren't there. Ogami realized that if Takeru's concrete shattering power didn't come from his hands, then there was only one other possibility. The real weapon was his elbow. With a confident smirk, Ogami calls him out, revealing he's seen through the deception. Yoichi's eyes narrow. He knows he's in trouble, admitting he only dodged that last hit by a hair's breadth. His opponent's power is on a whole other level, even trying to block a blow would likely shatter his bones. But desperation breeds genius. He realizes the elbow's greatest strength is also its weakness. It's a short-range weapon that leaves wide openings. The strategy is set. Strike before you get struck. He explodes forward, closing the distance in an instant. He flashes back to a memory of Natsume, recalling her own flawless, perfectly timed counterattack. That's the key. He channels all his focus into a single, precise strike, aiming for a vital point. His target is locked on, the very center of his opponent's chest, with zero margin for error. The punch connects with a blinding flash of light, and for a moment, the crowd thinks the fight is over. But from the stands, a mysterious figure with blonde hair watches on, an unimpressed smirk on his face. He scoffs quietly to himself, thinking that Yoichi just made a critical, and very wrong, move. He explains that there are two critical things everyone misunderstands about Iwabuchi Takaru. First, the man's weapon isn't just his elbow. It's his entire body, everything except for his hands. For some strange reason, he never throws a punch. But from his shoulders to his knees, every part of him is a deadly weapon. And now for the second, more terrifying truth. Yoichi is trembling, his mind unable to process what just happened. He landed the hit, but it did nothing. Takeru just stands there, an absolute monster, the impact on his chest already fading. Takeru, the striker, the spectator muses, is just a nickname given by outsiders who don't know any better. In this new era, they call him something far more fitting, because he simply doesn't yield to any attack. They call him the Giant Mountain, Iwabuchi Takeru. Yoichi had thrown everything he had, a flurry of precise, powerful strikes. But Takeru's physique is just different. He's built like a fortress. Each hit landed perfectly, right on the mark. And yet, his incredible toughness just absorbed every single blow. The mountain simply stood there, completely unfazed by the assault. Then, he plants his foot, gathering an immense, terrifying power. Yoichi sees it now that heavy, tank-like body isn't just for defense. It's a weapon, a spear crashing forward with unstoppable momentum. A force that sweeps away everything in its path, sending him flying across the ring. Yoichi collapses, his body trembling from the impact. This man is a walking contradiction. The realization hits him with the force of another blow. Takeru moves in again, his power defying all logic. He possesses the ultimate shield, a body that blocks all attacks, and the ultimate spear, a force that pierces through all defenses. As his world turns upside down, Yoichi knows this man is truly beyond any standard he's ever known. A thunderous crash echoes as his body smashes through the arena doors. The students outside turn in shock at the sudden, violent noise. Takeru stands there, having delivered the final, devastating blow. The impact reverberates, a definitive and brutal end to the fight. To the onlookers, it was a pathetic sight. Yoichi was just a rag doll being tossed around. The other students are terrified, whispering that Takeru shows no mercy and might actually kill him. Ryo screams from the stands, unable to believe the gap between Class A's top and Class B's. He begs Yoichi to forfeit, insisting this opponent is on a completely different level. Takeru just smirks at the display, calling his friend's desperate advice completely misguided. But as Yoichi begins to stir, a chilling thought crosses Takeru's mind. He hasn't even been scratched. Despite the beating, there's no significant damage. Ryo argues back, pointing out the obvious wounds, but even Hez baffled by Yoichi's unnatural calm. Yoichi just dusts off his hands, coolly admitting he's simply used to this kind of pain. Then, with a blinding flash, he declares the warm-up is over and unleashes his true power. The memory hits him, a brutal training session from his past. A younger, terrified Yoichi pleads with his master, Sato, convinced this wasn't training, it was attempted murder. His master's response was chillingly simple. Yes, he was absolutely trying to beat him to death. The purpose of the relentless assault was to push him past every conceivable limit. Sato's lesson was savage. Once you understand you can take this much pain and not die, your fear will vanish, replaced by an unshakable mental fortitude. But even as a kid, Yoichi couldn't help but notice the sheer joy his master took in the process. He called the man a pervert, right as the training weapon shattered from another vicious strike. Snapping back to the present, Takeru sees him hesitate and asks what's wrong. Yoichi just grabs his own hand, coolly dismissing it as a trauma quirk, and telling him to continue the fight. With a grin, Takeru announces he won't hold back, and their fists crash together in a flash of purple energy. But Yoichi doesn't just block the blow, he masterfully deflects the force. In a blur of motion, he slips past Takeru's guard and lands a solid counter to the body. For a moment, Takeru's aggression falters. What just happened? Another punch is met with a perfectly timed interception, a blue targeting reticle flashing at the point of impact. Takeru can only grit his teeth, his raw power being systematically neutralized. Yoichi, calm and focused, mentally notes another consecutive hit landed. This is his art, a defense built entirely on precise, intercepting counterattacks. The technique is called strike block, cutting off an attack's path before it builds speed and power. He reflects that dodging that last guy might have been luck, but this technique, he has almost completely mastered. With his defense perfected, Yoichi thinks he no longer needs to worry about taking hits. A crimson glow fills his eye as he shifts his focus from defense to attack. He throws a clean, powerful strike right into Takeru's core. But the big man doesn't even flinch, absorbing the blow like it was nothing. Yoika's confidence shatters. It's like trying to break a boulder with a piece of cotton. Now on the back foot, he realizes his stamina won't last against this relentless assault. His arms are already screaming in protest, bruised and battered from blocking. He has to do damage, now, but every punch he lands feels like child's play, bouncing right off Takeru's ironclad body. The massive difference in power triggers a painful memory of being helpless and beaten as a kid. And just then, through the haze of pain, he remembers something his uncle taught him. A voice from the past tells a young, terrified Yoichi to watch closely. It was right after he'd been beaten and mugged. His uncle, Sato-san, had something to show him. Out in the mountains, he demonstrated a punch so powerful it shattered the very ground they stood on. He told the boy that this technique's power grew with the user, but Yoichi was too young and only half listened. In the present, Aomi's father screams from the stands, demanding to know what Yoichi is doing. He roars at him to focus or die, just as Takeru's fist smashes into his face. But that jarring impact is exactly what he needed. The memory finally clicks. He remembered. Pivoting with perfect form, Yoichi unleashes that same technique into Takeru's ribs. The seemingly invincible brute staggers, his arm now bruised and smoking from the sheer concussive force. And from the crowd, Aomi's father recognizes it a strike whose sound and power are exactly like gunfire. Aomi's father can't believe his eyes. There's no way that was what he thinks it was. The legendary, bone-shattering technique known as the gun fist. A move that belonged to the former president himself, and Yoichi just unleashed it. The memory flashes back to a younger president, calling out to his subordinate, Itsuki. He boasts with a grin that he's come up with something truly amazing, but Itsuki just smirks, dismissing it as probably just another one of his boss's wild ideas. The president scoffs back, playfully reminding him who came crawling to learn precision strikes. He explains that once you've mastered the art of maximizing damage by hitting a precise point, once you have your targeting down to a perfect science, the only step left is to upgrade the weapon, turning a simple fist into a loaded revolver. The president lays out the theory. Gather every ounce of strength from your toes, and pour all of that raw power into a single arm, compressing it with zero waste. Then, he says, you simply unleash it like pulling the trigger on a gun. But before he can finish, a sudden force rips the sunglasses from his face. It was his subordinate, Itsuki, who had just thrown a punch from across the training ground. The president is speechless. A shockwave from that far away? What in the world was that? Itsuki proudly holds up his fist, ready to name his incredible new move. He calls it the ultimate 4-4 caliber magnum mega fist, only for his boss to deadpan that it's lame. Itsuki's pride shatters, but the president waves off his protests. He muses that the strongest moves need the simplest names, and since it's like a gunshot from a fist, he decides on a simple, direct name for the technique. Fist shot. That very name echoes in the present as Aomi's father stares at the ring in disbelief. He knows that technique. It's the one he personally developed when he was the president. His mind races with impossible questions. How could this kid possibly know about it? And why? For a terrifying second, did his form perfectly overlap with the image of the former president. Inside the cage, Iwabuchi shakes his arm, the force of that blow still rattling his bones. He gives Yoichi a look of grudging respect, admitting that a direct hit would have put him down for the count. But he's already analyzed the situation, and a confident smirk spreads across his face. A move that powerful isn't something you can just throw around freely, and as he closes the distance, he confirms his theory to use that much power. Yoichi had to go all in, leaving himself completely vulnerable. Iwabuchi's eyes narrow, his strategy now crystal clear. If he just denies Yoichi the chance to use that technique, it's over. He explodes forward, landing a punishing blow and mocking him for running away. The big man flexes, amused that his opponent has suddenly decided to talk tough. But Yoichi isn't broken yet, his gaze sharp as he desperately deflects a punch. It's useless. Iwabuchi's raw power is too much, and he easily lifts Yoichi off his feet. A flash of genuine shock hits Yoichi as he's rendered completely powerless. Hess then slammed into the ground with bone-shattering force, a feeling he's never known. Through the pain, a realization dawns on him: fighting was always just about proving something, a lesson punctuated by a brutal stomp that echoes through the cage. A flashback reveals his old fighting style. Each bout was just cold proof of his value. He fought only to justify his fearsome nickname, a series of calculated, empty victories. From the stands, even Aomi's father knew Yoichi never fought with emotion. It's a shocking turn of events, leaving even seasoned spectators speechless. But as Iwabuchi smirks, something in Yoichi's soul screams no to that hollow past. For the first time, he feels true happiness as he lands a clean, stunning blow to the jaw. A fire he's never known before ignites in his eyes. This is a real fight. Iwabuchi catches the next punch, stunned to see his opponent is actually enjoying this. Blood drips from the giant's nose has been damaged, and he can't believe it. This is no longer about class, honor, or proving himself, it's just a man's pure desire to win. With a newfound clarity, Yoichi admits his respect for the man from Class A. But that respect is exactly why he absolutely cannot afford to lose this fight. He channels this raw emotion into a devastating blow, a flash of red energy exploding on impact. Iwabuchi deflects, a condescending smirk on his face, mocking his opponent's childish passion. But in that same instant, a cold dread washes over him. He's made a critical error. His own desperation to win gave Yoichi the perfect opening to assume a new, dangerous stance. From the stands, a blonde spectator watches the unfolding drama with a cynical eye. He scoffs to himself, amused at how predictable these brawlers are, always becoming best buddies after a good fight. Down in the ring, Yoichi throws the sentiment right back, declaring his own respect for Iwabuchi of Class B. But his burning gaze promises that friendship comes second. Victory is all that matters now. With a final roar, Yoichi declares this victory is his arm glowing with raw power. But in the next moment, that power vanishes, and his arm drops uselessly to his side. From the stands, Aomi's father shouts out the harsh reality of the situation. He scoffs that Yoichi could only use that move 3 times, a limit the boy himself didn't even know. Seizing the opportunity, Iwabuchi commends the fight before swinging in for the finish. He declares it's over, confident that his opponent is now completely defenseless. But Yoichi just smirks back, done for? He doesn't think so. With a sudden pivot, he slams a vicious kick square into Iwabuchi's torso. The massive fighter reels back, stunned that Yoichi still had one good arm left. A bloody grin spreads across Iwabuchi's face as he admits he really thought he was going to lose. Standing over his fallen rival, Yoichi declares the fight was fun, and he's already looking forward to what's next. From the ground, Iwabuchi's bloody grin widens, telling him to drop the formalities and just call him Takeru. The crowd goes wild as the official announcement rings out. The winner is Ogami Yoichi of Class A. And with that, the last of Class B's fighters has been officially eliminated from the competition. The 20th freshman exchange match is a decisive, overwhelming victory for Class A. Takeru stares up at the lights, a small, bruised smile on his face as he processes his defeat. He lies there on the cold floor, the roar of the crowd, a distant echo of his failure. A hand covers his eyes as he admits the painful truth to himself: he lost, and it hurts. It's an agony born from recognizing his own lack of skill, a feeling he can't just ignore. No, he has to face it. He has to accept this loss and use it to become stronger. And from the victor, a hand is extended to the fallen warrior on the ground. Takeru grabs it firmly, a silent promise to overcome the weakness he showed today. It's a grip of mutual respect, a necessary step for him to finally move forward. As his classmates celebrate the win, congratulating Yoichi on a good match, Takeru, the loser, humbly asks for just one favor. He needs to fight him again, a chance to retrain himself and seek his revenge. With burning determination, he asks if Yoichi will face him in the ring once more. Yoichi listens, a slight, almost amused smile playing on his lips. If that's all he wants, then of course, he accepts. Fist-bumping his new rival, he tells Takeru he'll always welcome a fight, and that they're on a first-name basis now. A confident, almost predatory smile spreads across Yoichi's face. Takeru promises to wait for him at the top, sealing their new rivalry with a fist bump. With the fight behind them, Takeru offers his strength, vowing to help whenever needed. He makes it clear this isn't just respect. He's offering his help as a friend. That word hits Yoichi hard, making him realize just how much he's changed. When he first enrolled, he saw this school as nothing more than a tool for revenge. But now, with Natsume and Takeru, he's already made exceptions to his cold resolve. He can't deny it, they've earned his respect, but his future is filled with life or death battles, a brutal path he must walk. Watching them from the stands, Natsume's father questions if it's truly safe for his child to fight alongside someone like Yoichi. But the more Natsume's father thinks about it, the more something feels deeply wrong. His mind keeps returning to Yoichi, and one impossible question. How could that boy possibly know fist shot? It was a legendary last resort technique, only used by the former president of the Ishinkai. Very few people in the organization even knew of its existence, and fewer still could teach it. So for some random kid with no connections to master it perfectly, it's absurd. His mind races, trying to solve the puzzle. Who is he? He stares down at Ogami Yoichi, wondering what secrets the boy is hiding. Down in the ring, however, Yoichi's silence is completely misinterpreted by Takeru. He thinks his offer was useless, forcing a flustered Yoichi to quickly reassure his worried friend. Takeru seems relieved as Yoichi explains he was just lost in thought for a moment. In fact, Yoichi flips it around, saying there's no way a monster like him wouldn't be useful. But just as the tension breaks, a sudden jolt runs through Yoichi's mind. He whips around, a flash of panic on his face. Something is wrong. That's right, he knew something felt unfinished from his earlier fight. There's still one more opponent waiting, Minami Akari, watching from the stands with a hungry smile. The next morning at school, A wild scream of excitement echoes across the grounds. Akari stands on the rooftop, arms outstretched, declaring it's a perfect day to fight and bleed. Or, at least, that's what Shed liked to say, a sly grin spreading across her face. But she can't help but notice his arm, now completely wrapped up and in a sling. She asks if it's frustrating to fight injured, but he coolly replies that getting hurt was his own fault. He admits that now that she knows his real name, Ogami, he's stuck being dragged around by her. So, raising his bandaged fist, he declares they should settle this now, because he won't get any sleep until they do. He challenges her directly to come at him, and for a moment, she leans in as if to accept, but then she suddenly flips backward into a handstand, mockingly asking if he really thought she'd fight him like this. Yoichi is left completely baffled, demanding to know what she's planning. From her upside-down perch, she explains with a grin that there's no upside for her in this fight. Beating an injured opponent would be tasteless, and losing would be pathetic. So instead, she's taking a week off from school, and tells him to be fully healed by the time she returns. And with a powerful push, she vaults off the rooftop, leaving a stunned Yoichi yelling for her to wait. A car alarm blares in the distance as Yoichi grits his teeth, utterly frustrated. Back in the school hallway, Natsume and her crew are waiting for him, looking tense. He approaches, wondering what they're all doing just standing around. Natsume turns, relieved, saying he's finally here. She checks on his arm but immediately shifts focus, asking if he knows that mysterious blonde girl. She warns him that he'll need to stop her soon, but Yoichi has no idea what she's talking about. Just then, a scream echoes from a nearby classroom as a girl dangles precariously from a window. It's a secretarial student, creating a massive scene in the business class. She cries out that she has no choice and won't move from that spot until Ogami-kun gets here. Yoichi freezes at the mention of his name, and Natsume explains she's been like that for 10 minutes. The girl on the ledge introduces herself as Shiratori Aya, a first year from the secretarial course. She explains that after watching his match yesterday, she was completely captivated. With spiraling eyes and a wild blush, she screams that she's fallen head over heels for Ogami-kun. Her demand is simple. He has to go on a date with her, leaving Yoichi completely stunned. She then threatens to jump if he refuses, claiming the humiliation would be too much to bear. Faced with this absolute madness, Yoichi turns to Natsume with a dead serious apology. He calmly announces he's no longer aiming for the top and that he's dropping out of school too. Natsume is horrified, trying to remind him of his promise, but he just tells her to forget it. She demands to know what's gotten into him, but his expression is one of grim finality. He's decided, he says, to get married to Shiratori, flashing a ridiculous fantasy wedding shot. Yoichi even asks her to come to the wedding, leaving Natsume completely speechless. Her mind just can't process what is happening. A wedding? Dropping out? The entire world seems to warp and distort around her as she lies there, dazed. And then, in the quiet light of her own room, her eyes snap open. She bolts upright in bed, the remnants of the bizarre nightmare still clinging to her. A wave of relief washes over her. Oh, it was just a dream. But that relief quickly sours into a deep, simmering annoyance. What kind of ridiculous dream was that, anyway? Why was she panicking like some heroine in a drama? Stomping onto her balcony, she tries to convince herself that Ogami-kun is just a friend. But then she fumes that he has no right to just dump her in her own dream without permission. She takes a deep, frustrated breath, leaning back on her balcony. Then, a furious shout echoes across the entire city, screaming Ogami's name. And somewhere downtown, Yoichi himself feels a sudden, weird chill run down his spine. He glances over his shoulder. Confused, did someone just call out to him? Shaking his head, he dismisses it as his imagination, turning to a more immediate issue. He asks the girl crouching on the stairs, Shiratori Aya, how long she's going to hide there. She admits she's too embarrassed, never thinking he'd actually agree to her life or death proposal. A dry thought crosses Yoichi's mind. Well, at least she's self-aware enough to know she sounded crazy. He remembers it clearly. Her on the school roof, threatening to jump, forcing his hand in front of everyone. Suddenly, she snaps to her feet, bowing low and apologizing profusely for her drastic actions. Yoichi just shrugs it off, saying he needed to visit the hospital for his arm anyway, so she shouldn't worry. To change the subject, he suggests they go grab something to eat, but Aya is still a quivering mess on the stairs. He asks what she's in the mood for, casually telling her he's fine with anything she picks. This simple act of consideration completely short-circuits her brain. He's being so kind. It's time to be brave. Mustering all her courage, she pops up and declares she wants Omerus, waving from the stairs, only to immediately lose her nerve and dive back into hiding a second later. Yoichi is left standing there, just sighing to himself, wondering why he's a magnet for weirdos. But somehow, they make it to a restaurant, and the sight of the food has Aya absolutely glowing with excitement. They sit across from each other, and as Yoichi gives a simple "let's eat," she's practically buzzing with gratitude. He takes his first bite, stoic as ever, beginning this very strange, very forced date. But as he eats, Yoichi can't help but notice something across the table. The girl is absolutely beaming, lost in a state of pure, unadulterated bliss. Her eyes snap open when she realizes he's been watching her the whole time. The sudden attention sends a wave of crimson across her face. She practically faceplants onto the table, mortified that he was staring at her. But he just clarifies it's not a big deal. He just figured she must really love Omaris. Oh, she does. It's her absolute favorite, and she starts to explain why. Ever since they were kids, she's lived with just her big sister, who would make this every weekend. She proudly calls her sister amazing and reliable, someone who was their age back when she was raising her. But now, her sister is too busy with work to cook for her anymore, a touch of sadness in her voice. Her eyes burn with determination. One day, she'll be the one making Omaris for her sister. Yoichi just takes it all in, his face an unreadable mask. The sudden, intense declaration hangs awkwardly in the air between them. A wave of embarrassment hits her as she realizes she just poured her heart out. She stammers an apology and deflects, asking what his favorite food is. A food that makes him happy? He genuinely has to wonder if he's ever had one. But as he searches his memories, one particular taste does stand out. Ah yes, he remembers it all too clearly. It was a taste so intense he could never forget it. A half-cooked, sickeningly sweet takoyaki. And his honest review earned him a swift smack to the back of the head from the vendor. The vendor aggressively shoves the food forward, demanding his friend try what real Osaka takoyaki tastes like. And just as Yoichi predicted, the poor guy's face turns purple as the awful taste hits him. The sound of someone retching in the distance becomes a funny, yet disgusting memory. Back in the present, Yoichi snaps out of his reverie and tells a confused Aya that yes, there is one. A slight smile plays on his lips as he finally answers her question. His favorite food, he tells her, is takoyaki. Later that evening, he walks her home through the quiet streets. He insists it's no trouble, especially with how dangerous things have been lately. Standing before her house, he notes it's a nice place for just two sisters. She thanks him again, but he just waves it off, admitting that despite the surprise, he had a good time too. Aya can hardly believe it, her eyes wide with joy. She's just so relieved that he had a good time with her. Taking a deep breath, she works up the courage to ask him on another date. She even suggests they try that takoyaki place he mentioned, but Yoichi just falls silent. Before he can answer, a sharp voice cuts through the night, questioning who Aya is with. Aya completely panics, surprised to see her sister back home so early. As she stammers, Yoichi turns around to face the newcomer, and his mind goes completely blank, his eyes wide with utter disbelief. It can't be, this has to be a lie. He thinks he's seeing his own mother. A memory from 10 years ago floods his mind, a face he remembers all too clearly. A younger Yoichi runs gleefully into his mother's embrace. She was the warmest, kindest person in his entire world, the one who taught him what it truly meant to love someone. He can still feel that warmth, a memory he's held onto for so long. And now, snapping back to the present, his mind struggles to process what he's seeing. Standing right in front of him, next to a panicked Aya, is the absolute spitting image of his mother from his childhood. The same face, the same sharp eyes, just with a different hair color. A single word escapes his lips, barely a whisper, "Mom?" Aya's sister turns, her expression shifting as she just barely catches his stunned murmur. Yoichi quickly catches himself, trying to play it off as nothing. But his mind is screaming at him, why would he say that out loud? His mother is gone. Completely unfazed, her sister just sighs and asks who this boy might be. Aya flails, panicking as she blurts out that he's just a classmate from high school. Seeing her struggle, Yoichi smoothly takes over, explaining they met by chance and he was walking her home. The older sister just nods, seemingly accepting the story while Aya is floored by her perfect composure. She calmly introduces herself as Sayo, and Yoichi politely gives his own name in return. Then, in a stunning power move, Sayo invites him inside for tea, sending Aya into a silent frenzy of joy. But the dream is cut short when Yoichi explains he has to get back to his dorm before curfew. Aya's hopes are instantly crushed as her sister simply remarks that it's a shame. Her sister, Sayo, extends a polite offer to treat him next time, as a flustered Aya stammers out her own goodbye. Yoichi simply tells them to take care before turning his back to leave. He walks off into the quiet street, leaving the two sisters watching his retreating figure. Aya's mind races. With all that chaos, she never got a straight answer about another date. Her train of thought is immediately derailed when Sayo bluntly asks how long they've been dating. The teasing continues as they walk inside, with her sister poking fun at her cool boyfriend. Sayo then playfully points out that Aya borrowed her shirt, cheekily noting how snug it looks. Mortified, Aya scrambles to apologize, but her sister just smirks, saying it's all stretched out now anyway. In a panic, Aya bows deeply, promising she'll buy a replacement, whatever the cost. Sayo's final, devastating blow lands. That shirt was a limited edition designer piece, and Aya's face falls in utter despair. After all, Sayo explains, that shirt was a special gift to her. It was from the student council president himself, a fact revealed by a photo of her with the imposing figure. While Aya is still wailing her apologies, her sister just waves it off, saying she barely wore it. She shoos her younger sister off to take a bath, her mind already drifting. Alone in her apartment, Seo's thoughts turn back to the boy from earlier. A flicker of recognition hits her, she knows him from somewhere. The memory clicks into place. That was Yoichi Ogami, from the business department. He was the very same student who had caught the president's eye during a board meeting. She recalls how strange it was for the president to take a personal interest in any student. Sinking onto her couch, she muses that Yoichi didn't seem to remember her. But then again, why would he? Still, Seo can't stop thinking about him. She knows the business department has some dangerous types. She decides it's better to be safe than sorry, and makes a call to someone she can trust. In a car across the city, a young man answers, listening as she asks for a favor. The request is simple. She needs him to look into a student named Yoichi Ogami. Back at school, a loudmouthed punk with a crazed smile announces his return to the classroom. The self-proclaimed mad dog Ikari immediately tries to taunt Yoichi about his recent matches, but Yoichi just walks right past him without a word, leaving the loudmouth's crony shouting in his wake. He arrives at his desk and gives a simple good morning to Natsume. She immediately kicks her desk in frustration, snapping that he's throwing off her rhythm. Natsume complains that of course he's cheerful after his weekend date, while she was stuck in the dorm nursing her wounds. Ikari wastes no time mocking Yoichi, bringing up an old story about him getting a nosebleed from seeing Natsume. The rumor mill instantly connects this to his weekend, and suddenly he's a two-timing player in everyone's eyes. But when Icarus Lackey takes it too far, suggesting Yoichi ditch Natsume because she wasn't good enough, his fist flies. The punk hits the floor, and Ikari coolly tells his own man to stay down as Natsume offers a little clap of approval. From the sidelines, another student smirks, noting that while they're all idiots, at least they're finally getting along. A couple of classmates try to encourage Natsume, telling her she's still got a chance, earning a sharp shut-up for their efforts. Yoichi just watches the absolute circus unfold around him, his expression completely flat. He gazes across the chaotic classroom, wondering if this place will ever know a single moment of peace. The morning bell seems to ring under a bright, clear sky. Another perfectly normal, violent day begins at Kijin High School. But as Yoichi heads into school, a familiar voice calls out his name. It's Iwabuchi Takeru, who casually asks if he managed to get any rest over the weekend. Yoichi immediately notices the bandage on Takeru's nose, who just laughs it off as nothing serious. Takeru brushes off any concern, saying that injuries are just part of the game for guys like them. He then asks about Yoichi's arm, which is also immobilized, a testament to their recent brutal battle. Just as they're catching up, the screech of expensive tires tears through the morning air. A sleek red sports car pulls right up to the school gate, stopping them both in their tracks. The other students can only stare in awe, completely captivated by the impossibly cool vehicle. A woman with long pink hair steps out, locking eyes with him and saying she's glad she caught him. Yoichi is stunned it's Aya's sister, and he has no idea what she could possibly want with him. Aya's sister smirks, reminding him that she did invite him to visit, but her schedule is just too tight. Today is her only opening, so with a charming but non-negotiable tone, she tells him to get in. She gives him a sharp look over her sunglasses, an offer that clearly isn't a request. The next thing he knows, Yoichi is strapped into the passenger seat, his mind reeling. The car speeds down the highway as he tries to process just how he got into this situation. He flashes back to trying to escape, even calling for Takeru, but he was bundled in before he could react. She tries to make small talk about the beautiful weather, a stark contrast to his internal panic. He nervously asks if it's okay to just leave her sister, but she dismisses the concern entirely. This, she explains, is her only opportunity to have a proper chat with him. A chat about what? Well, as Aya's guardian, she's very curious about the boy her little sister is so interested in. Yoichi quickly tries to clear things up, insisting they just had dinner and nothing more. But she presses on, saying she had heard they were dating and that Aya is clearly head over heels for him. He concedes that her sister is a good person, a really great girl, in fact. But he's just not interested in romance, he explains when she asks why. He vaguely states that he's not in the right position for it, earning a curious smirk from the driver's seat. To his surprise, she suddenly looks relieved by his answer, leaving him completely baffled. She was worried he might actually have feelings for Aya, but his answer makes her job easier. The friendly facade drops instantly as she delivers a chilling command: stay away from her sister. She's glad he's at least self-aware enough to know how dangerous he is, which catches him completely off guard. Then she calls him by his full name, Shindo Yoichi, and the air in the car turns to ice. Yoichi is completely stunned, wondering how on earth she could know his true identity. With a smug little smile, she decides it's time to properly introduce herself as Shiratori Sayo Ayahi. But she's not just Aya's sister. She's the secretary to Mikado, the chairman of the powerful New One group. The scene changes, and Yoichi now finds himself in a private residence, completely on her turf. She takes a calm sip of tea, completely relaxed and in control of the situation. Her piercing gaze, however, tells a different story, one of cold, sharp calculation. He sits there, rigid and wary, prompting her to mockingly ask if he's worried about being poisoned. She then probes further, asking if he knew who she was all along and was just pretending. Seeing his silent impatience, a confident smirk plays on her lips. She finally reveals her hand, explaining that the rumor about former Chairman Shindo having a secret child is a well-known urban legend. But her interest, she claims, was simply that of a worried older sister looking into a boy named Ogami Yoichi. She hadn't expected the results to reveal his real name, Shindo Yoichi. His face hardens as he demands her source. She toys with him, playfully wondering if she should call her informant an enemy, or maybe just a villain. With a slight shift in tone, she admits it was someone who used to be her creditor. Yoichi is visibly taken aback, as she explains that she and her sister were left with a massive debt by their parents. Debt? He glances at the opulent surroundings, the image of a luxury car flashing in his mind, completely confused. She smirks, noting how easy he is to read, and agrees that she looks like someone who's never known hardship. But everything he sees, the house, the car, is an illusion, because none of it is actually hers. With a chilling casualness, she adds that this extends to her own freedom as well. A framed photo on the wall says it all. A younger her, beside the imposing Chairman Mikado, the man she sold herself to. She doesn't care what others think. She insists this was the best, and perhaps only, option she had. Yoichi tries to grasp her logic, asking if she truly feels nothing changed after selling her freedom. She confirms it. Thanks to Chairman Mikado, she lives in comfort, but the massive debt still looms over her. He may treat her like a jewel now, but she sees herself as a wilting flower, destined to be discarded. Sooner or later, she and her sister will be dragged back into the hell they escaped, and Yoichi can only listen in silence. He asks a simple, almost childish question. Couldn't she just work to pay it off before that happens? The suggestion is so naive it makes her laugh, a soft, bitter sound. Apologizing for her reaction, she reveals the true scale of the problem. 500 million yen. An impossible sum. Her entire income wouldn't even be enough to cover the monthly interest. The debt is designed so the principal can never be repaid, a perfect trap, and the reality of it sinks in for Yoichi. But Sayo Ayahi quickly changes the subject, announcing that the introductions are over. She flat out tells him she knows he's plotting revenge, and Yoichi's eyes widen in shock. Then comes the offer he never expected. She wants to join him. She admits she's not a fighter, but reminds him that wars aren't won with just soldiers. As Chairman Mikado's secretary, she's the ultimate insider, with real-time knowledge of his every move. In a school fight, he might lose. But out here, with her help, he can actually win against the new one group. Yoichi's expression hardens with resolve, but she's not finished. She has two conditions. First, once their revenge is complete, her entire 500 million yen debt must be erased. Her second condition is far more personal, and she moves in close to deliver it. Leaning right into his space, she demands that he keeps her sister, Aya, out of this entire affair. She tells him she doesn't care what happens to her. She's used to it by now. But grabbing his chin, she warns that if her sister is ever put in danger, even by accident, she won't hesitate for a second to cut him loose and save her. Yoichi's hand shoots out, gripping her wrist with undeniable strength. He understands. But he's not done, twisting her arm in a swift motion that catches her completely off guard. He pins her against the furniture, making his own demand. He will meet this creditor of hers first. He needs to verify her story, but more importantly, to understand who he's really dealing with. A slow, impressed smile spreads across Sayo Ayahi's face as she agrees to his terms. As he leaves, she thinks to herself that his caution is reassuring. It's a good start for their murky alliance. And as one alliance is tentatively formed, another situation is about to explode elsewhere. Aya quietly lets herself into her apartment, thinking things might finally be looking up. But she walks in on an absolutely gut-wrenching scene. Her older sister, Sayo Ayahi, is pinned against a table by some guy, her face a mask of shock at being discovered. Aya freezes, the sight before her so unbelievable her mind just goes blank. She spins around and flees, Sayo Ayahi desperately running after her into the night. Her sister begs her to listen, insisting it's all a misunderstanding, but Aya's rage is boiling over. A misunderstanding? She saw it with her own eyes, and bitterly reminds her sister this isn't the first time. The real issue finally comes out: a lifetime of jealousy over every guy she's ever liked being compared to her sister. Through her tears, Aya asks how her own sister could be so cruel as to steal him away. With one last pained accusation, she turns and bolts into the night, leaving Sayo Ayahi stunned. Her sister whips around, begging Yoichi to say something, anything to fix this. But our boy is completely out of his depth, realizing for the first time that he has no idea what to do. Seeing his useless expression, Sayo Ayahi's panic gives way to a moment of wry resignation. The decision is made, and the two of them take off into the city night after her. Sayo Ayahi sprints down the sidewalk, desperate to catch up to her sister. Yoichi runs interference, casually grabbing some random guy who gets in their path. With the way cleared, Sayo Ayahi continues the chase, not even breaking her stride. Under the cold light of the moon, their frantic search comes to a halt. Sayo Ayahi clutches her head in frustration. Aya isn't picking up, and she knows she's the one to blame. They're completely lost, with no idea where to even look for her in the vast, dark city. The situation feels hopeless. She explains Aya doesn't have any friends nearby and rarely even leaves the house. But Yoichi suddenly brings up a new problem, her curfew. He checks the time, informing her she only has an hour left. The news sends her into a panic, and she tries to push him away, insisting she has to get back immediately. Yoichi stops her, his expression firm as he reminds her that he is responsible for finding Ayahi. Seeing his resolve, she tells him to do what he needs to, though her mind races with the consequences for their plans. She then looks away, murmuring that maybe this is for the best since now Ayahi will probably give up on him. He looks at her with cool confidence, telling her not to worry and to just leave it all to him. With his mission set, he boards a late-night bus, heading off into the city. Alone amongst the empty, frog-patterned seats, his mind begins to wander. He scoffs to himself, there's nothing to worry about. He barely knew Shiratori anyway, but his thoughts are cut short by the crude chatter of two new passengers nearby. His eyes narrow as he overhears one of them making a disgusting comment about some girl's chest. The two losers continue their chatter, whining about how they should have tried to pick her up. The pink-haired one smirks, calling her an easy-picking runaway, annoyed that other thugs got to her first. His friend just sighs, callously assuming those other guys are having their way with her right now. And as the two idiots fantasize, an icy chill descends behind them. Yoichi has heard everything. Suddenly, a desperate scream for help echoes through the night. In a dark, grimy alleyway, Shiratori Aya is cornered by a pack of wolves, begging them to let her go. One of them grabs her, telling her to shut up and wait her turn, his grip tightening as she struggles. He orders his crony to silence her, and a hand clamps brutally over her mouth. The thugs mock her for having such a loud voice for someone so small. Then, with a disgusting jeer, one of them smacks her hard across the face. She collapses to the ground, coughing, barely able to ask why they're doing this to her. A new group emerges from the shadows, their leader sneering down at her, telling her not to ask such obvious questions. The new leader begins a twisted lecture, mocking her for practically screaming runaway girl. He condescendingly thanks her for making it easy by wandering right into a deserted alley. And the third point, the real kicker, he says with a smug drag of his cigarette, is revealed with a disgusting, predatory lick of his lips. He pulls out a knife, drooling as he leers, telling her she has a nice body. The bottom line, he claims, is that this is all her fault as she scrambles backward in pure terror. She begs them not to come closer, but the entire pack surrounds her, their shadows looming. They sneer that their patience has run out. They were going to be merciful, but not anymore. Her final, desperate scream to not be touched is silenced as a hand violently clamps down on her arm. The boss shoves the blade against her chest, sneering that this is exactly what she deserves. Tears stream down her face as the thugs laugh about their sick plans, her desperate pleas completely ignored. The cold steel presses harder, the blade beginning to slice through the fabric of her shirt. It rips open with a sickening sound as her last hope becomes a desperate scream for help. In this moment of pure terror, her thoughts drift to the only people she can count on, her sister, and the one other person she desperately wishes was here. Yoichi's determined face flashes through her mind, a final, fleeting prayer. Suddenly, that prayer is answered by the sound of something closing in at impossible speed. Framed by the full moon, Yoichi himself plummets from the sky, a crimson-eyed demon ready to crash their party. His eyes burn with pure, unadulterated rage. The leader of the thugs is sent flying before he can even blink. Yoichi's landing craters the asphalt, sending the rest of the gang stumbling back in shock. Shiratori looks up in disbelief, her voice trembling as she recognizes her savior. He stands over her protectively, calmly telling her that it's all okay now. He then gently drapes his jacket over her, shielding her from their eyes. Turning to the thugs, he tells them not to worry. He isn't calling the police. He cracks his knuckles, explaining that for scum like them, legal justice is far too soft. With glowing red eyes, he promises to make them feel the exact same fear they put her through. Enraged by his words, the thugs decide they've heard enough and charge forward as one. But Yoichi just stands there, his cold, red eyes tracking their every clumsy move. The first one throws a wild haymaker, screaming that he's going to shut that mouth for good. But before his fist can even get close, Yoichi intercepts him with a lightning-fast palm strike to the chest. The thug's eyes go wide in disbelief, the air driven from his lungs in a single, brutal instant. With one down, Yoichi pivots seamlessly into a high kick, aimed at the next idiot in line. He parries another sloppy punch with effortless grace, his movements like a blur. Then, in a single spinning motion, a devastating kick sends two of them flying backwards. The thug's face contorts in a silent scream, his body overwhelmed by pure agony. Yoichi finishes the dance with a crushing elbow, ending the so-called fight in a matter of seconds. The last thug stumbles back, completely outmatched by Yoichi's relentless assault. Without a moment's hesitation, Yoichi drives a powerful kick straight into his opponent's stomach. The thug's desperate punch is caught mid-air, his eyes widening in disbelief. A final, devastating blow sends the goon flying helplessly through the alley. He lands in a heap at the feet of his boss, who had been watching the entire exchange. The leader sighs, noting that he thought the uniform looked familiar. He recognizes it as belonging to Ishin High, the same school as the other punks. But he warns Yoichi that tonight, he's messed with the wrong opponent. As he speaks, his hand closes around the cold steel of a crowbar. He boasts that he's the real deal, a fighter who even turned down an offer from the new one group. The thug leader seethes with rage, calling Yoichi an arrogant Ishin mutt and telling him to brace himself. But in the very next moment, that confidence is shattered. His face a bruised mess as he begs for forgiveness. Surrounded by his unconscious crew, the kneeling boss confesses that his boast about new one was a total lie. Yoichi isn't having any of it, yanking the man up by his shirt with a look of pure contempt. He tells the whimpering thug he's apologizing to the wrong person. He should be begging Shiratori for mercy, not him. Before the man can respond, a fist smashes into his face with brutal, unforgiving force. From the sidelines, Shiratori watches the violent scene unfold, her eyes wide with shock. Yoichi pulls back a bloodied hand, reminding the thug it's too late for apologies, and that he promised to show him true fear. Seeing the rage in his eyes, she clasps her hands together, a silent plea for this to stop. Just as Yoichi winds up again, Shiratori rushes forward, grabbing his arm and desperately screaming for Ogami to stop. Yoichi's patience finally snaps, the fury in his eyes simmering as he looks back. But Shiratori clings to his arm, pleading with him not to dirty his hands on such scum. Her words get through. He stands frozen, holding the pathetic thug by his collar. Blood drips from his tightly clenched fist, a grim reminder of his violent promise. The murderous intent in his eyes finally begins to fade as he glances towards her. Just then, a frantic shout echoes through the alley, drawing their attention to the entrance. Both Yoichi and Shiratori turn in surprise, her eyes widening at who she sees. It's her older sister, Sayo Ayahi, looking absolutely horrified by the scene. She rushes forward, her voice trembling with a mix of relief and panicked anger. Sayo Ayahi grits her teeth, frustrated that her worst fears have come to pass. Shiratori is still frozen in shock, her heart pounding in her chest. Without a word, her older sister rushes forward, pulling her into a desperate embrace. Sayo Ayahi holds her tight, whispering how glad she is that she's safe. The relief is too much. Tears well up as Shiratori sobs out an apology. She buries her face in her sister's shoulder, insisting it was all her fault, as Yoichi silently looks on. He watches the scene, a single thought echoing in his mind. Why is she the one saying sorry? Sayo Ayahi gently strokes her hair, murmuring how much she resembles their mother. But as she holds her sister, her expression begins to subtly shift, and a faint, knowing smile creeps across her face. Her eyes are locked directly onto Yoichi, and her quiet word of thanks sends a jolt through him. Yoichi remains completely silent, her strange words echoing in his mind. He simply stands apart under the full moon, watching the sisters as his own hand drips with blood. After the emotional reunion, things finally begin to settle down. With a taxi waiting, Sayo Ayahi thanks him again, her voice filled with sincere gratitude. She bows deeply, promising to repay the favor, but he just dismisses it as doing what was necessary. Her expression turns serious. She tells him not to worry about the school's curfew. She assures him that she'll explain the situation to the board, and they'll turn a blind eye. Then she gestures to the cab, where her little sister is fast asleep, bundled up in his jacket. Of course he doesn't mind. Sayo Ayahi explains her sister is exhausted from the ordeal. Her tone then shifts, becoming all business as she promises to handle the creditor, and tells him to message her if anything comes up. He agrees, thinking to himself that they're both in the same boat now. With a final, formal bow, their business for the night is concluded. Elsewhere, in a dark room, a menacing figure's phone suddenly rings, cutting through the silence. On the other end is the thug boss, his voice desperate as he makes a late-night plea. The man is a wreck, but his humiliation has festered into a burning need for a favor. He doesn't just want revenge, he wants to find the guy and watch him get broken. But the monster he's calling is on another level, initially bored by such a pathetic request. That is, until the thug boss mentions the target wears the same school uniform as him. Suddenly, the beast is interested, warning him that this kind of service will cost a fortune. With a predatory grin, he asks for more details, the chaos of his own room spelling trouble for whoever he's about to hunt. But for Yoichi, trouble doesn't need to hunt. It finds him at school, starting with a simple question about a jacket sleeve. He stands silent as a new face demands an answer, calling him out by his last name, Ogami. The student, Shiratori Aya's brother, announces that he's heard stories, but he wants the truth straight from Yoichi. He wants to know exactly what Yoichi was doing at his house with his other sister, leaving poor Aya mortified by the public spectacle. The accusation rings out for the whole class to hear. Why was he pinning her down on the table? Natsume Oma's face darkens with disgust. In her mind, he's already cheated. And with Sayo, Ayahi, of all people. Aya shoves the jacket at him, demanding he explain himself. But this is just another Tuesday for the walking misunderstanding. The other students sigh, one pointing out that this kind of drama seems to follow Yoichi around like a sickness. He listens as the gossip solidifies, branding him a two-timer who goes after sisters. But this time, something in him snaps. Has done trying to clear his name, and frankly, he just doesn't care anymore. Yoichi has officially entered resignation mode, brushing past a stunned Aya as he leaves the classroom. Meanwhile, a student tries to provoke Aomi, asking if she'll really let a rival steal her man. She snaps back, threatening him with a pressure point strike, before declaring Yoichi was never hers anyway. Still, she can't hide her disgust. He talks about ambition but just chases after every girl he sees. She storms out of the room, ignoring her classmates' cheers and simply announcing she's going to the bathroom. Deciding she needs a snack to calm her nerves, she overhears a deep voice commenting on the first-year girls. The voice notes how fresh they are, and Aomi looks up, a flicker of unease crossing her face. Suddenly, a monstrous figure looms over her, grabbing her and declaring she'll be his fifth keychain. She recoils in pure disgust, utterly repulsed by the creature in front of her. But then her eyes catch his sleeve. It's blue, the mark of a third year, and she realizes she's in serious trouble. Aomi tries to stand her ground, coolly rejecting his offer and questioning what business a senior has in the first-year wing. She even calls him out for violating school rules, a desperate attempt to appeal to some kind of order. But he simply flashes a wide, predatory grin, utterly amused by her little display of courage. He scoffs at the idea of rules, basically asking her what she's going to do about it. Her confidence finally cracks as he wonders aloud if she's planning on tattling to a teacher. A suffocating pressure fills the hall as he introduces himself, the infamous Akira Ogata. Elsewhere, students who overheard the name gasp in shock, realizing exactly who she's dealing with. This isn't just any thug. He's the top dog of the third years and the student council president of Ishin High. A man better known as the Mad Tyrant, who stands atop a pile of anyone who dared to cross him. The onlookers whisper in terror. He's on a completely different level, unopposed, and even has the new one group's backing. The students are horrified, but the Mad Tyrant couldn't care less, getting straight to the point. Hess looking for a first year who wears a collar, and Aomi's heart sinks as she realizes exactly who he means. Her brief hesitation is all the confirmation he needs, and a vicious grin spreads across his face as he orders her to bring the boy to him. Aomi's mind races in terror, wondering what on earth Yoichi could have done to attract the attention of this monster. The sheer killing intent rolling off of Akira is suffocating. She knows she absolutely cannot let those two meet. So, she stands her ground and lies, telling him she doesn't know any student like that and he should look somewhere else. Trying to make a quick exit, her only thought is to find a teacher and warn Yoichi before it's too late. But she doesn't even get a single step away before his immense presence looms over her, blocking her path. He calls out, his voice dripping with menace, asking if she really thought he was done talking. And then comes the final blow he saw right through her lie, and she is completely, utterly caught. Akira sneers that since she lied and tried to walk away, it seems no one has taught her proper manners yet, and as her senior, he'll be the one to educate her, his fist flying directly toward Aomi's face. But that explosive moment fades away, flashing to a completely different scene under a bright sun. Here, Shiratori Aya is bowing deeply, frantically apologizing for her actions. Her brother tries to explain that his sister was just tired, but Yoichi simply waves it off, accepting the apology. He plays along, but a part of him wonders if this whole charade is really okay. Because the real reason for this apology goes back to what happened last night. He recalls being in a car, receiving a phone call from Aya's influential older sister. She carefully laid out a cover story. Yoichi was rude, called Aya a pervert, and she reacted in anger. When he questioned the elaborate lie, she simply reminded him to consider her position, forcing him to play his part. She even jokes that she genuinely thought he was a creep until she learned the truth. The official story would be that she let him in to vet him as a protective older sister. It was all to protect her honor, she claimed, since saving face was better than being known as a homewrecker. And with that, the flashback ends, leaving Yoichi stuck in this ridiculous, pre-scripted drama. In the present, Aya is still bowing deeply, begging for forgiveness for her rudeness. But then she looks up, her face flushed with something other than embarrassment. She sincerely thanks him for saving her, admitting she doesn't know what would have happened otherwise. A bit taken aback, Yoichi helps her to her feet, telling her not to worry about it as they should head to class. Just then, a chilling voice cuts through the air, announcing he's found them. The Mad Tyrant, Akira Ogata, steps into view, cracking his neck with a grin full of teeth, having finally located the collared first year. Yoichi shields a terrified Aya, noting the blue sleeves of a third year, as he demands to know who this monster is. The Mad Tyrant's eye twitches, the sheer disrespect echoing in his mind. He scoffs that the rumors of this first year's insolence were true, dismissing him as nothing more than a pest. And with a feral roar, he lunges forward, screaming that pests must be crushed. Yoichi's eyes widen in disbelief. The speed is completely overwhelming. He can't even process it. Is that really a human hand coming at him? But just as Akira's attack is about to land, another hand flashes in, intercepting the blow. The devastating strike is stopped dead in its tracks with an explosive clap. A familiar voice casually asks Yoichi why he's getting into trouble again, leaving our boy utterly stunned. Akira's bloodshot eye darts to the side, his rage turning to shock as the newcomer addresses him. And it's a woman, a blonde girl who stands over the fuming Akira, declaring that this fight is hers. She glances back at the man who first intervened, telling him not to do anything unnecessary. Akira trembles with pure, unadulterated rage, disgusted that she dare put her foot on his hand. But she does, grinding her boot into his knuckles with utter contempt. He roars that she must not value her life, but his threat is cut short by a brutal kick to the face. She launches forward, her eyes cold as ice, promising to be the one to end him. It's a one-sided beatdown as she pummels him with a relentless barrage of strikes. She unleashes her technique, Higuma, Ryu's first form, concrete breaker, smashing her fist into his jaw. The blow lands with incredible force, leaving the mad tyrant stunned and completely bewildered. But he's not done yet, he snarls, grabbing her jacket and countering with the second form of his own style. With a vicious grin, he hoists her into the air, twisting his body to counter. He unleashes his second form, the pile driver, slamming her headfirst into the concrete. But as the dust settles, it's the mad tyrant who's sprawled on the ground, completely motionless. Yoichi and Aya stare from a distance, utterly stunned by the incredible display of power. Standing over him is a woman with tanned skin and blonde hair, wearing work boots with designer clothes. Akira finally staggers to his feet, a glimmer of recognition in his eyes as he realizes who she is. He identifies her as Akari Minami, from the infamous Higuma Construction Company. The name clicks for Yoichi, who wonders why an expelled student would suddenly show up here. Akari pays him no mind, coldly dismissing his question as none of his concern. She turns back to Akira, declaring that he is her target, and asks if he finally understands the situation. But Akira's eyes narrow with defiance, a flicker of pride still burning. Akari looms over him, her sheer presence a challenge in itself, asking if he really wants to continue this. A silent, tense standoff forms between the four fighters on the empty school grounds. Yoichi watches, astonished. Even a monster like Akira is being crushed by this woman's pressure. But just as Akari is about to claim her prize, Yoichi steps forward, calmly stating that he has his own score to settle. He declares that Akira laid a hand on his little brother figure, a statement that leaves Aya completely speechless. She recalls the chaos from yesterday, realizing Yoichi is here for retribution. Panicked, she tries to intervene, pleading that they were the real victims in that encounter. Akari isn't interested in excuses. She tells Yoichi plainly, hand him over, or prepare to fight. A smirk plays on Yoichi's lips. So she won't be satisfied until she breaks his arm, huh? Fine by him. Akira glares down at him, unimpressed, and dares him to even try. He then adds a chilling promise. Hell snap Yoichi's neck, and deliver it personally. Akari grins, finding the whole situation hilarious. She scoffs at Yoichi, telling him not to underestimate them. But then she pivots, explaining he only seems tough because he caught Akira off guard before. She casually puts an arm around him, declaring it's now 2 against 1 since she's not handing Akira over either. She taunts the mad tyrant, noting he's come empty-handed today, without his usual weapons. Akira's patience snaps, a low growl escaping his lips as he promises them no mercy. Without another word, he unleashes his rage in a devastating downward strike. His fist craters the concrete, a raw display of power meant to silence the two pests. Akari, completely unfazed, simply tells Yoichi to watch closely, noting that pointless destruction is a waste of energy. Akari just laughs, telling Akira to get lost already if he's so scared. But the mad tyrant simply turns his back, vowing on his life to repay this humiliation. For today, however, hell let it slide, all thanks to Yoichi's first-year classmate. Yoichi freezes, demanding to know what he means by that. With a vicious, shark-like grin, Akira tells him to hurry back to his classroom and see for himself. A horrifying realization dawns on him. Akira is making an example out of someone. He sprints down the hall, Akari following close behind, dread twisting in his gut. Bursting through the door, he finds Natsume, who looks relieved to see him alive. But the rest of the room is a scene of utter carnage. Students are scattered and broken. He asks what happened, but she already knows he knows it was obviously Akira. Natsume explains that of all people, it was Akari who took the brunt of the assault. She recounts how Akira came for Yoichi, and when she tried to call for a teacher, he lunged at her. But out of nowhere, the mad dog himself intercepted the attack, shielding her from the blow. With that trademark unhinged grin, Akari dared the student council president to go through him first. A brave, if foolish, declaration that ended with him getting blasted across the classroom in a single strike. And yet, even now, Ikari lies on the floor, beaten to a pulp but smiling, impressed by the president's power. Ikari finds the whole situation hilarious, while Natsume deadpans that since he's conscious, hell live. Yoichi scoffs, muttering what a busybody Ikari is for sticking his nose in when he's so outmatched. But he knows this brutal display was just a warning, a promise that Akira will be back for more. He realizes grimly that next time, Akira will bring his crew, and he'll need his own allies to stand a chance. He grits his teeth, realizing everyone is still exhausted from the exchange event. Just then, Minami Ikari saunters up, playfully calling him out for his serious expression. She reminds him not to forget about her, and he recalls that she's the one Natsume mentioned. She can tell he's worried about an all-out war with Ogata, but she has a solution. Her proposal? She asks him on a date after school, promising to explain everything then. Sensing his immediate suspicion, she quickly clarifies this isn't a challenge or a duel. She simply has someone that she wants him to meet. Someone waiting for them at a remote construction site, a man built like a tank. They make their way to the towering, unfinished structure just beyond the school grounds. Ikari leads a wary Yoichi toward the meeting, and toward her proposed ace in the hole. Yoichi can't help but wonder what purpose a massive skyscraper serves right next to their school. Ikari cuts through his thoughts, revealing that this is the first time she's brought someone to her workplace. With a wide, proud grin, she declares that she's the one building this entire structure. He's left speechless by the absurd claim, but she quickly clarifies. She's just helping her dad's company, Higuma Construction, as they stand before a sign bearing its Fierce Bear logo. Suddenly, she tosses him a white hard hat, catching him completely off guard. Safety first, she says with a smirk, telling him to keep it on until she says otherwise. He looks down at the helmet, only to find a beginner's sticker plastered on the front. As they climb the scaffolding, he finally asks if the person she wants him to meet is here, the one who can help against Ogata. She confirms it, but adds that whether they're useful or not is entirely up to him. He cuts to the chase, demanding to know why she's really helping him. After all, he thought she was just waiting for his arm to heal so they could have a proper fight. Ogata is an outsider, so his fight with Yoichi should mean absolutely nothing to her. Wouldn't it be easier, he presses, to just let Ogata crush him? She must see him as an eyesore, especially since she's so much stronger than Ogata and he's the guy who already lost to him. Minami just smirks, finding his logic amusingly sound on the surface. But she tells him he's made two mistakes again. Holding up one finger, she begins her first correction. Ogata isn't someone she can just demolish. He's a master of a special technique, the flail. If that monster gets his hands on his weapon, she admits, even she doesn't know what would happen. And for her second point, Minami continues with a confident smirk. She clarifies that her standard for finding someone interesting has nothing to do with their strength, leaving Yoichi puzzled. He asks what it is then, but she just laughs it off, saying there's no formula for feelings. It's all about intuition, she explains, a vibe she gets just by looking at someone. But then she drops the real bombshell. Besides, it's not even her who wants to help him. Yoichi's eyes widen in absolute shock as the implication sinks in. The person who really wants to lend a hand is her dad. With that, she gestures to the imposing figure, introducing him as her master and the president of their company. The man removes his hard hat, a warm, welcoming smile on his face as he introduces himself as Higuma. He looks Yoichi over, noting with amusement that he's the spitting image of a young Shindo. Yoichi stands in stunned silence, just taking it all in. He finally finds his voice, demanding to know what his father's relationship was with this man. Higuma takes a moment, searching for the right way to describe their deep connection. He was Shindo's master. He begins, his guide, and even his financial backer. The kid flinches, the sheer scale of this relationship dawning on him. Higuma then puts it plainly. He was the man who propelled Shindo and the Ishinkai to the very top of Japan's underworld. A faint, almost predatory gleam appears in his eye as he reveals his title, the decoy. A grim realization sets in for Yoichi. Deep down, he suspected the truth was something this monumental. But for now, Higuma says, there's something else he needs to see, holding out a folded document. It's a contract, he explains. A binding agreement between himself and Yoichi's father, Shindo. The deal was simple. For his total support in unifying the nation, Higuma was promised everything he needed to establish new one. And in return, he was to receive a staggering 30% of the entire company. Minami can't help but grin. It was a sweet deal, built on trust between two titans. But as Higuma reveals, Shindo never fulfilled that promise. A revelation that leaves Yoichi stunned. He takes a long drag from his cigarette, bitterly adding that the man made all those promises only to die. Yoichi, ever the logical one, asks why he can't just enforce the contract and claim his share. But Higuma points out the fatal flaw. The entire agreement was predicated on Shindo being the chairman. And as they all knew, Shindo lost his life during that final, bloody battle with the Shutokai. In his place, the monstrous Mikado was appointed the first chairman, rendering the contract completely void. But Higuma admits, the fault lies with him. He was the one who tied the contract to the man, not the organization. Yoichi listens, still reeling from the revelation that no one, not even Higuma, thought a man like Shindo could ever fall. He can't help but wonder, was his father really that strong? Higuma explains that as a businessman, he lives by one ironclad rule: never invest more than 50% of the expected return. It's a principle he's held to under the pale moonlight for his entire career, but he admits that for Shindo, and only for Shindo, he completely broke that rule and went all in. And now, with a calculating glint in his eye, he declares he's ready to invest in that name once more. He's offering the strength to seize victory, the leadership to inspire armies, the financial backing to build an empire, and the insight to conquer the world. Higuma turns, his company's emblem on full display, promising to teach Yoichi everything he needs to know to become a king. But, of course, there's a catch. For this investment to work, their interests will have to align perfectly. But before they can shake on it, Higuma suddenly cuts himself off, his sharp gaze shifting. He looks right past Yoichi, asking how long the eavesdropper intended to listen and calling out the princess of Shudokai. Yoichi's heart stops as he whips around, stunned to see Natsume hiding there. His mind flashes to the school they both attend, a world away from this rooftop meeting. Meanwhile, in a much darker corner of their world, a different kind of storm is brewing. The mad tyrant, Akira Ogata, lifts his head, a vicious grin spreading across his face as he announces the start of pest control. Watching him from across the hall are two figures, one blowing a bubblegum bubble, the other cloaked in shadow. And behind them, a veritable army of students stands in formation, ready for an all-out war. Back on the rooftop, Yoichi is still trying to process how his classmate found him here. Natsume, on the other hand, is having a full-blown meltdown, unable to believe her class representative is the son of a legend. Minami Akari and her master can only watch, completely baffled by Natsume's bizarre reaction. Instead of being afraid of getting caught, she's practically bouncing with hype. She realizes Yoichi isn't running from Mikado. He enrolled specifically to face him head-on. Yoichi's face darkens, frustrated that his carefully guarded secret is now out in the open. But then Natsume's excitement fades, replaced by a sudden wave of genuine empathy. She apologizes, realizing how lonely and painful his fight must have been. Yoichi is completely taken aback by her words. It dawns on him this is the first time anyone has ever tried to comfort him. But just as the two share a quiet moment, Higuma steps forward to shatter the peace. His voice is cold as he states that Natsume has just overheard a secret she was never meant to know. He identifies her on the spot. Natsume Omi, daughter of the New One Group's Kanto head, a girl whose father, Kaito Natsume, just so happens to be one of President Mikado's most trusted aides. And that connection, Higuma declares grimly, is a death sentence. She'll have to disappear. Her mere existence is a risk. If she exposes Yoichi, their entire plan could be ruined. But he stops, turning back with a condescending air, deciding he'll hear what she has to say first. He asks what he should do with her. But Natsume doesn't show a hint of fear, just quiet contemplation. Her response is so deadpan it leaves him speechless. She simply tells him to treat her kindly. Before he can process that, Yoichi grabs his other shoulder, calmly echoing her exact words. Then, Natsume's entire demeanor flips as she slings an arm around Yoichi with a wild, demonic grin. She's Ogama's right hand, she proudly declares, a shocking reveal that leaves Yoichi completely floored. She calmly explains to Higuma that she made a promise to stick with Yoichi until he becomes the top of New One. Leaning into a still stunned Yoichi, she reminds him of their shared victories, from the election to the battle with Ogata. Higuma remains unimpressed, stating the cold reality. Mikado intends to take over by eliminating Yoichi. He warns her directly that siding with him means putting a target on her own back. Natsume just grins, admitting it's scary, but viewing it as a high-risk, high-return investment. But more than that, she knows the real Ogami, the one beneath the cold exterior. He's not the type of person who would ever let a comrade die, a fact that catches Yoichi himself off guard. A flashback begins as she recalls how, even though he doesn't open up easily, once you finally manage to break through his walls, he's fiercely loyal and will do anything to protect the people he cares about. She declares with absolute faith that she isn't afraid, because she has Ogami with her. Besides, he's the one who caught the great Higuma's attention. She'd never let a chance like this slip. Her tone hardens as she pokes Yoichi, warning him to never again link her to Shudokai or her father. Just thinking about what she went through to enroll at Ishin High still pisses her off. Her sudden, fiery outburst completely breaks the tension, and Higuma erupts in laughter. Even Minami Akari cracks a smile, remarking that this girl is far from ordinary. Higuma nods, his amusement turning into genuine interest. As an investor, he finds them both appealing, but his smile becomes a predatory grin. The deciding factor for his investment is always strength. Therefore, he's going to give them a simple task to prove themselves. Minami steps in, reminding them Ogata won't just sit back after being dodged once. She's right. Ogata is already marching off, no doubt to return with his entire army. Higuma turns his attention solely to Yoichi, addressing him by his full name. The mission is laid out: defeat the mad tyrant and his crew with his own strength. But the old man clarifies that he's not just talking about brute force. He means the power to lead comrades, including the fierce young woman standing beside him. Prove he can build an organization by crushing Ogata, and Higuma will offer him the deal of a lifetime. Before Yoichi can even respond, an unexpected voice tells the old man to hold on. With a thunderous crash, Minami Akari lands between them, pipes slung over her shoulder. She objects, reminding Higuma that she had her eyes on Yoichi first. Why should she wait? She's been dying to face this guy one-on-one. Higuma calmly waves her off, telling Minami to just be patient for a little while. He explains that this is actually for her benefit. A fight with Ogata will forge Yoichi into a much stronger opponent. And with a sly grin, he offers a special incentive. He'll play with her himself. The group stands in silence as the weight of that offer hangs in the air. But instead of fear, Minami's face lights up with pure, unadulterated joy. Fired up and ready to go, she declares the job is as good as done. With a final word for Yoichi and Natsume to be careful, she and her boss depart. The two are left standing alone in the moonlight, watching them leave the construction site. Natsume seems to be finally processing the sheer presence of the man they just met, and she lets out a horrified shriek, the terror of the encounter finally hitting her full force. Yoichi watches, completely unfazed, as Natsume practically collapses from the delayed shock. He dryly points out she was just putting on a brave face, which only sets her off more. Of course she was. She screams that they were dealing with Higuma one wrong move, and they'd be dead. Now that the adrenaline is gone, she's left wondering how they're supposed to beat Ogata in the third years. Yoichi calmly agrees, admitting that with their current strength, even Ogata alone is a huge problem. They need more allies, someone else who can actually fight on their level. He thinks for a moment Takeru would have been perfect, but not after Yoichi shattered his pride. He needs someone strong enough for the exchange meet, in peak condition, and on good terms with him. As he runs through the list of candidates, his mind lands on the only person who fits all the criteria. A special recommendation from the Byakuyakai, a boy with piercing golden eyes named Shirotani Io. Shirotani Io calmly repeats the outrageous request he just heard. So, Yoichi wants his help to take down the mad tyrant, Ogata? He confirms with a simple, yeah. Shirotani finds the proposition a bit sudden, but Yoichi insists they're out of time. The white-haired fighter then asks the obvious question, why him, and not Takeru? Yoichi explains that Takeru is injured, his nose is broken, a vital and easy target. He can't risk the big guy getting hurt any worse, especially since he's the one who broke it. But that's not the only reason he came here. From their brief encounter, Yoichi could tell that Shirotani is just as strong as Takeru. That's why he needs his help, formally asking him to lend his strength. Shirotani remains silent, his expression unreadable as he weighs the heavy request. But after a moment of consideration, Shirotani's answer is a flat-out refusal, stunning Yoichi. He explains the core principle of the Byakuyakai, harmony and unity with all things. They avoid unnecessary conflict, and he sees this as Yoichi's fight, not his own. While he appreciates the high praise, he calmly tells Yoichi to just give it up. Yoichi's shoulders slump. If that's his reason, then there's nothing more to be said. He thanks him for hearing him out, turning to leave, defeated for now. But as he walks away, Shirotani asks who else he has besides Natsume, and Yoichi admits it's just them. The white-haired prodigy falls silent, a thoughtful look on his face as he considers their predicament. Just then, another student appears, interrupting their conversation with a simple question. He tells Yoichi to go check the gym, leaving him confused as to what could be happening. The student messenger informs Shirotani that a Mr. Chino is calling for him, leaving Yoichi puzzled. Shirotani pauses, the name clearly ringing a bell for the white-haired prodigy. Elsewhere, in the desolate gym, Aomi's father stares at his phone, his suspicions finally confirmed. He knows exactly who he's dealing with, muttering the boy's full name, Yoichi Shindu. With a glint in his eye, he declares that Yoichi's time hiding his true identity is now over. Meanwhile, having been sent to the gym himself, Yoichi arrives at the building. He pushes open the door, calling out cautiously into the unsettling quiet. The entire gymnasium is pitch black, his shadow stretching long across the floor. Finding no one, he assumes it was a prank and begins to walk further inside. But a voice cuts through the darkness, a man who knows his secrets, a man Yoichi recognizes as Ogami, and the man speaks his full name, Yoichi Shindu, causing our boy to freeze in utter shock. His eyes flash red as he whips around, instinct screaming that the game is up. But there's no time to react. Aomi's father lunges, a brutal punch aimed right at his face. Yoichi blocks, but is immediately overpowered, a cold blade pressed against his neck as he demands to know why. His attacker just smirks, revealing that the fist shot technique gave him away because he's the one who named it. It was a move created by the former chairman Shindu, and at that name, Yoichi's blood runs cold. The man mocks him for having the audacity to use such a signature move and expect to remain anonymous. With a final word of contempt, he calls him careless, and sends him flying with a vicious kick. The impact shoves Yoichi back, creating a sudden distance between the two fighters. Aomi's father lands, musing aloud whether it was carelessness or just pure, unadulterated arrogance. With a vicious strike, Aomi's father tells him not to get cocky. He warns that no matter how far above his peers Yoichi stands, he's nothing against a true master, slamming him effortlessly to the ground. With a blade to his throat, he mocks him for being just a high schooler who can't even land a hit. The pressure is immense. Yoichi can't move an inch, his strength completely negated. Just as he thinks this is the end, the man calls him by his full name, Yoichi Shindo. He demands an answer. Why did he show up here, of all places? He presses the blade closer, reminding Yoichi that the new one group is hunting him. Yoichi's eyes widen, the weight of the question hitting him hard. He could have just lived quietly. So why enroll in this one school and throw that quiet life away? Yoichi remains silent for a moment, the cold steel a constant reminder of his powerlessness. But his answer, when it comes, is simple and shakes the man holding him down. Because it's wrong. He explains that Mikado becoming president and him being forced into hiding is an injustice that cannot stand. With a defiant glare, he reveals his sole purpose for returning was to stand and fight. It's his duty, he declares, to crush the new one group and restore things to how they should be. The man listens to this passionate speech, but he's not impressed, coldly telling Yoichi he's far too late. He pushes the blade in, asking if the kid has any idea how many years have passed since that time. Elsewhere, Natsume checks her phone, receiving a direct order from her father that she immediately rejects. She's completely baffled, wondering why he's dumping this embarrassing task on her now of all times. As her lackeys rush past, she wonders how she's even supposed to act around the son of the former chairman. She's completely lost in her own head, stressing over social etiquette and how to act. So distracted, in fact, that she slams right into someone and quickly apologizes for not watching her step. But when she looks up, she realizes it wasn't just one person she's run into a human wall of delinquents. They recognize her instantly, pointing out the blue ponytail and identifying her as Natsume Aomi from Class A. The leader then reveals he's here on official business from Ogata, the student council president, to round them all up. Aomi freezes, her mind racing they're making their move already, and she even left her string figures behind. The thug leader tells her not to be so scared, explaining this is just how gang life works as he winds up a massive punch. For a split second, she can only watch it fly towards her, furious that she let her guard down. But before the fist can land, a whirlwind of green energy erupts and a new figure intercepts the blow. Aomi is left completely stunned, mouth agape, wondering what in the world just happened. The savior is Ukyo, a face Aomi recognizes with a mix of absolute shock and disgust. But Ukyo ignores her, his eyes locked forward, a glowing green string held taut between his fingers. The scene cuts away to a gym, where the hot-headed Iwabuchi Takeru explodes with rage. Shirotani Io had just asked him a simple question. Would he be willing to help Ogami and Natsume? Takeru flatly refuses, demanding to know why he should lift a finger for them, but Io has a counter. He calmly brings up the fact that Takeru still hasn't apologized to Aomi, and the suggestion sends him spiraling. Io presses on, reminding him that he lost at the exchange meeting, but Takeru roars back that he just let his guard down. That's the last straw. He lunges towards Io, screaming at the hippie to finally shut up. Storming away, Takeru shouts for Io to get lost, desperately trying to have the last word. But Io is completely unfazed, watching him leave before a strange, calculating thought seems to flicker across his face. Having successfully angered Takeru, Io now puts the second phase of his plan into motion. He begins a loud conversation, musing that helping people is just a chance for the strong to show off. As expected, Takeru can't ignore the bait, turning to ask what nonsense Io is spouting now. Io, with a sly look, explains that when someone is in trouble, it creates an opportunity to prove, beyond a shadow of a doubt, just who is the strongest. His friend plays along perfectly, making Takeru think this is some grand revelation. The simple logic hits Takeru like a truck. His pride sees the appeal immediately. With a sudden burst of energy, he declares he's going to help after all and charges out of the gym. Io watches him leave with a quiet, knowing smirk. The puppet master is pleased with his work, but while Takeru races to be the hero, another fighter, Ukyo, has already arrived on the scene, cutting through enemies with contemptuous ease. But elsewhere, another unexpected savior arrives, unleashing his Nanpu-style short sword technique. Yoichi moves like a phantom, his strikes weaving a web of green energy that trips and fells his opponents instantly. The last thug standing freezes in terror as this absolute monster turns his attention to him. He can't even get a word out before Yoichi closes the distance in a flash. With a devastating mad wind whirl, Yoichi clears the hallway, contemptuously dismissing the fodder. Aomi watches in disbelief as the last of her attackers hits the floor, utterly defeated. She stares at Yoichi, completely baffled by his sudden mood swing and questioning why he's even helping her. But he doesn't answer, simply turning his back and walking away without a word. A sinister, toothy grin spreads across his face, a look so unsettling it sends a shiver down her spine. Aomi gags, disgusted by his creepy expression and wondering what on earth has happened to this guy. Just as she's processing Yoichi's bizarre exit, a new challenger appears, flashing a coin and a blade. He introduces himself with a smug grin, declaring he's stronger than her and only let his guard down before. Aomi is completely unfazed, thinking he must be delusional as he tells her not to expect an apology. She cuts him off, asking for someone named Ogami, a question that seems to strike a nerve. Before Ukyo can react, a hooded figure with a glowing red eye materializes right behind him. In a blur of motion, the mysterious figure unleashes a devastating kick that shatters the air itself. Aomi and Ukyo are both left speechless, their minds struggling to comprehend the sudden, overwhelming power. The arrogant thug finds himself embedded in the ceiling, utterly defeated by a single attack. Staring up at his assailant from the wreckage, he can only weakly ask who this monster is. Silence hangs heavy in the hallway of the now quiet school. The hooded figure is gone, and in his place, a man in sunglasses looks down, muttering that he's far too late. A memory flashes of a younger Yoichi on the ground, a knife buried deep in his shoulder. The man's voice is thick with emotion, asking why, if he's truly Chairman Shindo's son, he didn't come sooner. He kneels over the boy, grabbing his own head in despair, admitting he couldn't let him die ignorant of the truth. How could he possibly face the late chairman in the afterlife if he'd failed his son so completely? Yoichi looks up, weakly recognizing his teacher, and admits he can't afford to screw up again. He already has his sister's death weighing on his soul. The teacher's own painful memories flood back a chaotic past where his sworn duty was to protect that very girl. But then, a frantic call came in, screaming that Chairman Shindo was on the verge of death. In a split-second decision that would forever haunt him, he abandoned his post to save his boss, sealing the girl's fate. His voice cracks as he admits it was his own poor judgment that sealed her fate. Ever since, he's been tormented by the thought of facing Chairman Shindo in the afterlife. Yoichi listens in stunned silence, the weight of the confession hanging in the air. Then, years later, a rumor reached the teacher's ears. The chairman had a son who was missing. He tried to deny it, to tell himself it was just a lie, unable to face the truth. The weight of it all was just too much to bear, and he collapses before the boy he failed. He hadn't just failed to protect the chairman and his sister. He'd also abandoned their child, leaving him to fend for himself. Yoichi's eyes widen, taking in the raw, undeniable truth of this broken man. The teacher begs for forgiveness, sorry for his failures, and sorry he never found him sooner. With tears streaming down his face, the teacher thanks him for everything, for surviving all these years, and for finally standing before him now. But Yoichi doesn't offer pity or anger. He simply reaches down and picks up the fallen glasses. He tells the man he isn't asking for forgiveness. Kneeling down, he admits he's still weak and needs help to face the threat of new one. He gently places the glasses back on his teacher's face, a silent understanding passing between them. If the man truly respected his parents, then he must guide him as his homeroom teacher, and as Itsuki Ichino, the legendary gang member who always protected the true spirit of his Shinkai. Meanwhile, the dust settles in a wrecked classroom, the ceiling cracked from a ferocious battle. Ukyo stands alone in the ruins, bleeding and broken, his defeat painfully clear. His mind reels, trying to understand how this is even possible. All of his techniques, every single attack, failed to even graze these mysterious figures. They are phantoms, their faces hidden behind crimson masks, with only a single red eye glowing from the dark. Before Ukyo can even react, one of them is on him, a whirlwind of motion. And then there's another, their movements perfectly synchronized, a storm of claws he can't escape. But even as he's being torn apart, he notices the bizarre way they move. It's not a fight, it's a performance, a deadly, beautiful dance of destruction. One of them flashes forward in a blur, closing the distance instantly. A brutal strike slams into his back, the claws digging deep. He grits his teeth in agony, a single thought echoing in his mind. This is bad. Yukio's desperate plea for reinforcements echoes down the hall, reaching Natsume-ami. Bloodied but not broken, he grips his knife, telling her the plan is simple. She just needs to hold them down. He even has the nerve to call her a defect, asking if she can at least manage that much. Her expression twists from shock into pure, unadulterated annoyance. With a dismissive wave, she turns her back, mocking his arrogant way of begging for help. She tells him to just admit his losing, say please, and with that, she's gone. He stares in disbelief as she abandons him, completely forgetting the phantom creeping up right behind him. Suddenly, a storm of crimson claws erupts, a whirlwind of deadly slashes tearing through the air. Left completely on his own, Ukyo grits his teeth, his grip tightening on his blade. He mutters that he hates seeing people die, but it seems he has no choice but to finally get serious. Done playing games, Ukyo surges forward, his blade glowing with a fierce, swirling energy. He grips the hilt of his Nanpu blade, ready to stir up a whirlwind that slices through all things. He unleashes his attack, Nanpu-style short sword technique, Third form, penetrating rift. But just as his technique is about to connect, a furious shout echoes down the hall. A teacher has stumbled upon the scene, demanding to know what's going on. He screams at Ukyo to drop his weapon, and in that single moment, the fight is over. The hooded assailant seizes the opportunity, leaping from the ledge and vanishing in a black streak. With the enemy gone, the teacher marches over to scold Ukyo for causing such a commotion. Ukyo glances down at his own bleeding cuts, realizing with disgust that he's the only one left behind looking like the loser. He stares out into the distance, vowing to remember the face of the punk who got away. Meanwhile, a confused Shiratori Aya hears her name called out in the hallway. She's suddenly confronted by a peculiar girl with purple hair, who seems to know all about her. The girl gets way too close for comfort, brazenly declaring that Aya is her type. With a playful apology for her lack of introduction, she turns and walks away, leaving Aya bewildered. In another scene, this same girl pops her bubblegum, her demeanor shifting entirely. A wicked glint in her eye, she pulls out a pair of handcuffs, her playful attitude gone. Elsewhere, Yoichi stands with a dark, heavy expression as he listens to someone. It's the teacher, who comments on Yoichi's meeting with Higuma, glad he left a good impression. But Yoichi looks deeply uncomfortable, sweating as he tries to speak to the man. Because this teacher is fully prostrated before him, calling himself a sinner unworthy of speaking to the son of Chairman Shindo, Yoichi cuts through the formality, asking the teacher to simply treat him as Ogami back at school. The discussion shifts to Akira Ogata, and Yoichi bluntly admits he can't win as he is now, earning a sharp rebuke from his mentor for being too modest. The teacher's expression hardens as he considers the mad tyrant, a massive, fast opponent with an unpredictable flail-like fighting style. Yoichi knows this all too well, analyzing his own trump card, the fist shot, and its crippling flaw. It's too slow and linear for an agile enemy. The teacher confirms his assessment, noting that this exact weakness was a problem that even the former chairman, Yoichi's father, struggled with. But he reveals that a solution was devised, a way to compensate for the fist shot's glaring vulnerability, and Yoichi's eyes widen with anticipation. He explains the perfect opening, a moment when an opponent is off balance, their center of gravity shifted, leaving them completely unguarded. To create that window, one needs flawless coordination, instantly unbalancing the foe, while seamlessly transitioning into the devastating attack. There's even a bizarre, absurdly ridiculous training regimen to increase its usage, and they agree to prepare the necessary equipment. For a moment, the teacher's gaze darkens with a personal grudge, admitting he'd love to crush Ogata himself, but knows his intervention would only hold Yoichi back. The teacher frames the upcoming battle as more than just a fight. It's Yoichi's one chance to conquer the school by taking down its president. Yoichi accepts, telling his teacher not to hold anything back and supporting him this time. But just as they're set to begin, the teacher pivots to another topic, catching him off guard. He asks if there's been any luck meeting with Shigeru since they last spoke. Yoichi's hand clenches into a fist as he quietly admits there's been no contact at all. He explains that even Mr. Satu is searching, but Shigeru has vanished without a trace. Trying to offer some comfort, the teacher places a hand on his shoulder, suggesting that no news might actually be good news. After all, he reasons, the death of someone that important would have sent tremors through the entire New One organization. He pats Yoichi's shoulder, telling him to focus on the fight ahead while he continues the search himself. With the heavy topic set aside, the teacher announces it's time to begin the fist shot coordination training immediately. Just then, Yoichi's phone buzzes, briefly interrupting their plans for training, but the message he sees sends a jolt of pure shock through his system. The teacher, oblivious, is lost in his own thoughts, reminding himself to maintain their cover at school. He suddenly snapped back to reality when Yoichi grabs his shoulder, completely catching him off guard. In the next instant, Yoichi is sprinting past him down the hall, leaving his mentor utterly confused. Sheer rage twists Yoichi's face as he realizes he's been lured into a trap. He glares at the screen, a message from an unknown number with a chilling photo. It's Akira Ogata, the mad tyrant, proudly showing off his two new hostages, Aomi and Aya. Inside the student council room, a defiant voice cuts through the tension. It's Aomi, tied but unbroken, screaming at her captor that he will regret this. Aomi's threats echo through the room, but her captors have had enough of her yelling. With a quick slap, one of the goons tapes her mouth shut. Yet even gagged, her defiant struggles only seem to get louder, much to their irritation. Her muffled fury fills the room, but how did they even capture a fighter of her caliber? The memory surfaces Aomi was walking down the hall, still stewing over something Ukyo had said. Her thoughts were shattered by a sudden, chilling clink of metal against her skin. A mysterious girl with purple hair had appeared from nowhere, cuffing her in an instant. Aomi spun around to retaliate, but her reflexes were too slow. Before she could even mount a defense, a vicious strike knocked her completely out of commission. Back in the present, the goons loom over their captured prizes, a smug look on their faces. Just then, their leader appears, questioning why anyone dared cover Aomi's mouth without her permission. She addresses her thugs, confirming they've also secured the bun-headed girl in the student council room. Announcing Aomi's muffled struggles are too noisy, she rips the gag right off her face. She sizes them both up, one reserved and elegant, the other loud and crude. The thought of having two such different prizes at once is almost too much for her to bear. A twisted, eager expression consumes her face as she admits she's itching for a fight. She extends a chilling invitation for the two of them to come over to her place. But Aya, ever the composed one, calmly asks to be untied, explaining that this is kidnapping. The purple-haired girl and her goons just stand there as she points out the absurdity of their actions. Kidnapping? She laughs it off, claiming they were simply summoned by the student council for breaking rules. Aya calmly states she didn't break any rules, but the purple-haired girl just blows a bubble, completely unbothered. She even agrees, admitting they did nothing wrong, which only confuses Aya more. If they're innocent, why are they here? Because she explains with a chilling smile, they can just make up a violation. After all, they're the student council, and fabricating a rule break is laughably easy for them. She gets uncomfortably close to Aomi, deciding her crime will be school violence, but Aomi snaps at her to back off. Turning her attention to the quiet, cute one, she circles behind Aya, savoring the moment. She grabs Aya's chin, forcing her to look up as she ponders what offense to pin on her. How about disturbing school morals? She whispers, leaning in with a predatory look in her eyes. But just then, the door bursts open, and Yoichi rushes in, calling out their names in a panic. Before he can even ask if they're okay, a spiked metal ball comes flying right for his face. But with a sharp clang, Yoichi catches the weapon, shattering part of his own armor as the attacker mocks his previous failure to greet them. The man's eyes narrow with an arrogant glint. He decides a reintroduction is in order. He is Akira Ogata, the student council president of Ishin High, and he's heard all about the infamous Yoichi Ogami. Yoichi just stares back, his expression a blank, unimpressed slate. Akira smirks, noting the rumors that Yoichi is the strongest of the first years. But all Yoichi sees is an empty room. He cuts straight through the posturing, demanding to know where Natsume and Shiratori are. But Akira just scolds him for not greeting a senior. Yoichi's patience has officially run out. He warns him that he'll only ask one more time. With a chilling red glow in his eyes, he repeats his question, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. A flicker of recognition crosses Akira's face. Ah, that's the look he was waiting for. The president gets right in his face, admitting those sharp, cocky eyes are really getting on his nerves, and he'd love nothing more than to gouge them out. But Yoichi is completely unfazed, coldly retorting that he'd rather watch Akira choke on those eyes as they clouded over. Akira's grin only widens. He admits that kind of violence isn't exactly allowed on school grounds. So, he's extending a formal invitation to his personal playground. The destination? A place called the Hellfire Club, an underground fighting ring bathed in neon light. He explains the appeal. It's a savage space where no one will interfere, and there are absolutely no rules. If Yoichi accepts the challenge, he'll release one of the girls early. But Yoichi immediately fires back, demanding to know what happens to the other one. That's a non-starter. Yoichi grabs him by the collar, yelling for him to release both of them now. But Akira simply says he can't do that. He claims he can't trust Yoichi not to pull any dirty tricks. A statement so hypocritical it sends Yoichi's rage boiling over. Akira tells him to be grateful, baring his teeth in a predatory grin. He could be using the hostages to hurt him, but instead, he's offering a fair fight. The reflection in a massive, spiked flail shows the two of them as Akira tells him to decide before he changes his mind. Akira twists the knife, asking with a sick grin which girl he'll choose to free first. Yoichi's eyes burn with fury, but Akira cuts him off. He's got 5 seconds to decide. The countdown starts, and Yoichi can only grit his teeth, trapped in an impossible choice. As the final second ticks away, a decision has been forced. And elsewhere, in a cold, hidden room, a footstep signals that the orders have arrived. A hooded figure, one of Akira's enforcers, stands there with a single, glowing red eye. Inside, a purple-haired girl seems bored as she torments Shiratori Aya on the floor. Aya begs her to stop, but the girl just seems mildly annoyed by the whole ordeal. After a silent exchange with the hooded figure, she gets up, leaving Aya beside a bound Natsume Ami. Aomi's eyes widen in shock, realizing that Yoichi's choice has just sealed one of their fates. The purple-haired girl lays out the deal for her silent partner. Yoichi agreed to a one-on-one fight, and as the news sinks in for Natsume and Aya, they realize he's already made his choice. Would he save Natsume, the powerful fighter he just met? Or Aya, the girl he's been protecting all this time? With a pop of her bubblegum, the tormentor relishes the drama she's about to unleash. Aya's eyes are wide with a desperate hope, believing he must have chosen her. But we flash back to the countdown, to Yoichi's face twisted in cold fury. With seconds ticking away, he was forced to make an impossible, agonizing decision. Choosing Natsume was the strategic move. Her skills would be invaluable in the fight to come. But his heart overruled his head. Aya was just an innocent bystander caught in his war. So as the final second vanished, Yoichi faced the towering mad tyrant and made his choice. He demanded that Ogata release Aya Shiratori first, silently apologizing to Natsume for the sacrifice. A wicked, shark-like grin spread across Ogata's face as he seemingly agreed to the terms. He turned his back, calling out to his subordinate to release the hostage, but a sudden chill ran down Yoichi's spine as he realized had been played. With sadistic glee, Ogata announced he was releasing Aomi Natsume instead. The declaration sends a shockwave through both girls, their eyes wide with disbelief. Natsume is utterly bewildered. Why save her? She was the fighter, the one who should have stayed behind. Aya can only stare, whispering Yoichi's name in utter disbelief. Enraged by the betrayal, Yoichi grabs the mad tyrant, demanding to know what he's playing at. He roars that Ogata had a deal he promised to release the one Yoichi chose, but Ogata calmly threatens to keep both girls if Yoichi continues to provoke him. A sadistic smile creeps onto his face as he mocks Yoichi's obvious care for Aya. He explains that's precisely why he can't release her first. That's just how hostages work. The tyrant offers a hollow promise that the girls will be fine as long as they cooperate. Then, without warning, he drives a brutal fist straight into Yoichi's stomach. He tells him their club is busy, ordering him to stay put and wait to be called. With a cold glare, Ogata warns him not to try anything stupid. He reminds Yoichi that his crew is everywhere. The walls have ears, and the doors have eyes. As he walks away, the tyrant tosses one last promise over his shoulder. He will crush him. Yoichi can only stand there, teeth gritted in pure, helpless fury. The scene shifts, and suddenly Natsume Aomi is standing before him. She cuts right to the chase, asking why she was freed when he chose the other girl. A dark aura swirls around her. She admits she was a little happy, even if she knew something was wrong. She tells him not to worry, adding that they probably should have released the cute girl anyway. But she can't help feeling sorry for the part of herself that actually got her hopes up. She cuts through the tension, asking what he plans to do now. Just sit and wait? His answer is a simple, defiant no. Yoichi's eyes narrow with conviction. He's going to help her, no matter what happens. He lays out his plan. First, save Shiratori, and only then will he take on Ogata properly. Natsume can't help but crack a smirk, playfully mocking his bold declaration for the next president. He gets serious, asking if she knows where they were held, but she just scoffs. How could she possibly know? She explains their captors were thorough, blindfolding them for both the capture and the release. But she does remember one thing: it felt damp, and they had to walk upstairs, meaning it was likely underground. Still, she warns him the place is probably swarming with surveillance cameras, making it impossible to get close. With no clear path forward, Yoichi's fiery determination cools into silent, frustrated thought. Just then, a calm voice from behind offers to lend a hand, startling both Yoichi and Natsume. Yoichi turns, completely caught off guard by the unexpected interruption. Lounging on a nearby wall is none other than Shirotani Io, the special recommendation student. He questions the offer. Doesn't this go against Shirotani's principle of non-interference? Shirotani admits that it did back then. The Byakuyakai's code was to avoid pointless fights. But before he can finish, another voice cuts in from above, angrily refuting the idea that he was taken out. It's Ukyo, battered and bruised, declaring that the long coat guy is his prey and his alone. Natsume just stares, completely deadpan. Is this guy for real? Shirotani simply states that a classmate was defeated, so he can't just sit back and watch, making Yoichi wonder, was this his plan all along? Shirotani smirks, denying it was all planned, just a perfectly timed coincidence, he claims. Yoichi gives him a skeptical side-eye, thinking to himself what a strange guy this is. Natsume, meanwhile, is having a silent panic attack, praying she didn't just call him a spoiled rich kid out loud. Moving on, Yoichi accepts his help but reminds him that the enemy has hostages, so they can't be reckless. Shirotani already has a solution. He'll go find the Shiratori girl himself. Has figured out the layout, and since the enemy doesn't know his face, he can slip right past their guards. He tells them to act normal until he finds the hostage, promising to call if he needs backup. Yoichi seems hesitant to rely on him so completely, but Shirotani assures him it's the best move. Besides, he adds cryptically, he has his own personal reasons for getting involved. Personal reasons? Yoichi repeats, as Shirotani claims he's just looking for a student council member. So, they're just supposed to leave it to him? Yoichi reluctantly agrees, ready to jump in if things go south. As Shirotani departs, the teacher remarks that he's looking forward to seeing the Prince of Byakuyakai in action. With their temporary ally on the move, Yoichi steals his gaze. It's time to begin, and the stage is set for a massive confrontation, a joint play between classes that will pit everyone against each other. The scene shifts as a heavy footstep lands on the school grounds. The teacher has arrived, complaining under his breath about being dragged all the way out here. But a dark, sinister smile betrays his true feelings. He's enjoying this. His eyes flare with a terrifying golden light as he thinks about the troublesome person he's come to handle. Meanwhile, deep within the school, a hallway stands under heavy guard. The men from the Byakuyakai stand stoic, confident in their numbers. But one of them feels a sudden, chilling presence materialize from the shadows behind him. His partner turns, sensing the disturbance, a flicker of confusion on his face. In a flash of brutal motion, the first guard is sent flying before he can even blink. The others can only stare in shock as their comrade hits the floor, out cold. But there's no time to process it as the white-haired intruder closes the distance instantly. A devastating punch caves in the second guard's jaw, silencing him for good. The last man scrambles for his radio, a desperate call for backup dying in his throat. And just like that, it's over. Shirotani Ayo stands over the bodies, noting the tight security she must be close. Searching every single room would be a pain, and frankly, beneath him. Instead, he prepares a far more efficient method, the Byakuya-style's hunting stance. Closing his eyes, he focuses his mind, calling upon the technique known as origin. He places a hand against the wall, unleashing his supersense to scan the entire building at once. His perception ripples through the structure, mapping out every floor and every room. He instantly detects the life signs within, zeroing in on his target surrounded by guards. A faint, predatory glow emanates from his eyes. He's found her. His destination is clear. The archive room. A simple, unassuming door, hiding exactly what he came for. Elsewhere, a pair of high-ranking guards are on patrol, utterly oblivious to the wolf already in their midst. Natsume is absolutely fuming, texting furiously as her two guards shadow her every move. Shirotani, on the other end, tries to keep her calm, telling her to just be patient until he gives the signal, but her patience is gone. They're following her into the bathroom now, and she's had enough of this stalking. Shirotani tells her to endure it, while also texting a certain Ukyo with a clear command. Do not engage. But his message is met with silence. A very worrying, unanswered silence. Natsume's anger turns to anxiety. She starts spamming the chat, worried that idiot Ukyo has already done something stupid. Even Okami grows tense, demanding a response from their silent ally. Suddenly, a message from Ukyo explodes onto their screens, absolutely enraged that they're being so loud. He's trying to study, and he threatens to shred them all before abruptly leaving the group chat. Natsume is left completely stunned, as Shirotani reiterates the plan. They just have to wait. And while they worry, Shirotani sits alone in a classroom, wondering if this really is the best way forward. The team's faith rests on him finding their target. Shiratori Aya, bound and gagged in a dark storage room. She sits in silence, unable to move or call for help, completely at her captor's mercy. But then, a sudden noise makes her jolt upright, her eyes filled with a mix of fear and confusion. A sharp kick echoes nearby, and the shadow of an intruder falls over her. Her eyes widen in shock as a calm voice cuts through the silence, asking for her by name. It's Shirotani Iyo, casually announcing that he's here to save her. A quick glance reveals her former guards are already dealt with, knocked out cold on the floor. Aya recognizes him from the exchange event, and he confirms Okami was the one who sent him. With no time to waste, he urges her to follow, promising to explain everything once they are safe. But as they prepare to leave, Io has a more important question for her. He needs to know if a woman with white hair was among her kidnappers. Aya, flustered, says she only saw one woman, someone with purple hair and buns. Suddenly, another guard lunges from the shadows, swinging a pipe right at his head. But Io is already moving, effortlessly slipping under the attack with his Byakuya-style hunting stance. A second guard rushes in, only to be met with a devastating bear's palm that sends him flying. Io glances at his phone. Damn it, the alarm's been triggered, and they've been spotted. He tells Aya to stay close, realizing he has no choice but to call for backup. As he dials Okami, a heavy weight smashes into the floor nearby. The call is cut short as the mad tyrant, Akira Ogata, appears, swinging his chained flail. Io barely has time to register the attack, his eyes widening in alarm. With lightning-fast reflexes, he twists and launches a kick, deflecting the heavy flail. The brutal impact sends a tremor through his entire body, his hands shaking from the force. Akira Ogata just glares, his eyes burning with cold fury. Stealing his prize, what nerve. The mad tyrant promises that a thieving little pest like him is going to be crushed. Io steps firmly in front of Aya, nursing his injured hand but refusing to show any fear. Elsewhere, Okami is sprinting down the school hallway, phone pressed to his ear. He gets the urgent message. Shirotani is in trouble in the archive room and needs backup. Hanging up, Okami realizes he needs to get to Natsume immediately, but his path is blocked by her other guards, who make it clear she's being detained by the student council president. On the other end of the line, Yoichi listens, a bead of sweat telling him things aren't going to plan. Natsume smirks over the bodies of her own guards, cheerfully reporting that she got a little carried away. She tells him she's on her way, but there might be a slight delay. The delay? A new challenger just appeared, a mid-boss standing in her way. The girl with the purple hair pops her bubblegum, confidently telling Natsume to go on ahead. She'll clean this up, but Natsume isn't one to back down. She pulls out her signature wire, a glint in her eyes. This is about payback for their last encounter, and she plans on returning the favor 1,000,000 times over. That previous fight has been nagging at her. What exactly was she missing that day? We see her discussing the win with her teacher, admitting that while she won, it wasn't the victory she'd pictured. She then describes her perfect fight, a brutal, one-sided beatdown that her teacher notes would get the whole school shut down. Her teacher ponders for a moment, then praises her for using the cat's cradle to overcome such a huge size difference. But he adds that if she hadn't handled it so cleanly, she might not have won at all, a thought that catches her off guard. He pinpoints the one thing she could improve, the material of her weapon itself. It all clicks into place, the memory of her old string snapping under pressure. And right now, in the present, Natsume whips out her new wire, attempting to slice her opponent. But the purple-haired girl just smirks, the wire having no effect. It won't cut. Natsume grins back, revealing her upgrade. This isn't just any fiber, this is Kevlar. With her new, unbreakable weapon ready, she declares with chilling finality that this fight is over. She unleashes a storm of strikes, a relentless barrage that her opponent can't even process. The purple-haired girl is completely overwhelmed, battered by a flurry of attacks as Natsume delivers the perfect, one-sided beatdown she always wanted. Natsume taunts her, asking how it feels to fight for real instead of using cheap shots. She lands a solid blow, reminding her that she picked the wrong opponent. But the purple-haired girl grits her teeth, ready to counter the one who took a hostage. She throws a punch, smugly claiming that tying people up is actually her specialty. Her fist stops dead, caught instantly by Natsume's perfectly placed Kevlar wire. With a single pull, Natsume uses her momentum to effortlessly slam her to the ground. Leaning over the defeated girl, she asks her how it feels to be on the receiving end. But to her utter shock, her opponent blushes, whispering that this isn't so bad. Completely disgusted by this bizarre reaction, Natsume boots her away. She backs off, appalled, saying she can't even stand to be near someone so twisted. Natsume sizes up her opponent, thinking she's not as tough as she first seemed. Still, she can't let her guard down. There's no telling what tricks she has left. As if on cue, the purple-haired girl lunges forward with a desperate clawing attack. But Natsume effortlessly deflects the sloppy strike with a precise elbow block. She dips low, seeing the opening her opponent just created. Then she unleashes a vicious uppercut, aimed right for the chin. The blow sends her opponent crashing to the hallway floor, completely stunned. Natsume smirks, coolly telling Miss Pervert Buns that the match is over. With that distraction handled, it's finally time to go rescue the hostage. But a sinister laugh echoes from the shadows, and a chilling presence freezes her in her tracks. But the girl on the floor just grins, a trickle of blood running down her chin as she says a fight isn't fun without it. Natsume's eyes narrow. This creep was apparently looking for someone else, but now she's changed her mind. The purple-haired girl pulls out a pair of nunchucks, her grip tightening with a disturbing excitement. Her expression twists into a possessive snarl, promising that she won't let anyone else have Natsume. Suddenly, a massive, spiked metal ball hurtles through the hallway, interrupting their standoff. It smashes into the wall, deflected at the last second by the fist of a newcomer, Shirotani Io. He barely seems fazed, coolly acknowledging that his opponent has been parrying his attacks repeatedly. The attacker is revealed the mad tyrant, Akira Ogata, swinging his flail and mockingly asking if Shirotani is okay. But a closer look reveals the truth. Ogata's own hands are bruised and bleeding from the sheer force of his weapon. Shirotani smirks, seeing right through the bravado. The mad tyrant's hands are already at their limit. The mad tyrant internally admits defeat. His opponent hit the nail on the head, and his body can't parry another blow. Just then, Aya urges Shirotani to stop, but he quietly remarks that he didn't want to use this just yet. He turns to her with a grim look, telling her to leave him and run to safety. But she refuses, thanking him for risking his life to rescue a stranger he didn't even know. With newfound resolve, she clenches her fists, declaring she'd much rather be the one who gets hurt. She pleads with him one last time to leave her and save himself, but her words only seem to strengthen his will. A faint, knowing smile spreads across Shirotani's face, catching her completely off guard. He begins to explain the core tenet of his group, the Byakuyakai, and their belief in bonds. These connections aren't coincidence, he says, but a single, shared fate, and protecting her is now his. As he speaks, his hand calmly closes around the hilt of a hidden blade, ready to be drawn. He declares he won't defy his fate, because to him, this is simply the way of nature. His eye flashes gold as he enters the Byakuya-style's lethal hunting stance. Akira Ogata recognizes the move, scoffing that the legendary hunter has now become his prey. As his blade begins to slide free, Akira grins, thinking a pest is a pest no matter how it struggles. He mocks Shirotani as a mere snowbug, revealing his own brutal weapon, a massive weight on a chain. With a manic roar, he challenges his foe to try and pop, swinging the huge flail with incredible force. The weapon becomes a blur of destructive energy, arcing down to utterly crush Shirotani. But just as the flail is about to hit, the attack is suddenly brought to a dead stop. Akira's eyes widen in shock as he sees his weapon caught effortlessly by a single hand. The teacher smirks, casually asking if he's causing trouble again. glad they avoided a major incident this time. Akira demands to know who this man is, but the teacher calmly states he has business with the Ishinkai. Shirotani and Aya are stunned. Was this man sent by their enemies? Just then, Yoichi sprints down the hall, relieved to have finally found them safe. But his relief evaporates in an instant as his eyes lock onto the figure standing with the enemy. He freezes in utter disbelief. No, it can't be. Standing right there is him. The teacher's eyes, a piercing gold, seem to burn with an unnatural light. He exudes an aura of absolute control, a predator in a room full of children. His gaze is steady, focused, as if he's perceiving more than just the physical world. He quirks an eyebrow, a flicker of curiosity on his face. Turning slightly, he mentions he thought he sensed someone nearby, his eyes aimed right where Yoichi is hiding. Dismissing the feeling, the teacher tells Akira to come along, but the mad tyrant isn't having it. Akira declares that Shirotani is his tool, and he won't leave until he's taken the teacher's head. He grips his flail, warning the man not to try and stop him. Unfazed, the teacher simply repeats his command, insisting this is not the time for a brawl. Then, with a menacing glint in his eye, he leans in and asks about Akira's little club. The question hits its mark, and Akira falls silent, caught completely off guard. He clicks his tongue in frustration, realizing he's been backed into a corner. Relenting, he glares at Shirotani, branding him Snowbug and promising to crush him later. Shirotani ignores the threat, turning to Aya with relief, just glad that she's unharmed. As the teacher leads the fuming tyrant away, Aya breathes a quiet thank you to her protector. But as the situation calms, a chilling memory floods Yoichi's mind, something had completely forgotten. He remembers the one who started it all, the man who stabbed his uncle right in front of him. The image of his uncle's bloodied back flashes through his mind, a blade driven deep by a grinning killer. He can still see that man's terrifying, triumphant smirk, and the broken tip of the blade that ended everything. The urge to grab the teacher and interrogate him right now is overwhelming. But he holds back, realizing a fight here would draw too much attention, especially since the man might recognize him. Still, he can't let this chance slip away. He's certain that teacher knows where his uncle is. He decides to wait, planning to strike when the man leaves the school alone. He ran away as a weak kid back then, but not anymore. With renewed determination, he continues tracking his target from the shadows. He disappears into the darkness, his eyes fixed with a cold and unwavering resolve. Meanwhile, Natsume Omi finds herself caught in a relentless barrage of attacks. Her opponent, a purple-haired girl with a crazed expression, seems oddly thrilled by the battle. She taunts Aomi, asking if the attacks are overwhelming, her excitement obvious. A wild grin spreads across her face. Combat is clearly what drives her. But Aomi's patience is running out. The girl's constant taunts are becoming unbearable. She cracks her knuckles, signaling that she is finished holding back. In a swift motion, she grabs the girl's arm and warns her to stay quiet. A sharp, controlled strike lands with heavy impact. Then a powerful kick sends her opponent crashing away, ending the fight instantly. But Aomi grits her teeth, the damage from the fight finally starting to pile up. She knows she can't let this drag on, but a flicker of movement catches her eye too late. A sharp pain erupts as her opponent lands a clean hit with a hidden weapon. The purple-haired girl dances back, taunting her, asking if she liked the little surprise. With a deranged look, she licks Aomi's blood off the blade, finding the taste exhilarating. Aomi looks on, completely disgusted by the display. This girl is truly unhinged, but through her disgust, she sees a weakness. The girl's fighting concept is sloppy. Trying to mix armed and unarmed combat is just getting in her own way. So Aomi lunges forward, not at the girl, but at the weapon, shattering her stance. With her opponent disarmed and wide open, Aomi unleashes a final, decisive flurry of strikes. Aomi realizes her opponent is fast, strong, and completely unpredictable. The girl grins, showing she's just as adept with her hidden blade as she is with her fists. She's a troublesome type Aomi has never encountered before, a true irregular. As they trade blows, Aomi feels her own stamina draining away, but her opponent, that crazed look in her eyes, shows she's actually speeding up. Aomi finally connects with a solid kick, disgusted by how creepy this girl is. But the psycho just revels in the thrill, barely even fazed by the impact. This has to end now. Aomi knows these half-hearted attacks are just a waste of energy. She needs one single, powerful blow, even if it's a technique she really didn't want to use here. Her opponent senses the shift, her bloodied grin widening, ready for what's coming next. With no other choice, Aomi resolves to sacrifice herself. Pulling a cord from her hair ornament, she glares forward, inviting the psycho to come close. She won't be running anymore. Her opponent is ecstatic, believing Aomi is finally ready to accept her twisted advances. But even in her glee, she's suspicious, realizing this bold invitation must be some kind of trick. She correctly guesses Aomi plans to seal her movements with that flimsy-looking string. The purple-haired girl scoffs, stamping her foot confidently, saying she'd never fall for such an obvious trap. The ground cracks beneath her shoe as she dismisses the gambit. But then, a flash of insanity, she decides it would feel amazing to fall for it. and launches herself forward at full speed. Aomi waits patiently, the cord wrapped firmly around her knuckles, the bait perfectly placed. With a cold, steady gaze, she thinks to herself, idiot. The purple-haired girl lunges right into the trap, her face a mask of shock as Aomi expertly maneuvers around her. As the cord snaps tight, Aomi declares that the fight was over the moment her opponent focused on the string. She was right. The trap works perfectly, binding the girl's arms and sealing her movements completely. Her opponent, however, grins with twisted pleasure, musing that she's the one who got sacrificed. Aomi retorts that she's the real victim here, but her foe just laughs, saying this feeling is exactly what she wanted. She collapses onto Aomi, calling the entire humiliating experience blissful in its own twisted way. Aomi is utterly repulsed, realizing with horror that this creep is enjoying every single second of this. This entire situation is just the absolute worst. And just then, a lone butterfly flutters peacefully against the sky. As the mad tyrant, Akira Ogata, looks up, ready to make his presence known. A corporate enforcer calmly takes a drag from his cigarette, telling Akira his little Hellfire Club needs to go. He informs the mad tyrant that this isn't a request, it's an order from the top. Akira whips around, absolutely livid. After all the dirty work he did for them, they want to cast him aside? But the enforcer's gaze remains utterly cold and unfazed by his outburst. With a flick of his finger, he sends his cigarette butt flying like a bullet, and it vaporizes the delicate butterfly against a nearby fence post. A silent, brutal warning. He tells Akira not to twist things. Their arrangement was just a mutually beneficial business deal. But now, a raid is scheduled, and the Hellfire Club is going to be shut down permanently. The gears turn in Akira's head. They don't need his money laundering anymore, so they're just cutting loose ends. The enforcer explains that the corporation, built by criminals, is cleaning house, and Akira's operation has become a liability. But the enforcer changes his tune, explaining he came because there's still a use for him. He holds up a fresh cigarette, clarifying that Akira is a valuable asset to their new organization. Akira isn't swayed, demanding to know what will happen to his crew, the Hellfire Club affiliates. The enforcer's answer is chillingly simple. They will be disposed of, right along with the club. Akira can't believe his ears, thinking this has to be some kind of sick joke as the man calmly lights his smoke. But he's dead serious, explaining that unlike Akira, his men were never part of their organization, they're just disposable tools. He asks if there's really a problem with using something, and then simply throwing it away. But just as Akira is about to snap, a new voice cuts through the tension, remarking on the smell of smoke. A figure emerges from the background, his eyes burning with disgust as he calls the enforcer a sewer rat. It's Yoichi, and his command is laced with pure contempt as he tells the man to put out the cigarette. Now, the corporate enforcer just smirks, mockingly greeting Big Bro Itsuki, while ignoring the no-smoking rule. He casually asks if he's been well, taking a final, defiant drag from his cigarette. But in a blur of motion, Yoichi's hand strikes his, shattering the cigarette into pieces. The enforcer glares, the broken filter still hanging from his lips as Yoichi tells him to shut up. Yoichi stands over him, icily informing him that he doesn't recall ever having a little brother like him. Annoyed, the man sighs that it was his last one, but admits the confrontation was satisfying. He says for a moment, he could almost see Yoichi's face from before he lost his eye, calling him a true legend. But Yoichi has no time for nostalgia, cutting him off and telling him to stop talking, and just follow. The enforcer waves him off, telling Akira to get back to class as he declares his business is finished. Hess not going anywhere. A hand suddenly grabs his collar, and Yoika's voice cuts in, stopping him dead. Yoichi yanks him closer, his voice like ice, reminding the man he was told to shut up and follow. But the enforcer just smirks, knowing full well Yoichi won't let him leave without answers. He leans in, a sly grin on his face, saying his big bro really needs to hear the true reason he's here. And whatever secret he whispers next leaves Yoichi utterly stunned, his scarred eye wide with shock. The scene shifts, showing the enforcer has slipped away, now looking out over the schoolyard. His eyes land on a single student, the unmistakable, brooding figure of Iwabuchi Takeru. Back in the office, a fist slams down on a desk with a violent crack. Yoichi is alone now, absolutely seething, cursing that infuriating encounter. To run into that bastard here of all places, he fumes, wishing he'd carved a new scar across his face. The rage is so intense he grabs his neck, gritting his teeth about his damn blood pressure. But it's what the man said earlier that truly burrows into his mind. The memory of the confrontation flashes back, the enforcer's words cutting through his rage. He'd been told that Senior Managing Director Yamada had been spotted in this very area. Yoichi couldn't believe it, stammering the name Shigeru only for the man to confirm his mission. But the enforcer had a sly question, a little taunt. Why would someone so important be hiding at a school? His eyes seemed to glow with malice as he offered a suggestion. Maybe to see his beloved little brother. The accusation hits Yoichi hard, but the enforcer just laughs it off, claiming it was only a joke. With a curt bow, he announces he's off to resume his mission, leaving a shell-shocked Yoichi behind. The words just echo in his mind. As the man walks away, Shigeru is here. And with a final, chilling smile, the enforcer warns him that the chairman has permitted him to eliminate anyone who gets in the way. But Yoichi isn't the only one with family on the line. Elsewhere, a man named Chiba recalls a chilling threat about brotherhood. The news about Shigeru's return sets his teeth on edge, his expression hardening. He puts the pieces together instantly. Shigeru must have come back to see Yoichi. And now, Chiba has to find him first, before the company's hunters do. He decides to start searching the school perimeter immediately, preparing to rush out. But as he moves, a colleague distractedly asks if anyone's seen his missing jacket and helmet. Out in the quiet hills overlooking the academy, the pieces are already in motion. The man himself, Shigeru Yamada, walks calmly down a lonely path. He stops, sensing a presence, his scarred eye narrowing slightly as he looks up. A figure in a red helmet is waiting for him, and Shigeru cuts right to the chase, asking what they want. Shigeru notes the ambush, but his tone is dismissive, telling his opponent to ready a weapon. The rider clenches his fists, declaring that he won't hold back. He's been waiting for this reunion. Through the helmet's visor, his eyes glow with rage as he vows to kill Shigeru right here and now. Shigeru finds the situation strange, almost amusing. He reaches into his jacket, his hand closing around a concealed weapon as he calmly speaks. A chilling smile spreads across his face. He muses that very few have seen him use this and survived. With a sudden, maniacal grin, Shigeru lunges forward, his blade a blur of motion. The rider reacts instantly, blocking the deadly thrust with a hardened fist. Their clash erupts into a furious exchange of high-speed blows, sparks flying between them. But the rider is ready, unleashing his own style, the Shindo Ryu combat technique, first form. The rider's fist shot explodes forward, a powerful opening move meant to end things quickly. But when the dust settles, Shigeru is standing several feet away, completely unscathed. The deadly assassin simply readjusts his grip, looking more bored than threatened. The rider curses inwardly. He missed. The move isn't perfected, and he can't use it again so soon. A smirk plays on Shigeru's lips. To think he pulled out his weapon for such a small fry. He genuinely wonders why he even bothered, certain he could have ended this fight barehanded. How terrible of him, he thinks with chilling amusement, to bare his fangs for no reason at all. But since the blade is already out, he figures it would just be awkward to put it away now. So instead, he unleashes his killing intent, promising to tear his opponent to shreds. The rider's confidence shatters, his body frozen by a pressure he can't even comprehend. But even backed into a corner, the rider grits his teeth, deciding to go down fighting. Shigeru just smirks, bidding him farewell with a single word before vanishing in a blur. The rider barely gets his arms up in time to block, or so he thinks. But the assassin's blade easily slices through his guard, followed by a devastating palm strike to the chest. A brutal kick sends him flying, planting him face first into the dirt. He's left gasping on the ground, completely and utterly broken from the exchange. But then, a flicker of memory returns to him, something he had long forgotten. He remembers this exact feeling of overwhelming helplessness, of being completely outmatched. The face of a terrifying young man from his past overlays the assassin's smug expression, and that familiar terror ignites something within him as he pulls out his own hidden blade. But the assassin is far too fast, smashing a vicious punch right into the rider's helmet. He follows up with a lightning-quick stab, the blade cracking the visor just inches from his eye. A sharp kick sends the rider's own weapon flying, disarming him in an instant. The rider stumbles back, clutching his cracked helmet, thinking he somehow survived a killing blow. But that was just a feint. The real attack sinks deep into his shoulder before he can even react. The blade pierces through flesh and bone, completely immobilizing his arm. With the weapon still embedded, the assassin leans in, genuinely confused about the rider using a weapon at all. The rider can only grit his teeth, the question making no sense through the searing pain. He stares back, trapped and helpless, the cold steel, a brutal reminder of his powerlessness. Then, with a vicious twist of the blade, the assassin coldly tells him it's time to apologize. But the assassin isn't done, his forearm pressing into the rider's throat, cutting off his air. He scoffs at his own surprise, landing a solid punch for being startled by a mere scarecrow. With a mocking sneer, he asks if it isn't humiliating, following up with a brutal kick to the chest. The rider gasps, the impacts rattling him inside his helmet. He can't breathe, choked and kicked at the same time. His vision blurs, the world fading as he's about to black out. But Yamada yanks him back from the brink, insisting they're not done yet. With a sickening crunch, he drives the blade deep into the rider's other shoulder. Leaning close, a strange curiosity replaces his contempt. He wonders why he ever let someone so weak live. His own past actions now a puzzle. And that vivid killing intent, he muses, is starting to genuinely provoke him. He raises a hand, deciding it's time to see what's really behind that glare. Leaning in close, he challenges the rider to show him the true nature of that hatred. The rider answers with a sudden, brutal headbutt that cracks against Yamada's skull. He follows up with a desperate kick, trying to unbalance the master assassin. Then, a savage, beast-like flurry of attacks rakes across Yamada's chest. The assault throws Yamada back, but the rider is left gasping for air, his energy spent. His vision blurs, his hearing fades, his body has reached its absolute limit, but Yamada gets back to his feet, dusting himself off with a condescending sigh. He scoffs at those who can't accept defeat, comparing the rider's rage to that of a mindless monkey. With a final, contemptuous swing, Yamada shatters the rider's helmet, calling him pathetic. The assassin wipes his chin, deciding it's about time to finish this once and for all. But the sight triggers something, a memory of another time, another dark place. A jolt of panic he realizes with dawning horror who this man is. He remembers being on the ground, knowing that if Yamada attacked his face, there'd be no way to counter. The cold steel of the blade descended, aiming straight for his eye. In that split second, a single thought consumed him. This is how I die. But then, a blur of motion exploded from the side, intercepting the fatal blow. A figure landed between them, a sudden and unexpected savior. After the overwhelming helplessness came a new feeling, an immense and unforgettable terror. A massive figure stood over him, and a single, impossible thought echoed in his mind. It was a familiar back, one he had desperately been waiting to see again. Young Yoichi could only stare up in utter disbelief. With a flash of movement, his uncle had arrived, deflecting the killer's blade. The man settled into a low stance, his fists clenched and ready for battle. The assassin, Yamada, just grinned, a spark of insane excitement in his eyes. He reveled in the familiar feeling, even as a punch sent him flying backward. His eyes blazed with maniacal glee as he finally recognized his true target's protector. Hearing himself called Young Master, Yoichi was frozen in shock. The shockwaves of their clash echoed through the quiet forest. The forest floor trembles as two titans go to war. Iwabuchi Takaru throws a heavy punch, aiming to end this quickly. His kick spins through the air, a blur of raw, destructive power. But Yamada meets the strike, their clash echoing like thunder. A twisted smile spreads across the assassin's face as he recognizes that familiar strength. Iwabuchi has no time for nostalgia, landing a brutal fist to shut the madman up. Yamada just takes the hit, his grin widening, absolutely reveling in the pain. With a dead serious glare, Iwabuchi warns him not to get attached to this fight. The assassin merely chuckles, remarking that his protector's cold demeanor hasn't changed a bit. He glances at his fallen associate, conceding that in a situation like this, words are indeed unnecessary. Meanwhile, a memory flashes through a younger Yoichi's mind as his body refuses to move. Hez desperate to help, refusing to just be a bystander again, but Iwabuchi's voice cuts him short. He's warned to stay back. This opponent is on a completely different level. The boy freezes, the crushing weight of that truth sinking into his very soul. Back then he couldn't deny it, and the stronger he gets, the more clearly he sees it now. He was witnessing the vast, hopeless gulf in power between himself and those two monsters. Back in the present, Yamada brandishes his daggers, eagerly proposing a deathmatch. But a new, authoritative voice rings out, flatly stating that won't be happening. Iwabuchi's entire demeanor shifts as he declares he will not permit a death to occur on his land. The sudden claim of ownership floors Yamada, who looks on in disbelief, questioning if that voice is real. A new voice cuts through the tension, a man calmly greeting Yamada by an old name. Yamada demands to know what he's doing here, but the man simply repeats his earlier point. Turning his back, he announces that this is his private property. Furthermore, the monster known as Iwabuchi is now officially an employee of Higuma Construction. The news sends Yoichi reeling his uncle, working for some construction company? It makes no sense. Yamada scoffs, thinking it's a ridiculous joke. But the man is all business, waving an employment contract. He declares that Iwabuchi's employment is effective immediately, starting today. A dark realization dawns on Yamada. This isn't about a simple job. He asks if this is a prelude to war with New One. With a chilling gaze, the man confirms it, vowing to drag that greedy old fool down from his throne. And with Iwabuchi's might, he will make the name Shindo reign supreme once more, leaving Yoichi stunned into silence. The Higuma boss continues his lecture, revealing a crucial weakness in New One's loyalty. He claims many still remember the Shindo name, and once Yoichi is revealed, he can turn half their forces. Yamada scoffs at the bold claim, wondering if they'll even survive long enough to try. But before he can press the issue, Iwabuchi finally moves, offering a different point of view. In an explosive blur of motion, he slams into the forest with unimaginable power. The impact shatters the ground, a casual demonstration of his monstrous strength. Where a massive tree once stood, there is now only a splintered stump and devastation. Yamada's confidence evaporates as the Higuma boss coldly invites him to try his luck. He and his crew stand ready, daring the assassin to make a move. But Yamada is no fool. He concedes, knowing he can't fight a former director, a top enforcer, and the legendary Kingmaker all at once. The Higuma boss offers a final, chilling piece of advice. Be careful. With this standoff, Yamada has officially made an enemy of their entire crew. He's dismissed, told to scurry back and inform his master, Mikado, of a major shift in power. Higuma Construction is now officially cooperating with Yoichi Shindo. But as the boss lights a cigar, he reveals this is more than just business. This is personal payback for a ruined investment from 12 years ago. Yamada gets the message loud and clear, melting back into the shadows. As the enforcers watch him go, Yoichi's attention is suddenly stolen. His voice trembles with disbelief as he looks at one of the men, his uncle. The man turns, a flicker of recognition in his eyes, finally acknowledging his long-lost nephew by name. A memory surfaces a younger Yoichi, asking his uncle where he's been all this time. He'd imagined this moment endlessly, wondering how it would feel, what he would say. After struggling for so long on his own, he'd hoped for a warm reunion but instead gets a fist to the face. With a hard smack, his uncle scolds him for returning to this violent life he was meant to escape. Yoichi is stunned, unable to process he was just hit, as the lecture continues. He's even heard embarrassing stories about his nephew cowering before some punk named Ogata. Flustered, Yoichi defensively shouts that it was just a slip-up, but his uncle just smirks, unimpressed. He stomps off, vowing to go beat Ogata senseless right now just to prove a point. But his uncle's voice cuts through his tantrum, telling him to save it and come here. The harshness fades. It's been a long time, and he just wants to see his nephew's face properly. Yoichi stands frozen for a moment, the weight of everything he's endured showing on his battered frame. He finally lets his guard down, taking a single, heavy step towards his uncle. Then all at once, the dam breaks, and he lunges forward with a desperate cry. Takeru catches him, pulling him into a powerful, bone-crushing hug. He lightly scolds his nephew for the tight grip, remarking that he's strong, just like his father. But the teasing fades as he says what truly matters. He's just thankful Yoichi is still alive. Meanwhile, in a completely different scene, a massive spiked flail smashes into concrete with brutal force. The wielder, Akira, is in a blind rage, swinging the weapon wildly and telling everyone to piss off. He's absolutely furious, screaming about outsiders messing with his fights and making him look like a fool. Now he stands alone in the wreckage, panting heavily, the dust settling around him. His explosive rage cools into a cold, hard resolve to take them all down, one by one. An eye glows with malice as he decides his first target, Okami, the one whose appearance started it all. But elsewhere, a completely different scene unfolds as an old man cries out Shigeru's name in pure, unadulterated joy. He rushes forward, pulling the boy into a tight hug, much to Shigeru's visible annoyance. Shigeru shoves him away, complaining about the snot before turning to his uncle, Takeru. He asks how in the world he knew where to find him, but Takeru just smirks. He holds up his phone, revealing he got the location from Shigeru's so-called babysitter. On the other end of the line, a man in a sharp suit greets Shigeru, respectfully calling him Young Master Okami. Yoichi listens as the man, Sato, explains he was trying to deliver good news but Takeru was difficult to track down. Takeru scoffs at that, smugly correcting him he wasn't found. He chose to show up himself. He tells Yoichi there's no need to hide now that he's accomplished his true purpose. Takeru reveals he's been traveling the country, calling on his old comrades. The name alone sends a jolt through. Yoichi has been gathering the Shindo faction members. These were the men who couldn't accept the new regime and scattered across Japan. But now, they're ready to reunite under the Shindo name. Though there is one condition. They will only return if Yoichi proves he is qualified to carry that legendary title. Takeru's tone grows dead serious. This isn't a game, it's war, and they don't need a prince to protect. What his men need, what the faction needs, is a new king to serve. And while a king must have many qualities, Takeru knows the most important one in their world. With a devastating punch that shatters a tree, he demonstrates what that is. Absolute strength. Takeru coldly lays it out for Yoichi, telling him to look at the pathetic state he's in. He reminds him of his pedigree trained by Shigeru, and now getting lessons from Itsuki. And yet, he can't even conquer a single school? Who would want to follow a leader like that? Takeru's decision is final. As a crew member, he won't serve him, and as family, he can't let him join this war. His voice drops, delivering the final blow. Just stop. Yoichi stands there, stunned into silence. But before he can process it, two more figures arrive. It's Shigeru, who declares hell take care of the revenge himself. Itsuki tries to interject, arguing that the young master's immaturity is their fault as his teachers. But Shigeru silences him immediately. This, he states, is for them to decide. Yoichi just lowers his head, the weight of his failure crushing him. There's nothing he can say, no argument he can make. They're right. He looks up at his uncle, a childhood memory surfacing, being told he was too young to even work a griddle. It seems nothing has changed at all. He remembers his younger self, so full of cocky confidence that he could do better. So he tried making them in secret, only to burn himself and fail spectacularly. His uncle only saw a stubborn kid who never listened. But for Yoichi, it was a thrilling challenge. It took about a year before his uncle finally decided to teach him the right way. And it was during that lesson he finally understood why he hadn't been ready before. He was grateful for the proper training and the perfect results it brought, but also secretly proud of all the hard work he'd put in on his own. His uncle was stunned, asking how a first-timer could be so skilled. He even joked that with his aching back, he could finally retire and leave the shop to Yoichi, and hearing his uncle thank him made all the secret effort worth it. He proudly declared that because he practiced on his own, he was finally able to be useful. Back in the present, that same determination burns in his eyes as he vows to stop running and take back what's his. He knows he's still weak, that the wounds he carries are the price of his own immaturity, but at the same time, they are marks of his will, proof of the effort he poured in. So he looks to his uncle, asking him to teach him again, just like he did all those years ago. He cries out, a raw promise to become strong enough to protect his uncle and to protect everyone. His uncle listens in stunned silence, faced with this desperate plea. But before anything more can be said, a new figure calmly approaches them, causing the other men to freeze. Itsuki and the others are shocked, wondering what this man, Shigeru, is doing here. Shigeru just looks ahead, coolly announcing that he'll be keeping Yoichi with him for a while. Yamada lays out the situation plainly. If Mikado shows up, Yoichi doesn't stand a chance, so he's taking him away for special training. A flicker of frustration crosses his uncle's face. This damn kid, he never listens to a word he says. And in that moment, he sees it clearly, the same stubborn fire, the same unyielding spirit. Yoichi is just like his father. Shaking off the memory, he barks at Yoichi to stop daydreaming and follow him already. But Yoichi stops him, holding out the ruined jacket with a sincere apology for borrowing and destroying it. His uncle just laughs it off, brushing aside the apology and telling him to just hurry up and go. His playful demeanor fades, replaced by a quiet intensity as he tells Yoichi to take care because he'll be waiting. A small, determined smile touches Yoichi's lips. The message is received loud and clear. With his uncle's blessing, he turns to face the head of the Higuma clan, asking for just a little more time. He makes a bold promise. Soon, he will prove he can defeat Ogata. And the boss seems more than happy to wait and see. With a bag slung over his shoulder, Shigeru announces that it's finally time for them to leave. The Higuma clan can only watch as he leads Yoichi away, putting their faith in this intense training regimen. But as he departs, Yoichi's gaze is filled with a new, burning resolve. He's not just trying to become as strong as Okami anymore, he's going to become a man worthy of the Shindo name itself. And with that vow hanging in the air, 3 long months flash by in the blink of an eye. A sleek car speeds down the road, eventually pulling up to the gates of the school. Shigeru lets him know they've arrived, but Yoichi seems confused. He thought they were reporting to the Higuma boss first. Stepping out of the car, Yoichi coolly explains that he has to handle things in the proper order, an order that his mentor clearly doesn't understand. As Yoichi walks off with a completely different aura, he adjusts his new jacket, a confident smirk on his face as he declares his first priority. He's going to utterly crush Ogata. Meanwhile, Natsume Omi reflects on the 3 agonizing months since Shindo just vanished. She remembers the chaos on that very day, when an enraged Ogata stormed the first-year classrooms. He went on a wild rampage, but the teachers managed to wrestle him down and slap him with a restraining order. Since then, things have been quiet, almost too quiet, with everyone feeling the emptiness he left behind. But for Aomi, it's personal. She scrolls through months of unanswered texts, fuming over how he could just disappear without a single word. To make matters worse, she finds out Iwabuchi got a text from him. Iwabuchi, the sheer audacity. Her anger boils over as she practices her moves, promising him a 10-point combo to the vitals the moment he shows his face. But just as she's fantasizing about his demise, a classmate sprints in, shouting that Okami is back. Aomi can barely process it as the student yells that he's currently in the 3rd-year classroom, declaring war on Ogata. And indeed, the two now stand face to face, a storm of violence brewing in the sudden, deafening silence. With a cold glimmer in his eyes, Yoichi calmly greets Ogata, mentioning he heard he'd been looking for him. Ogata grinds his teeth, sneering that the little bug who ran scared has finally crawled out of hiding. He demands to know what gives a coward like him the nerve to show his face, but Yoichi flatly denies ever running. In fact, he flips the accusation right back, his voice tightening as he claims Ogata was the one who ran away from him in Minami. This insult is too much for one of Ogata's goons, who lunges forward, screaming at the first year's disrespect. But before the punch can even connect, Yoichi intercepts with a blindingly fast counter, slamming the student into the ground in a flash of red light. Ogata's eyes widen in utter shock as Yoichi coldly warns him not to get in the way. He calmly states that they were in the middle of a conversation, as if swatting a fly. Ogata is speechless, his mind reeling. He didn't even see the attack. How was his man taken down in an instant? With the distraction dealt with, Yoichi turns back to him, explaining he's in a hurry and will be direct. He declares that today, right here and now, they are settling this for good. The challenge is set. After school, on Ogata's own home turf, with plenty of spectators. A wicked, toothy grin spreads across Ogata's face. He's amused by this newfound spine. He accepts, deciding to give Yoichi a real invitation this time. The destination? His infamous Hellfire Club. Just then, footsteps echo down the hall as more students rush toward the commotion. Natsumeomi bursts into the classroom, yelling in a panic, only to be stopped by her friend, her eyes wide with disbelief at the scene. She stares at the hulking figure of Ogata, calling out his other name, Okami. Yoichi simply turns to greet the newcomers with a smug, knowing smirk. Natsume immediately puts Yoichi in a headlock, vowing she'll never forgive him for his stunt. The entire class watches as she furiously reminds him he disappeared for 3 months with just a single text. But as Yoichi pleads for mercy, Iwabuchi points out something different. The choker around his neck is gone. This gets Natsume's attention. She lets go, admitting she was wondering about that herself. Yoichi explains it was a mark, a sign that he was too weak to be considered human by his so-called babysitter. Iwabuchi pieces it together, realizing the choker's removal means Yoichi has finally been acknowledged. Changing the subject with a smirk, Yoichi announces he's settling things with Ogata after school and invites them to watch. The group is immediately on board, certain that a guy like Ogata is planning something underhanded. Iwabuchi grins, adding that a certain someone named Ukyo will definitely show up, invited or not. He explains that Ukyo has been waiting months for this, eager for a chance to settle a score with the third years. But Yoichi is completely unfazed, telling them he welcomes any and all challengers who want a piece of him. A confident, almost arrogant smirk spreads across his face. He's not just posturing, he's ready for war. Later that night, the city glows, the perfect backdrop for his mindset. The more chaos, the better. The scene shifts to a massive underground venue, where a hype man, DJ Orange, grabs the mic to greet the crowd. He officially welcomes everyone to Hellfire, the stage for tonight's brutal main event. The audience goes wild as he announces the legendary matchup, club owner and champion Akira Ogata versus the super rookie, Yoichi Okami. He tells them to get loud, drink up, and most importantly, place their bets on who will walk out alive. With the stage set and the lights glaring, he calls for the fighter entrances inside the shockingly lavish arena. Up in the stands, however, not everyone is impressed, as one girl coolly mutters her disinterest in the combatants. Natsume group finally arrives, her jaw on the floor, stunned that Ogata runs a place like this, just as Iwabuchi announces it's starting. The referee lays down the one brutal rule. There's no surrender here, only incapacitation. As the countdown starts, Ogata grins, mocking Yoichi for showing up to a club that's about to be demolished. But Yoichi just scoffs, asking if Ogata is really abandoning his club and comrades like that. His eyes glow with contempt. He thought Ogata was a leader, a lion with responsibilities. Instead, he sees nothing but a domesticated dog, terrified of being kicked out of its kennel. The insult lands, and Ogata's back tenses with rage as he stops the trash talk. He has just one question for Yoichi. Is his master here to watch this? Before the countdown even hits one, a massive stone pillar comes crashing down toward Yoichi. From the stands, Natsume screams his name, calling Ogata a cowardly bastard for the sneak attack. Ogata just smirks, his eyes gleaming with malice. Yeah, that figures. He'll take any advantage he can get. Ogata mocks him, saying he didn't even need an answer. That little test was all he needed to know. But Yoichi just casually kicks the rubble aside, not a single drop of sweat on his brow. The absolute disrespect makes something snap in Ogata's mind. He roars that the fight starts now, bringing his massive weapon down for the kill. Yoichi's fist, however, is already glowing as he tells Ogata to feel honored. His eye flares with a crimson light. He's about to be the first to taste a move perfected over 3 months. He unleashes the first form of his Shindo-style combat technique, a move he's decided to rename for this special occasion. It slams into Ogata's chest with a sickening crunch, a swirling vortex of energy he calls fist shot, and as spent shells of pure force eject from the impact, he finishes the name Shotgun. A single thought echoes in Ogata's mind, his title, the Mad Tyrant. He's had it since he was young, born with immense strength he used to crush anyone in his way. It was a name he wore with pride, a symbol of the terror he inspired in others. With this overwhelming power, he saw himself as a king walking over the bodies of the fallen. In his world, no one could defy him. He was the absolute ruler on his throne. He is the tyrant, the one who rules, or so he thought. And yet, reality comes crashing back as he clutches his chest, completely stunned. Why is he on the ground? Why is he kneeling? He looks up to see Yoichi looming over him, casually asking if the fight is already over. A wave of pure humiliation and rage washes over Ogata. He cannot let it end like this. With a guttural roar, Ogata surges forward, trying to reassert his dominance through sheer rage. But Yoichi is completely unfazed, calmly declaring that he is the true Mad Tyrant as he prepares the first form of Shindo Ryu. His fist shot technique lands with explosive force, blasting Ogata point blank in the face. The self-proclaimed king is sent flying, his name a defiant curse on his lips as he crashes to the ground. The onlookers are completely stunned. The girl with the purple hair can't even process what just happened. Even Natsume Aomi whispers in disbelief that Isshin Hi's strongest, the mad tyrant Ogata, is being utterly dismantled and manhandled by this mysterious newcomer. Ogata's eyes burn with pure, demonic hatred. This isn't just a fight anymore. It's an execution of his pride. He abandons precision, unleashing the second form of his own style, the Ogata Ryu flail technique. Ripping a massive chunk of the floor up with his chain, he creates a devastating demonic iron whirlwind, and with a furious roar, Ogata swings the massive chunk of debris, his first form technique. He calls it the direct impact hammer, a move meant to crush Yoichi into paste. But Yoichi just calmly sidesteps the telegraphed attack. Unimpressed, he prepares a counter from his own Shindo Ryu style, and with a simple hand cut, he severs the thick iron chain with impossible ease. Natsume and Iwabuchi can only stare in disbelief. He sliced through solid metal with his bare hand. Before Ogata can process his weapon breaking, Yoichi is already in his guard, telling him to brace himself. He warns the tyrant that a body that large can't take a continuous barrage, his organs will rupture. And he unleashes a second variation of his first form, the fist shot, shotgun. A rapid-fire series of blows slams into Ogata's torso, leaving him stunned and defenseless. The entire student body is frozen in sheer disbelief. Natsume absolutely loses it, screaming that he actually managed to pull it off. Yoichi stands over Ogata's defeated form, the undisputed victor. He looks on, completely unfazed, wondering just how much stronger he's become. Then, he turns to address the crowd, announcing he has something to say to all of Isshin Hi. Natsume's eyes widen as he begins to reveal his true name. He declares it for all to hear. He is Yoichi Shindo. But he doesn't stop there. He's the son of Tomoya Shindo, the first chairman of Isshin Kai. Whispers turn to shouts as the students struggle to process the bombshell he just dropped. All eyes turn to Natsume, demanding to know if it's true and why she hid such a secret. Natsume can only watch in horror, thinking he's a complete idiot for revealing his hand so suddenly. But Yoichi stands there, perfectly calm, his mind clearly set on a singular path. He explains that if things had gone right, he should have inherited everything, as he is the true successor. He then accuses the current chairman, Mikado, of murdering his mother and stealing the throne. His fist clenches tight. The days of hiding behind the name Okami are officially over. Raising his arm to the sky, he vows to set everything right. With burning intensity in his eyes, he swears to drag Mikado down and take back what is his. But he can't do it alone, and he knows it, looking out at the stunned student body. He announces his grand plan, to form his very own school organization right here at Isshin Hi. Standing before them all, he makes his offer, stating he won't force anyone to join his crusade. He promises to take them all to heights they've never seen before. After all, they came to Isshin to be the best, so why not stand with the future chairman? Looking down at the defeated Ogata, he offers a personal guarantee. Follow him, and he'll be taken care of. He swears this on the name Shindo, the very name that gave birth to the spirit of this school. His expression is one of absolute, unshakable confidence. With his offer laid bare, he asks the silent crowd who will come with him, but the students are paralyzed, the sheer scale of his declaration finally sinking in. Natsume watches, sensing the hesitation. They're talking about picking a fight with the entire establishment. She realizes the risk is too high at this rate. No one will dare to follow him. But then, through the silence, two voices cry out, pledging their loyalty. It's Minami Akari of Higuma Construction, and she's pledging to stand with Yoichi Shindo. With a crazed grin, she declares she'll face him head-on, but only if he's skilled enough to entertain her. The crowd erupts in disbelief. Higuma Construction's ace is making her move. Yoichi looks on, his expression unreadable, as he finally gets the fight he wanted. He takes a single, deliberate step forward, revealing he's been waiting for this exact moment. Akari doesn't wait for an invitation, leaping from the balcony to meet him on the floor. She immediately unleashes the first form of her Higuma Ryu sight combat technique. But Yoichi is already moving, countering with the first form of his own Shindo Ryu martial arts. Their techniques collide in a massive explosion of force. Concrete split versus fist, shotgun. They lock eyes, inches apart. Akari thrilled to finally see just how interesting he truly is. The scene shifts, flashing back to Yoichi in the middle of some grueling training, addressing a massive man as uncle. The man, confirming he works for Higuma Construction, wonders why Yoichi is suddenly asking about Akari Minami. Yoichi looks down, the memory of his recent fight still fresh and stinging. He admits that for the first time, he felt a completely overwhelming gap in power, an absolute domination. Even his defeated Ogata's hands didn't fill him with this kind of pressure, and he knows they'll meet again. But his trainer interrupts, asking if Yoichi even understands what Higuma Construction or his own family truly is. Yoichi's naive answer about his dad being a simple investor only confirms his ignorance. The trainer sighs, deciding a lesson is in order, and begins to flex with terrifying force. The very ground beneath him cracks and shatters from the sheer power he's gathering. Then, with a deafening roar, he shatters the massive log on his shoulders, a raw display of Higuma's true strength. With the demonstration over, the trainer wades into the water, beginning a history lesson for the stunned Yoichi. He tells him that he's too young to have known his own uncle in his prime. Before the Ishinkai unified the country, Japan was a patchwork of territories controlled by rival groups. Yet, one organization, Higuma Construction, managed to dominate the industry nationwide. The trainer explains their success was due to maintaining a strict neutrality, taking no one's side. In an era where survival meant choosing an ally and crushing your enemies, this was unheard of. Higuma operated freely everywhere, which meant no one dared to make an enemy of them. Or, more accurately, no one could afford to make an enemy of them. Yoichi cuts him off, impatient. He gets that they're impressive, but is Minami strong or not? The trainer looks him dead in the eye and drops the truth. Minami is the disciple of that legendary founder. The wild Higuma never took a disciple until he accepted his first and his last. The news hits Yoichi like a physical blow, stopping him dead in his tracks. He remembers their fight, a brutal clash of raw, unyielding force. That was Akari Minami, a fighter with a wild, almost unhinged look in his eyes. But even then, Yoichi's gaze burned with an unshakable fighting spirit. Minami is the one who inherited the so-called power of neutrality. His mission was simple: secure Yoichi as an ally, no matter the cost. Yoichi weathers the storm, catching Minami in a powerful grapple. He locks him down, preparing to execute the Higuma Ryu's third form, the reinforced bar twist, a move designed to break an opponent, even if it means sacrificing an arm to do it. But back in the present, a sudden noise startles Natsume and the sumo trainer, who wonder why another match suddenly started. The memory continues, with Minami screaming a name Okami as is trapped in Yoichi's hold. For a brief, arrogant moment, he thinks it's over. Or so he thought. A sly grin spreads across his face as he realizes Yoichi already knew the answer. He knew exactly how to counter the bar twist, relax just before it locks, create a tiny gap, and slide the arm to diffuse the force. Breaking free, Minami asks if a man named Shigeru taught him that, challenging Yoichi to show him what else he's learned. Yoichi responds not with words, but with a brutal, lightning-fast kick that sends Minami flying. He unleashes his own technique, the second form of his combat style, a devastating pile-driving blow that leaves Minami utterly stunned, wondering what kind of monster he's truly facing. But Minami isn't finished yet, roaring back with the fourth form of his own style. He launches a brutal kick, followed by a punch that slams directly into Yoichi's chest. This is his technique, forced eviction, a flurry of strikes designed to overwhelm. The barrage rains down on Yoichi, a relentless assault meant to break him completely. With eyes glowing, Minami pours all of his power into this devastating combo. Yet, through the storm, Yoichi finds his opening, countering with a sharp hand cut. His fingers, hardened like a blade, strike a critical point on Minami's attacking arm. And before the shock can register, Yoichi follows up with a focused fist shot. Watching this exchange, Ogata Akira is floored, wondering what kind of monsters these two are. Ogata can only watch in awe, realizing this is far beyond any high school squabble. He sees it in Minami's eyes, the quiet, firm resolve of a man who has accepted his fate. A man who not only accepts his destiny but has the raw talent to meet it head-on. Yoichi simply observes, a flicker of something unreadable in his gaze. But defeat isn't on Minimus' mind as he suddenly throws his head back, laughing like a madman. He staggers to his feet with a terrifying grin, telling Yoichi this is exactly what he's been waiting for. With a surge of adrenaline, he violently yanks at his red hoodie. He tears it off to reveal the roaring bear emblem underneath, declaring that the test is now complete. But for Minami, the real fight is just getting started. Her eyes glow with a feral light as she demands Yoichi show her everything, to let her drown in his power. But elsewhere, Natsume Ami faces a different kind of weirdo, a man hanging upside down with a creepy, familiar grin. Startled, her immediate reaction is to plant a fist square in the psycho's face. She then proceeds to stomp him into the floor as her ally begs her to stop, reminding her they're in public. Meanwhile, across the city, a darker shadow begins to fall under the neon-lit night sky. Civilians on the street freeze in terror, a man warning his family not to even look. The reason for their fear becomes clear. The infamous Ishinkai are on the move, a tide of tailored suits and cold intent. Their leader lights a cigarette, his golden eyes glinting with amusement as he prepares to crash the party. Before the glowing sign of the Hellfire Club, his men draw their blades, ordered to make it quick and clean.